Hello everyone, welcome to Donington Park. It is rounds 12 and 13 of the TCR UK Championship. It is a hot day here. Myself, Andy Jordan, and Andy McEwen. Andy, qualifying coming up very, very soon. Looking forward to this. I don't think the drivers are though, because what's the average temperature in a cockpit of one of these right now? Probably about 60 degrees.
Something like that, yeah. It feels that outside, I have to say, even in the shade. It's very, very warm today. But, you know, the good thing about qualifying is that means they can switch the tyres on pretty quickly, should get straight up to speed. The downside is they won't get that many laps where the tyres are in the window, so they've really got to be on it right from the get-go, and it's going to be competitive out there. It's a relatively short lap, this. The times are always super tight, and I think we could be in for another qualifying session, very similar, actually, to the one we had last time at Silverstone.
Yeah, you were talking a lot about tyres this morning in the introduction to the day, and yeah, I think that has been the case. A lot of drivers slightly concerned about that due to the temperatures, and the track here, surface as well here as well. Very, very grippy. A lot of the drivers saying that, you know, I was expecting to go out there and the car slipping around, and it wasn't. It was just going, and a lot of drivers have actually found that quite tricky. Yeah,
that's interesting, isn't it? I'll be interested to see if that's still the case now. It's getting hotter and hotter. Of course, they were last out earlier on this morning. We're now getting towards the heat of the day. It's going to keep on losing grip, you would have thought, but it's been freshly resurfaced this year, back in the very start of the season. Nicely rubbered in now, but still kept its grip, and that means we should be on course for some lap records, hopefully, if the pace is strong enough. But yeah, you've really got to be able to trust the car immediately when you go out there on the track, and that's something maybe the more experienced drivers are going to have a slight edge on.
Yeah, we're standing outside Carl Boardley's garage. Carl Boardley, he's got it all to lose, really, hasn't he, in these last few rounds?
Pressure's on, definitely. This is where it all almost unravelled for Chris Smiley a year ago at Donington, the penultimate round. Carl Boardley, I'm sure, will be very aware of the fact that things can happen like that, and he's had a few near misses this year. He's had that contact last time at Silverstone with Jensen Brickley, not the first time those two have tangled this year either, so be very much cautious, I think. He knows that finishing the two races tomorrow, that's his primary goal. If he can net two top 5 finishes, he's in a good position to win it at Brands Hatch. Mathematically, could win it tomorrow if he leaves Donington Park 88 points or more ahead of everyone else, then he's the champion. It's going to be hard to do, though. He's carrying a bit more weight this weekend, and our Lord and Master Stuart Lyons reckons that that's going to make a big difference around here, especially in the heat. It won't help tyre wear either, so he's got an uphill struggle if he wants to wrap it up with a round early.
He certainly does, and of course Carl's the only driver to actually do a back-to-back pole in the championship over this year, but it was Shepherd who took pole at Silverstone. I just speaking to him while we were walking here, we're saying, you're going to pole it again? He was saying it's highly likely that could happen.
Managed it here last year, didn't he, with what is still the fastest ever qualifying lap we've had, so he knows how to get it done. It's his kind of track, this, Adam Shepherd. You've got to have a really good front end. You've got to get that car rotated into the corners, get back on the power as early as possible. It's all about momentum round here, and he's very much a momentum kind of driver. He's very good on corner entry, and that will suit him well. The Hyundais always tend to go well here, though, as well. Alex Lee was saying he's feeling quite confident. Bruce Winfield, I think, will feel that he's got half a chance too. Whereas the Audis, who have been quite strong for the last couple of rounds, they aren't feeling quite so racy this weekend. So I think we could well see a bit of a shift in the dynamic and a shift in the drivers that we're talking about fighting for pole position at the end of the session.
Yeah, certainly. So it was interesting, though, at Silverstone. We have plenty of highlights from that one today. With us, we'll take you through some of it. If you did miss Silverstone, here's what happened.
Round of the TCR UK Championship for 2023 bursts into life here at Silverstone, and who is going to get the whole shot down towards the first corner? It is not Bruce Winfield. What a start from Adam Shepherd and from Scott Sumpton.
Bruce Winfield!
That's a puncture or broken suspension on the left rear corner. I do not believe it. Bruce Winfield into the pit lane with a problem from third place, and Paul, that came out of the blue.
Oh, great move! Go on! Oh, no!
Oh, into the side of Brickley. Sumpton back through into third, but that was a robust overtake, that I'd have to say, and Brickley will be spitting feathers.
Sumpton's had enough now. He's had enough. He's actually keeping his nose in. That was a great little bit of move. Look at Kent. Kent round the outside. Brickley and Cotton coming through shot now. Oh, contact. Marshall with contact. Sumpton, he's having none of it. Grow up, guys. Love it. Come on. Oh, no!
And that's Shepherd. That is Adam Shepherd slowing at Beckett's corner. Heartbreak once again for the race leader.
And Marshall struggling again. This could be it.
Oh, over the curb and almost into the side, then almost into the back of the Audi. He's nibbling, he's tapping Morse code on the rear bumper. Nuzzles his way up the inside, and Jensen Brickley's there with them too. Side by side they go.
Who's that? Oh, no!
Kent.
That's
into the gravel.
It's a left front failure.
Oh, well, he's had a little bit of contact, hasn't he, on that left front corner, and I wonder if something's just given way. That is Bradley Kent's look all over, isn't it? Through the gravel of comps, he's going to try and lift the car back. The checkered flag is waved for Carl Boardley, and the championship leader takes another big stride towards the championship, you'd have to say. And 15 minutes on the clock, a restarted race, and Scott Sumpton for Restart Racing is on pole position. Can he net his first ever win in the championship? Well, no, in a quarter of an hour's time. There is Jack Constable, wheels spinning, ready to go. Off he goes now, off the rest of the field go, as the race gets back underway. Who's got the best of the stars from the front of the grid? Is it Wilson? Is it Sumpton? It should be Scott Sumpton, yes, who turns into the first corner first. Second, Wilson, third, Alex Lee, and Oliver Cottam in fourth. There goes the Audi. The Rob Boston Racing team get the car underway. Here comes Cottam, meanwhile, up the inside of Matthew Wilson for second place, and he does it at Cott's corner. Oliver Cottam into second, and Alex Lee is not really getting away at the moment, so if Cottam can fend off this retaliation attempt from Wilson, he might yet be able to go after the race leader. Onto the brakes, into Beckett's, Cottam to second, brilliant. Brad Kent does further back, contact! Around goes the championship leader, Carl Boardley, after contact with Jensen Brickley, who I think was distracted by a challenge from Brad Kent behind him. Boardley is okay, he's carried on, but another example of how quickly your luck can turn. He's now going to be setting sail after these two, whilst Bruce Winfield in the background attacks his teammate Adam Shepherd. That is for 6th position, who came out on top. They're still side by side, and there might have been a touch. There was a touch. Bruce Winfield and Adam Shepherd, the teammates, have collided, and there's damage to Shepherd's car, damage to the left rear corner. Adam Shepherd will be furious. Who will get second place though? Cottam on the inside, Kent going right round the outside. If Cottam leaves in space, that might just work. He's off the track, Bradley Kent bounces back on. He's got the inside for Luffield corner, and he will go through. Bradley Kent looked like he was
out of shape.
Very late on the brakes, wasn't he? Oh, he's off! No! Bradley Kent off into the gravel trap. The car just didn't want to slow down into Beckett, and the Veloster is in the barriers. Game over for Bradley Kent. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oliver Cottam slows from second place, the penultimate lap of the race, and the fairy tale comes crashing down around him. Heartbreak for Cottam, but Alex Lee looks as though he's going to claim his second victory of the season in a dramatic afternoon of racing here at Silverstone. The national circuit has delivered and then some, and it's going to deliver a race victory then for Alex Lee. It is his 5th career win, and it is a really important one in the championship. Alex Lee victorious at Silverstone. Second place, Jensen Brickley, good points back there, and Matthew Wilson gets on to the podium. Alex Lee with his 5th career TCR UK victory and 40 lovely championship points going his way. Jensen Brickley likewise scores well in second place, with Matthew Wilson getting a first career podium. We thought for a while it might be Scott Sumpton, then we thought maybe Oliver Cottam would do it, but Matt Wilson gets his first podium in TCR UK competition. Bruce Winfield, 4th from the back of the grid. Classy drive that, apart from the contact that he had with his teammate Adam Shepherd. Brad Hutchison finishes in 5th place ahead of Darrell Wilson, who just keeps sneaking these good results in through the mid part of the season. Andy Wilmot 7th on his return ahead of Carl Boardley 8th, limping home in 8th position with some sort of a drama. Scott Sumpton in 9th, and Luke Sargent makes the top 10 in the Elantra. Then it's Jack Constable, Joe Marshall, Gary Townsend and Rick Kerry, with Oliver Cottam retiring to the pit lane near the end. Bradley Kent with some sort of issue up at Beckett's that sent him firing off the road. Adam Shepherd had contact with his teammate that forced him to retire. And Jeff Alden retired to the pit lane in the Opel Astra.
Well, how about that then? TCR UK at Silverstone as well. Oliver Cottam's car's just suddenly fired up into life right next to us. Well, that was an exciting round at Silverstone. Donington Park hopefully going to be very, very similar in not all ways than one, but drivers getting themselves suited and booted, ready to go out in qualifying. Callum Newsham, who is right next to us here, if our cameraman pans around, is about to get himself ready. We'll leave him to get ready. Don't worry, you stay in there, get yourself ready, Callum. But yeah, 3rd fastest in free practice. I said, hey, were you pushing that car there? Were you pushing it? He said, no, we still got a little bit more in there. So I'm really excited to see what Callum can do in the i30N. Brad Hutchinson here. Now, Brad, he's given us a nice little wave there. All right, Brad. New car. Look at that, the Audi. Not here. He's on loan. He's got the Seat Cupra this weekend, the Gen 2. So let's see what he can do in that one as he's ready to go out and qualify. He was saying that this car is miles better to drive than the Gen 1 Audi, but it's only on loan. Matthew Wilson, who was 2nd after his race at Silverstone, and he was brought up from that one. He actually finished 3rd on track, but after a post-race penalty for Brickley, put him up into P2, so his first podium, and I'm sure absolutely delighted with that one. Again, he's feeling pretty quick here this weekend. We go over to the next garage. Luckily, Daryl's just put his T-shirt down. He had his T-shirt up for a brief moment there. He's not in his car yet. Daryl, why are you not in your car? Qualifying's about to start.
Because everybody starts weaving on the first couple of laps, and it's that hot, you don't need to weave. So I'm just wait for them to finish on weaving so they don't hold me up, and then I'll go again.
How hot is it in the car?
Yeah, I think the data man said around 61 degrees. I'll go to.
Jeez, right, okay. So make sure hydrated. Do you have any water in there at all? When you
Nah, I don't need no water. I'm a cool guy, innit?
Love it, mate. Enjoy qualifying. The two, well, you got the Vauxhall and you got the Opel. It's been changed. They did say it was another Vauxhall joining. No, it is the Opel Astra joining us this weekend. Jeff Oldham. Let's see what Jeff can do. Last time out, pole sitter at Silverstone. Adam Shepherd, suited and booted in the car, ready to get going. We'll leave him to it. But he's certainly looking good for this one. I think they are about to head out. I don't want to stand in front of a car as much as I possibly can because I don't want to get run over. Because they are all primed to get going. Luke Sargent as well, back in the Elantra. See what he can do. I know he wanted to change this one as we are getting called out of the way. Come in here, as we're about to get run over. So I think qualifying literally about to get underway here. We'll cut to a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. TCR UK qualifying, it's coming up next.
Let it go.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
It's qualifying time here at Donington Park, the penultimate qualifying session of the 2023 season. The penultimate opportunity, therefore, to bag the cash prize that goes to the pole sitter and also the 6 points that go to the driver who qualifies on pole position in a championship being dominated somewhat by Carl Boardley. These are very important moments for those hoping to try and beat him to the 2023 championship. Cars leaving the pit lane then under scorching sunshine here at Donington Park. Some drivers, as we were hearing, not necessarily in quite such a rush to get out on track, but a few of them, including last year's pole sitter here, Adam Shepherd, pole sitter last time at Silverstone as well. He was rather more on his toes, first in the queue. and he is already making his way around this stunning racetrack, preparing to build up to speed, I would imagine, quite quickly, as I said, given the really nice ambient and track temperatures we've got this weekend. Championship-wise, Carl Boardley halfway there, really, towards sealing the championship with a round to spare. Needs 2 really good races. Remember, you have 40 points available for winning a race. There's a bonus point for the fastest lap. There are 6 bonus points available for qualifying on pole position. That means there'll be 88 points left after this weekend, and you cannot drop either of the races at Brands Hatch for the championship decider. So that's the number that he's targeting, 88 points, and he is 45 clear as we go into what should be a very competitive qualifying session. Andy McEwen back in the commentary box, just about here, I think. In body, if not in spirit, is Anthony Jordan. Anthony has hot-footed his way up the pit lane to make it back here just for the start of qualifying. And Anthony, this is going to be a good one. I think the pressure is on. I love this time of year where it's now or never, really, for those hoping to lift the title at the end of the season.
It certainly is, yeah. Thank you for the intro there. I've got to say, I don't know why they put the TCR cars all the way down the other end of the pit lane. Don't know why they didn't put them closer. Hey-ho, it is what it is. But yeah, really looking forward to this one, like you were saying. So close in the championship. Boardley, it's all his to effectively lose on this one. He needs a good result in this one. He has been good in qualifying over the course of the year as well. The only driver to have the double back-to-back in qualifying over the last few rounds as well. Where was that at? That was at Alton Park and Knock Hill. Yep. It was a double back-to-back podium for Mr. Boardley. But can he repeat that this one? Because Shepherd's looking quick. The Hyundai's looking quick as well. And like I said back then, Callum Newsham, he's looking quick. He said he was holding back in free practice, and he was only just a fraction off the pace.
Absolutely. I mean, it's, like I say, it's a good Hyundai track. Callum has raced here before, of course, in the Cupra last season. And, yeah, he really could do with a good result. He's one of a few drivers, actually, I think, hoping to have a weekend a bit like Scott Sumpton and Oliver Cotton did last time at Silverstone, one of those breakout weekends. And goodness only knows, Callum deserves one.
He certainly does. Another driver who deserves a nice result this weekend, Rick Kerry, who you just saw on the screen. He was a 50-50 going into this weekend. We said, I don't know, let's see how the session goes. And if it's good, then we'll do it. If it's bad, then we won't. And, yeah, luckily it was good for him. Feeling a lot more confident in the car as well. A lot of changes happening to the setup of that one. A lot of the cars coming into the pit lane once again. This will be for the tyre rotation. Of course, it's very difficult to get the temperature into the rear tyres as well. So we see a lot of those drivers just absolutely sending it back into the pit lane like nearly the entire grid has done.
Yeah, I was interested to hear Darryl Wilson telling you that he didn't think there was much need to go out there and weave the car around, warm the tyres up because it is so hot. But yeah, I think sometimes people don't understand. I'm not saying Darryl doesn't, but people watching at home perhaps don't understand just how hot those tyres have to be to get into their ideal operating window. You'd think on a day like this, you bolt them on, you're straight up to speed, but there is still a process.
There is, and, well, we'll have to put Daryl's money where his mouth is and see if he comes into the pit lane or not. If he does, then, yeah, well, watch out, don't reverse into the I-30N there. The Sergeant coming out in that massive Elantra, and, you know, he was saying that he wanted to switch it out to an I-30N this weekend. Unfortunately, that did not go his way. Still running in the Elantra. The Elantra's a quick car. We saw it very dominant at Snetterton. Obviously, Donington, a little bit different sort of circuit layout to Snetterton, so yeah, a bit more of a challenge he's got to face here. But certainly, in the temperatures we've got today, I think the Elantra might do well. I'm curious to see.
I think this is a good Elantra circuit. Again, I realise I'm a commentator, not a racing driver, probably for a reason.
We know nothing.
I do feel like this is one of those tracks that would suit the Elantra. It's a long wheelbase, and that's usually pretty good here at Donington. Lots of long, sweeping, high-speed corners. That extra stability that you get from the longer wheelbase car should be a good thing. But, of course, it also means that perhaps a bit of understeer could get picked up, which in these conditions is going to be a challenge for everyone, I suspect. There is Adam Shepherd then. Mr. Donington Park, really, got that pole position here a year ago, and with it managed to set a TCR UK record that has not been broken since. It was 109.890. Now, on average speed, that is the fastest ever qualifying lap that we've had in TCR UK history. In the race that he subsequently went on to dominate, he also set the fastest ever race lap. But with this new surface this year, Anthony, we're expecting to be underneath that time, and by some way, and well, on current evidence, that will be the case.
Yeah, 109.7 to kickstart us there for Callum Newsham. Good time, but we're expecting somewhere within the mid to low 108s out there. That's what we're expecting. And of course, that will be faster than what we saw last year, but Scott Sumpton now being disallowed with track limits. Now, that's something I want to bring up on. The Hondas. Now, they've also been looking quick this weekend because in free practice, Chris Smiley put it second, didn't he, before he had the lap time actually taken away from him. So it just shows that he has got the pace. Gary Townsend getting track limits as well. So track limits are being enforced in a lot of places around the track. Redgate, Turn 1, Old Hairpin, it's McLean's and the final chicane as well. Only on the outside of the corner, though. So the inside, the apexes of the corner, are not being checked. So for any of those barriers and bollards on the inside of the course, please watch out.
Yes, indeed. So we will have a graphic, as you can see, that's working overtime already, telling us which lap times are being disallowed. I'm not going to even attempt to read them all out because that's all we'll talk about for the entire session.
Oh, dear.
But here's something else to talk about, though. Gary Townsend's on the grass, and that looks like he's looped it coming out of the old hairpin. That's a very common mistake to make, especially if the tyres are a little bit cold. But thankfully, there's plenty of grass to run onto without making contact with anything solid, and that seems to be one that he's got away with.
Yeah, super easy to lose the back end out there as well. And down the crane of curves here at Donington with front-wheel drive, you get lift off oversteer. If you don't have the temperature in those rear tyres, yeah, you can really, really lose out. And Nushin with track limits as well. Track limits coming in thick and fast. The times that you see now on your screen might be the only times that we actually get set right now. Track limits are certainly very, very strict out there. So it's going to be playing havoc. The new regulations came in this year with the track limits. You're not allowed to go over the red and white curb. If a wheel even touches the green on the exit of one of those corners, and McLean's there in the background, that is one of the corners that is being watched as we see Alex Lee go through Coppice Corner at full commitment. And that is a corner, isn't it, Coppice here? It's so fast, and it's blind going into the entry. You can't see it when you turn in.
Yeah, you've got to fully commit to an apex that you can't yet see, and that can be tricky. It's another very common place to see drivers missing the apex and skating out wide. Callum Newsham then fastest. Chris Smiley has jumped into second place, but that becomes third now because Alex Lee steals the fastest time away. A 109.737 is 55 thousandths quicker than Callum Newsham, but now Adam Shepherd goes to the top of 109.5. We are starting now to get down towards, well, still maybe a second away actually from what the predicted pole position time is. There could and should and indeed are more improvements to be had.
And that what you saw there from Shepherd, that was track limits out of turn one. You know, you dip a tyre onto that green and yeah, it's gone. It's so strict, so you've got to be really careful on it. But like I say, these drivers, they know what they need to do. They're here for a reason. They're quick, they're talented, they know they've got to stay within those track limits. It's just a case of pushing it. Oliver Cotton, I'm really curious to see what the Gen 2 Audi can do this weekend, because Silverstone was a good qualifying for him, wasn't it?
It was, but Silverstone was a good track for the Gen 2 Audi. Long straights, it does perform well in the speed traps, whereas here at Donington, they're not quite as confident maybe of repeating that performance. Now Alex Lee is on for a good lap here. Purple in the first sector means fastest of anybody. A personal best in sector 2. Hammers the curbs coming through the Robert chicane, runs over the exit curb a little bit maybe, and makes his way towards the line. This should go to the top. It does go to the top. 109.415. So they're creeping down into the low 109s, Anthony, but they're not actually getting there quite as quickly as I thought they would.
Now, it was cooler this morning as Smiley gets track limits as well, and you know, temperature has gone up a bit. That could be playing into it just that little bit. Maybe the tyres now starting to overheat. If they overheat, then you lose grip as well. So you've just got to keep them in that operating window as Brickley now puts it to the top. Look how close that is. 5 thousandths of a second separating those two.
The top three are covered by less than a tenth of a second. I told you it would be tight. Rick Kerry there dropping down the order with a lap time disallowed as Jack Constable jumps into the top 5. He is the best of the Audis right now. In fact, Brickley is the best of the non-Hyundais. It is a Cupra at the moment on pole position. There is Adam Shepherd though, and how's he getting on? Well, through the first sector, Shepherd improving on his previous best, but that is a tenth slower than Jensen Brickley has just gone. Brickley purple in sector 1, going quicker even still than he did last time.
It certainly is.
Someone's had a lap time taken away. Smiley has had a lap time taken away, so he's back down to 8.
Yeah, again, it's just going to be chopping and changing all the way throughout this session here. 20 minutes to go, and I think... Did we count how many track limits warnings we've had so far? I think we're already into the hands and toes we're counting
I think
here.
7 since you started that sentence, actually. That's it is non-stop, isn't it, at the moment? Adam Shepherd there, that now traditional sort of twitchiness from Adam's Hyundai as he turns into the first corner there.
Now that is Darryl Wilson in the pit lane, bonnet open. Is that potentially an overheating issue? He had this issue when it was super hot at Alton Park.
True.
Both of them are in here, Alden and Wilson, is it the same issue on both of the Astras here with overheating?
I think it might well be, or they're just having a little mid-session break, perhaps. That is a possibility.
They're the only cars with the bonnets up,
They
though.
are, you're right. You're absolutely right. So maybe just cooling things off as a precaution. We'll wait and see, but hopefully they get back out there. Where are they at the moment? Wilson 14th, Oldham 17th at the moment. So both in the pits and not looking like they're going anywhere for the time being. So Jensen Brickley on provisional pole at 109.192 is the first effort then. Adam Shepherd second, Callum Newsham third, Jack Constable fourth and Joe Marshall fifth. One driver we have not mentioned yet is our championship leader Carl Bordley, who hasn't yet set a time.
Now, he is out there. He has been setting times, but a lot of them have been taken away. So he's pushing the limits of the track quite far, and again they're at the exit, and that's Brickley going wide.
Purple middle sector though, and a purple final sector. It in the end is a slight improvement, 109.149. We can't get into the 8s though, can we?
We can't. No, I think it's too hot out there. I think they're struggling with temperatures, not because it's not getting up to temperature, because I think it's too hot. I think they're just not going to make it.
Well, we'll see. They've got 18 minutes 20 to go. They'll come in, they'll bolt some new tyres on, make their way back out on track. As we see Mark Smith, good to have Mark back in the championship, winding his way there out of Coppice Corner. As he does so, Oliver Cottam has just jumped into 5th position. So Oliver Cottam in the Paul Sheard Racing Audi within a couple of hundredths of a second. The Rob Boston Racing example of Jack Constable, who sits in 4th place, as Matthew Wilson now negotiates the final chicane. Matthew got his first ever podium last time at Silverstone in that second race, having led a good portion of it as well. And he comes now to a track that I know he really does enjoy, although he's stuck down in 15th place for the time being.
There's Rick Kerry just coming through as well now, whereas Rick currently 16th out on track. This is an improvement of what he was doing in free practice. He was saying, you know, we're thinking we're about, 4-5 seconds off the pace. And, well, right now, Rick, you're only 3.2. So, if anything, you're doing very well out there. Here's Scott Sumpton coming through. He's on a quick one here. What's he going to do on this timing screen? Is he going to bump up a few positions? He is. He's going to go up P6 now. Half a second clear from your pole sitter at the moment, Jensen Brickley. At Brickley getting lap times disallowed. Well, this is certainly looking interesting, and, well, there you go. Supton's not going to have this lap either.
That's Brickley's 7th lap being disallowed, but he's just gone quicker again on his 8th, so I don't think it'll matter. 109.0 is now the benchmark. He found another 10th last time around, as long as that wasn't disallowed. Bordley having a lap time taken away, so Carl Bordley still hasn't actually registered a lap time in this qualifying session. He's the only driver not to have registered a lap time. What did I say? There's something about Donington Park, the pressure of trying to seal the deal in the championship. And, well, this title is not over yet, that's for sure. Bordley needs to try and pull something out of the bag, because starting right at the back of the field puts him right in the danger zone.
It really does, and like we've said over the course of this one, he really needs a good qualifying here to get a good starting position, because what does he need? He needs 88 championship points, doesn't he, to win the championship at the end of this round. Smiley now goes P2. Yeah. Look at that. But 3/10 off still. That's how good the Brickley time is.
That is a heck of a time, that, from Jensen Brickley, isn't it? And Jensen is still in this championship race. He's only a little way now behind Bruce Winfield, second in the championship. And if Bordley is going to have a bad weekend, not saying he will do, but at the moment things aren't looking great, then Jensen Brickley will be gunning for a couple of race victories as Bordley, another lap taken away. Now, another Gen 2 Cupra joins the grid this weekend. Brad Hutchison. We're used to seeing him in the Bondit blue Audi. He's now in a Bondit white Cupra, which doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
Does it?
But I'm sure he's going to be relishing the chance now to get out there in one of these Gen 2 cars.
He has been saying so far that he's loving it. As Bradley Kent, look at that. P2 out there, 2/10 off from Brickley. Brad Kent looking very strong there. Look at him go. How's he on track limits? Well, not great through turn 1, but yeah, so far the lap's been okayed.
Not had great luck this year, has he, Bradley Kent, really? It would be a really nice story to see him have a good weekend here at Donington Park, where he so nearly stole the championship from his brother a couple of years ago at the final round in 2021. And he is pushing now as he climbs up out of the old hairpin, through McLean's, through Schwantz, into the braking zone at McLean's corner here, right up over the rumble strips, clobbers the marker post on the inside. He's absolutely on it, but not so far improving in the sectors.
No, again, I think there's a little bit of a cool down, and yeah, like you were showing there, the car just a little bit loose there as he's going through Coppice, and that's, again, very fast corner. You need to nail that corner as well, because you've got the long back straight here now into the heavy braking zone of the final chicane. Donington National layout we're on, not the GP, so that we're not going down to the loop. So through there, and Boardley, is that a time? He's finally
set a lap time.
He has. He's P13. He's 7/10 off at the moment, but it's a lap time. You can use it.
It is. Now, actually, in a way, I said that starting at the back wouldn't be good for him. In a way, I think he'd rather start 20th than 13th
Yeah.
because that really is in the danger zone. So he'll now be looking for more improvements to get a little bit closer to the pointy end of the grid. Of course, you have to qualify inside the top 6 to score points. And if he is going to try and wrap the title up tomorrow, then scoring some points today would be handy. Pit lane all of a sudden a pretty empty place. That's Oliver Cottam, the only car in the pits right now. He was 4th, he's now 5th because Callum Newsham has just jumped up onto the 2nd row of the grid. He knocks Chris Smiley down a place, but only just. Callum Newsham is 5/100ths of a second slower than Bradley Kent. He's 3/100ths quicker than Chris Smiley, who is 200ths quicker than Oliver Cottam. It is as tight as you like, as all of a sudden, Bruce Winfield jumps onto the front row.
That is a tidy time there. 1/10 off from Brickley. The I-30N's looking very strong here. We were saying it's a Hyundai circuit as well. And I think Kent is on a lap, though, because he's just gone purple, Sector 1. He has Bradley Kent in the Elantra, or the Veloster, sorry. Very, very quick. Here he comes through the final chicane now. How is he on track limits? All good from there. It'll be a straight run to the line. What is he going to do? Kent from 3rd.
Nowhere.
He doesn't improve. No, it's a bad Sector 2.
It was a bad Sector 2, and Sector 3 wasn't that tidy either, really, so maybe he's used the best of his tyres through Sector 1. He's still pushing as he goes through onto another lap, though, so we'll see whether he can find any more improvements. Saw there Jensen Brickley weaving around, trying to get back up to speed, as Luke Sargent climbs the curbs up through McLean's corner. Luke Sargent is currently only 16th. He'd like a bit more than that, I'm sure. I'm
sure he would, yeah, because we know that car's got the pace at the moment. It's just getting to grips with it, I think. He's saying it's such a heavy car, and it really bounces into a corner, it wallows into a corner, and he said he's not feeling 100% fully set up with it. So I think they just need to dial it in a little bit more and see what they can do with it. But, you know, it was quick at Snet. Let's see what it does. Across the line, no improvement there either for him. He stays in P16. 1.4 off at the moment. More laps coming in, being disallowed. There's 12 minutes left, and you know some times have been set. It's still close, less than half a second separating the top 10.
And within that top 10 now is Carl Boardley. 9th fastest is the championship leader.
Like
through Coppice he goes. Is he improving on this lap? The answer is no, at least in Sector 1. But that is more like it. He's into the top 10 and just needs to try and bag some points in the races tomorrow. Bit of a rear wing adjustment here on the Paul Sheard Audi of Oliver Cottam. And whether they were adding wing or taking it away, I'm not so sure. You'd imagine taking it away. In these conditions, front-wheel drive touring cars, it's understeer that you're fighting, really, isn't it? So taking away some rear wing might just help to liven the car up a little bit as he goes out there with still plenty of time left to try and find further improvements, but not yet 2/3 of the way through the session.
Yeah, I think, you bang on there with him taking it off because, again, if the track's hot, everything's up to temperature, everything's good, a lot of drivers saying that there is a lot of actual mechanical grip out there with the new tarmac. So, yeah, if they can take a bit off, because, you know, down Craners, it's all good, he's not worrying about anything, take a bit off, and, you might get a bit of extra whack down the straight.
Brad Hutchison, 3rd place in the Gen 2 Cupra out of nowhere. What a lap that was. Personal best in all 3 sectors. Sorry to jump across you there. That was an incredible effort, that from Brad Hutchison. I think he likes his new toy.
Oh, I think he likes it indeed. I did say to him, mate, if this weekend goes well, how hard is it going to be to give up that car again for the Audi?
That is incredible. Fingers crossed it was a legal lap because that was quite a good effort. Meanwhile, Jensen Brickley moves the goalpost, so 108.6. That is more like it. So a mid-108 is possible. I wonder whether maybe drivers have been getting banker laps in to now really give it the beans in the final part of the session. Bruce Winfield, personal best Sector 1, but Brickley's going faster again.
Yeah, this is looking very interesting now. I think, people have started to dial it in. I just think we don't know what we're talking about in these qualifying sessions. Think, oh, no, temperature is too hot. They're not going to get down to it. No, they just weren't pushing it hard enough. Yeah, Brickley now, that 108.6, that's a very, very quick time now. He's really set the gauntlet here for the rest of the field, hasn't he?
What can Bruce Winfield do? He's one of the next cars across the line. Bit of damage there. Look on the front of Jeff Olden's Opel Astra. And that, I suspect, is maybe an altercation with one of those floppy markers.
I was about to say the same, I think with track limits not being regulated on the inside of corners, I think he's pushing just a little bit harder.
Yes, he is. Oh, Alistair Camp has just left the pit lane, albeit rather smokily. Now, he was the one car we hadn't yet seen in the session, and I don't know whether he's actually managed to set a time yet. I don't think he has. There he is, though, the Pro Alloys car heading out onto the circuit.
Yes, indeed. So good to see him back, is Alistair Camp. We saw him out at Snetterton. And then he said I was going to do it all, and that didn't happen, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame because I was really curious to see what he could do. But I think after this incident, it was just a case of I jumped out of the TCR car into the Civic and then back out of the Civic into the TCR car. He had no breathing time across the weekend, and yeah, for this weekend, there's no crossover with the Civic, so he doesn't have to worry about that. And he used this time during the Silverstone round to actually test in the car to get himself ready for this round. So hopefully he is all primed and ready for this one. Currently out there, he's doing all right in qualifying. Let's see what he can do with his lap time, though.
Yeah, only just out of the pit lane, so it'll take him a while to get up to speed, but that's good news to see the former Civic Cup champion making his way into the session. I wonder what the issue was that kept him in the pit lane for the first 20 minutes. See the car wriggling around. That's how little grip you have when you go out on cold slick tyres, even on a day like this, and he's weaving around busily to try and get the grip levels up.
Yeah, he is indeed. Well, hopefully he can get it sorted out as he makes his way down. Back with Alex Lee here. And where is Lee right now? He's not even within the top 10 at the moment, is Alex Lee. So looking to set a better time. He's currently P12 out there. Yeah. So not what we're used to seeing from Alex, is it?
Especially given the other Hyundais are doing all right. Winfield second at the moment, Shepherd fifth. So his teammates at Area Motorsport in the I-30Ns are finding some pace, and for whatever reason, Alex Lee can't, seemingly. He was having some tyre problems yesterday, but that was more on a longer run basis than in qualifying trims. So, yeah, a bit of a strange situation there for him as we head through probably the final quiet period of the session now. A few drivers just going through a tyre rotation, getting themselves back up to speed, ready for one more big push. It's Jensen Brickley currently on course then for the pole position. And Jensen Brickley, I think I'm right in saying, has not had a pole yet. In fact, he's only qualified in the top 6, the point scoring places, once this season. That was a 6th place qualifying at Knock Hill. So always has been a better racer than a qualifier, Jensen Brickley. And here he is, perhaps on course for pole position, nearly 6/10 to the good, Anthony.
Yeah, that is still a fantastic time he set there. No one else in the 108. So Brickley certainly seems to have found some decent pace out there on one of the laps, but again, it's just a case of if you can do one quick lap, yeah, that's good, but can you maintain that over the course of an entire race? That's the question. So tomorrow will be another story. There's Rick Kerry again in one of the Gen 1 Cupras, and still looking very, very quick out there, and the car's always looking so controlled, and Kerry certainly seems to be doing a good job. Currently he's P19, but his pace is certainly much, much better in qualifying than what it was earlier on.
Yeah, most certainly getting quicker, isn't he? Alistair Camp also starting to get up to speed now as well. 18th quickest at the moment, but he's only done really 1 or 2 flying laps, and I have to imagine the car could still go quicker. Kerry across the line and goes with an improvement, stays 19th, with an improved lap time at the very least, as Alistair Camp stumbles across a good idea here, I think. Follows Bruce Winfield through the chicane. Not a bad marker to be following. Bruce Winfield has not long come out of the pit lane, but let's see. Well, he's getting up to speed. He's into the 111s at the moment, as Campy goes to the top 10.
Yeah, well, like you say, he's following Winfield there, and I think he's getting a lot of information from following another one of the I-30Ns out on circuit. That's definitely a good idea to do there, but I reckon just down, I love that shot there, down Craner curve. That is so fast through there, isn't it?
Personal best first sector for Bruce Winfield, so he is on it. Bit close maybe to the track limits coming out of Old Hairpin, but he'll keep his head down for now. Climbs uphill towards McLean's. Matthew Wilson ahead of him, but it's Winfield who's pushing hard. Inch perfect, lovely shot there as he comes through McLean's corner and heads up towards the right-hander at Coppice. Oh, lots of curb taken on the inside, where again, they're not monitoring track limits, so that's all perfectly legal. Out onto the back straight. The second sector ends halfway down the exhibition straight. It's a short final sector, not improving in the second sector, and I think he's maybe backed off, actually, seeing that traffic on the horizon. It's a shame there was potential in that lap, I think.
Yeah, potentially so. Well, 5 minutes to go in this session. Time is very quickly running out, and everyone out on track at the moment. A couple of drivers in the pit lane, but still, it's... is that all she wrote, do you think? Do you reckon Brickley's topped it? Do you reckon... I'm not seeing any times coming in. I'm seeing, you know, a couple of PBs here and there, but nothing really that's catching the eye at the moment.
The problem is there's such a gulf. It's nearly 6/10 of a second, and I think the only way you're going to find 6/10 of a second is by really taking some risks on track limits. And drivers aren't willing to do that because they have they're running the risk then of getting those lap times disallowed. I suppose in a way you've got the
You've got the banker laps in now, as that's Oliver Cottam going grass tracking on the old hairpin. So yeah, they've got their banker laps in now. That might tempt them into taking a few more risks track limits wise, but yeah, 6/10. I just don't see anyone finding that sort of time.
No, Brad Hutchinson's still in the pit lane as well. He's not gone back out, so are they checking something over there with the front of the car? Because he's been in there for quite some time now, hasn't he? Bit of damage on the front there, but nothing too severe. But, yeah, I suspect we're going to see Cottam in the pit lane as well. That was a lot of grass, I think. Is it?
Now, sorry, Bruce Winfield with an improvement there, stays second, but he is improving crucially. Alistair Camp has also just jumped into 7th place, and he's only 0.003 of a second slower than Chris Smiley, the reigning champion. Not a bad effort, that.
No, it's not, and I caught up with him earlier, and he was saying, you know, there's a championship battle going on this weekend. You're not part of that battle, but you're in the race here. Look at that, I love that.
I love watching Alistair Camp.
Still runs a little bit wide, though, at the exit, but nevertheless, still a great performance there. You know, he was saying, I am not scared of putting my car down the inside. If there is a gap there, I'm going for it. I'm here. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to race. So, yeah, he's going to be pushing it.
Always an exciting driver to watch, Alistair Camp, and he's really looking quick here at one of his favourite tracks. Now, more improved sectors coming in. Bradley Kent, personal best sector 1, but Jensen Brickley, would you believe, is going faster again than he already has. Purple in sector 1. The second sector is nothing to write home about, and it's not a million miles away. Are we going to see a new fastest time in the session? 108.610 at the moment, and no, backed off at the end of the lap there did Jensen Brickley, but he may yet have more time in him.
As Shepherd crossing the... Camp crossing the line, and no improvement there, using all the track and nearly taking out that last surviving marker to stop you from going into the red painted area to separate the pit lane exit and the track. But who's going purple?
Bradley Kent.
Bradley Kent, purple there in sector 1. Kent is on another lap here, but he's 7/10 off. That's a lot of time he's got to find.
It is, and sector 1 is only 20 seconds long. It's that second sector that makes the big difference. It's a 40-second sector. Try saying that 3 times quickly. There he is. He's got Brickley actually behind him on track, so these potentially could end up being the 2 fastest cars at the end of the session. Brickley, I think, is not quite improving on this lap, but he's not long way off, in fairness, through sector 1, so he could be in for 2 quick lap times here. Bradley Kent using all of the roads. He exits Coppice Corner and makes his way towards the chicane that can make or break your lap.
Yeah, looked like a bit of understeer there out of Coppice. It just ran so wide there and left a dirty line on the back, squirreling out the exit. Does he stay within the track limits there? I think he did. Does he cross the line? Does he improve that time?
No.
He doesn't, no. He stays in P4 and no improvement. Brickley crosses the line as well. He doesn't improve his time. Both of them have backed off now, so they're calling it down. There's 1 minute to go. Andy, I don't want to say that's all she wrote, because it's still, there are personal bests coming in thick and fast. Shepherd!
Yeah, Shepherd.
P2, look at that.
What a lap, and he's going quickly as well, because he was purple in the final sector. 2 personal bests, purple final sector, and he crossed the line with time for 2 more laps if he wants them. So Adam Shepherd onto the front row. It is Brickley, Shepherd, Winfield, Constable, Hutchison and Camp at the moment, the point scorers, because Alistair Camp has just got into 6th place. Bradley Kent, I fear, has had a lap time disallowed somewhere. Either that or, well, no, there's just been improvements, I think, from Shepherd, Constable and Camp. But Alistair Camp into the point-scoring positions now, and he's only 1/1000th adrift of Brad Hutchison. There could be more time to be had from the Pro Alloys Hyundai.
And because he wasn't out for a large portion of the session, I suspect he's going to be pushing that car as hard as he can right to the checker flag in this session. Less than a minute to go on this one. Are we going to see some improvement? Personal best coming in thick and fast. It's a personal best sector 1 for Marshall. Marshall looking quick out there as well. He's looking quick in the Audi, but keep an eye on that one as Wilson goes through the chicane. And is he going to improve on his time here? I don't think he's on a lap at the moment. Where is Wilson? He's somewhat down the order a little bit, is Matthew Wilson. Currently P15, as into the pit lane comes... Is that Boardley coming into the pit lane?
It was Brickley, I think.
It was Brickley, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, a lot of people just now diving it in. 17 seconds left on the board. Here comes Joe Marshall. Wow. He does improve. P5 now. That is a solid time.
Knocks Camp out of the points. Not that Alistair's worried about points, but it would have been a nice stat, wouldn't it, if he could have got into the top 6 by the end of the session. Brad Hutchison has just left the pit lane, I think just to scrub a set of tyres in for tomorrow, probably, because the time has ticked down to 0. Anybody currently on a lap can complete it, but I don't really think anyone's improving based on the sector tyres that we can see. It looks like being a first career pole position for Jensen Brickley, and that would be quite the achievement. He would be, I reckon, the
21st different driver to notch up a pole position in TCR UK history, and well, I don't see anybody beating him. Checkered flag is out, most people backing off, and well, what a grid we have got here, because let's not forget, we were talking a lot, oh, there's a lot of debris down in the old hairpin gravel trap there, isn't there? We were talking a lot earlier on about Carl Boardley, and Carl Boardley has ended the session only 12th, with his big championship rivals, Brickley, Shepherd and Winfield, filling out the top 3 positions on the grid. Carl Boardley all the way down in 12th place. So the weight that he's carrying this weekend, that compensation weight, the ballast applied because he's been doing so well, it's part of the championship regulations, holding him back a little bit and giving his title rivals maybe a glimmer of hope heading into the final part of the season. If they can have a really good weekend, if he has a really bad weekend, then that could just make the difference. Fantastic stuff, though, from Jensen Brickley to set the fastest lap time of the session. And Jensen Brickley with an average speed of 103.8 miles an hour, which I reckon might just be a new qualifying record for TCR UK. Yes, it is, by quite some way. Wow, the existing one was 101 miles an hour, and he's just done a 103, nearly 104 mile an hour average lap. That is incredible. So Jensen Brickley, a record holder now in TCR UK, after nabbing his first pole position in a championship that he could still win. Well, that was rather exciting, wasn't it? As we've come to expect, really, from TCR UK. Jensen Brickley on pole for the first time in a qualifying session anyway, with Adam Shepherd and Bruce Winfield, the area motorsport Hyundais, due to line up right behind him. Then the 2 Rob Boston Racing Audis of Jack Constable and Joe Marshall complete the top 5, whilst Brad Hutchison scores a point in qualifying in his brand new Gen 2 Cupra. That is a real mighty impressive effort, that, from Brad Hutchison, and that is, I believe, the first time this year that he's scored points in qualifying as well, so well worth upgrading the machinery. Alistair Camp, 7th, despite only doing about a third of the session. Fantastic effort from him. Bradley Kent is 8th fastest, 9th for Chris Smiley. He'll be a bit disappointed with that. And Oliver Cotton completes the top 10 ahead of Callum Newsham. And Carl Boardley, only 12th on the grid for the points leader. Alex Lee, only 13th. Didn't spot that storyline developing over the course of the session. Scott Sumpton next ahead of Matthew Wilson, Luke Sargent, Gary Townsend, Darryl Wilson, with Rick Kerry, Mark Smith and Jeff Olden completing the 21 runners. So, dramatic qualifying session, a fantastic effort that from Jensen Brickley then to set the fastest time by, in the end, over a quarter of a second from Adam Shepherd, who loses his qualifying record in TCR, but he'll be back hopefully next year to try and get some of these records back. Adam, I know, runs on not the largest budget in the world, but it would be nice if he could come back and have another crack at this next season. He's not out of this year's championship completely, but he's going to need a fair bit of good fortune. I think it realistically is Winfield, Brickley and Constable, really, and Alex Lee looking to try and close in on Carl Boardley, although it's very tight actually, isn't it, for third place on back in the championship. You've got Brickley on 227 points, so is Jack Constable, 226 for Alex Lee, 223 for Adam Shepherd, 217 for Joe Marshall. So given that poor qualifying effort for Carl Boardley, looks like it's going to turn the championship on its head. Right then, let's start to get some of the feedback from the drivers after what was a very hot and very competitive qualifying session. Anthony Jordan is down there with our pole sitter.
Well, look at that, qualifying done and dusted. Jensen Brickley, his first qualifying pole of the season, and the fans on overdrive here really working hard to cool that car down, because I suspect it's pretty hot. Well, let's jump over. Jensen, I've got your check here, mate. £1,000 going to your first pole position of the year. Go on, take that, mate. Well done, well done. Firstly, you look boiling hot out there. How was it?
Yeah, well, like you say, it's like 29 degrees out here, so it feels like we're doing TCR Europe or something, but yeah, it is hot in the car. But yeah, put together a lovely lap, stayed within track limits. We knew we had the pace all weekend. It's just, we've been struggling with qualifying, a little bit with car issues, a little bit with me under pressure. But yeah, I've been working on that at iZone. Thanks to John there, I wouldn't have been able to do that lap without his help and support. And yeah, just hope we can keep up the consistency in the race. Thanks to JBS Commercials. The Cupra was amazing today. But yeah, starting from the pole, see what we can do.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a good weekend, isn't it? Temperature-wise, like we're saying, hot in the car, but how was it feeling out on track? Was it slippery? Was it easy to get the temperature into the tyres, or were you having overheating issues with tyres? Was you losing grip out there?
We had some vibrations on one of the sets, but to be honest, it's really grippy, so yeah, can't complain.
Okay, well that sounds good then. Tomorrow might be a different story though, with maybe some thunderstorms predicted, bit of rain. Do you reckon that might shake things up a little bit?
Maybe, but nothing we can't do, so let's see what happens.
But no, still, the Cupra looking absolutely fantastic out there, but I can imagine now a lot of cool down needs to happen for the car and for you as well. But congratulations, you go away with that £1,000 and crucially 6 points as well in the championship fight, because that also is another story. There's only a few rounds left in this one and the championship's getting ever closer, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, we thought we were going to be a bit too far behind because of the slow start we had, but yeah, we seem to be gradually catching, so it's nothing that I was worrying about. I didn't think we was going to win it this year. It's still not in the eye line yet. We'll see what happens after Donington, and yeah, we'll see where we go at runs.
Yeah, mate, well done. Congratulations. Enjoy that one. Lift it up because you've got lots of photographers here wants to get your photos in, so well done there to Jensen Brickley. His first pole position in TCR UK in 2023. An absolutely fantastic effort, clear by some way as well. An absolutely stonker of a lap time that he put in, so really crucial to see how he does later on. Now, the rest of the cars, I think, are actually in scrutineering. There are some cars that are all the way down the other end of the pit lane, but I want to see if we can jump in here, because second in that one, Adam Shepherd, who poled it here last year, was pole at Silverstone as well. I'm not sure, I don't know how far away we can go in here, so hopefully you can follow me. Oh, actually, no, they've all left, so there we go, they were all in here. It's just scrutineering on it today, there we go. So there's only Brad Hutchison in there, and he's about to leave. Right, so we'll pop up the top of the pit lane then. But certainly, very exciting qualifying. We didn't expect that. You know, Brickley's always been quick in the Cupra, but it's just never been there on a lap, and he certainly found it this time around. He was clear by some way. What was it? About 2/10 clear from Shepherd, so still a very impressive time. Now, you will have to somewhat bear with me now, because we've got quite a walk for the rest of the cars, because it's dominated by the Fun Cup paddock that is going to be going out for their race later on. But certainly still, Brickley, Shepherd, Winfield. Now, Winfield, that was a good time as well for Bruce. He was looking very quick. Only 4/10 off. It was only a 10th off Shepherd's time as well. So very close between the I-30Ns. And we were saying this is a I-30N circuit as well. They were quick here last year, and certainly seem to be quick again in 2023. Here we go. Here's some cars that are starting to come up now. And I can see Oliver Cotton there as well. Now, it'd be crucial to chat with Oliver, because P10, not his best qualifying result. That came from Silverstone, where he was absolutely delighted with his qualifying. But let's jump in here and have a quick chat with him, because he had an off as well. I wanted to see what happened there, what happened when he left the track at the old hairpin. Oliver, so I just want to quickly jump in here. We're live, so please don't swear. I know you don't swear usually, but mate, Oliver, that was a interesting qualifying session. What happened at the old hairpin?
I was matching my first sector, and I had a pylon on the board already, so I just carried, I think, probably a bit too much more speed in there, just trying different things, and just went sideways on entry, so.
Yeah. Still a P10 result, though, so still a nice way. You're mid-pack, and, you know, if you can stay there, that's a nice reverse grid as well.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the plan now, see what happens with the reverse grid, but you never know around here. It's going to be thunderstorms or sunny tomorrow, so.
50-50, mate. If you want, we'll do a coin toss here and we'll decide heads or tails if it's going to rain or not. But with this one, though, you were looking quick at Silverstone. The Gen 2 Audi was quick there. How has it been on the straights here? Has it still got the pace?
No, it hasn't. The straight's not long enough for the Audi to perform anymore. I think the Hyundai's mostly dominating, and the Cupras will this weekend. We just haven't got the legs to get into 5th and 6th gear. I think that's where the Audi comes into its own.
Right, so that changes the driving style quite a lot then for this weekend. Have you had to really develop that?
Yeah, definitely. Pushing the car a lot harder around the corners and not using that advantage at all.
Yeah, well, we'll wish you the best of luck with that one. But P10 in qualifying, well done, mate.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Ollie Cotton. Callum Newsham as well. He had a relatively good qualifying. We thought he would do well. P11 for him. Obviously, we can't touch the cars. Hutchinson not back yet. Oh, Hutchinson not back. Matthew Wilson. Wilson's in here. Let's see if we can bring him out, because the camera can't come in here. I'll see if I can bring him out. Matt, come on out. Hey?
I'm talking. Yeah.
Oh, you were talking to someone else, right, not me. That's fair. Mate, you did all right there. How was that? How did it feel?
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it's so close. The times are pretty close, and we improved from testing and free practice, but it's so hot out on track, and once the tyres peaked, it's so hard to improve. Even though you feel like you're driving better, you've kind of peaked in the tyres.
It certainly looked like it was struggling out there. A lot of times were coming in very late in the session as well, weren't they? Track limits, though, that's a big one. I don't think we saw, well, a lot of drivers got pinged for track limits out there. How are you finding it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if, I think I got done a couple of times, but yeah, it was tough, and trying to push it that little bit extra, that's the bit where you're on the edge. You're trying to get every little bit you can kind of steal every bit of track without going over. But no, it is good, but the pack is very mixed. Around by me there's some very competitive race winning cars just in the same pack as me, so it's going to be an interesting race.
Do you see in the car live if the lap's been taken off you, or do you just kind of guess and keep going?
I'll keep going. If I will keep going to the end, but if I've messed up a corner, I will try and back off to cool the car down and go again. But I don't know whether it's track limits or not, so I will keep going until I get round the track.
Okay, well, still, decent qualifying, and yeah, we'll be curious to see what you can do in the race. Are you hoping for the reverse grid?
Back to the reverse grid strategy.
Hey, it worked out at Silverstone. Can it work here at Donny? That's the question.
That's the aim, that's target.
Yeah, right, best of luck in that one. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Good stuff for that one. I've just had it come through that, of course, a reminder with Alex Lee. He's got his 5-place grid penalty for contact with Sumpton at Silverstone. So, yeah, Bruce Winfield as well with his. So that's going to be an interesting one. Now, here's Shepherd. He is nowhere to be seen. Mr. Sargent's here. Luke Sargent, who's taking a drink. There you go. You're looking mighty hot there, mate. Yeah, we'll let you cool down a little bit, but how warm is it there out on track?
It's mental, honestly. I got out and they're like, you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm fine. But yeah, it's mega.
What are you drinking?
Not beer yet, unfortunately.
Water?
Water, yeah, it's orange juice, I think.
Orange juice? Yeah. That's not good for you. Well,
it's water and whatever. It's cold. It's cold.
Yeah, that's the main thing, mate. Qualified, that looked tough.
Yeah, we couldn't get it in the window for me. Aim was in the 9s. I think I got 10 dead. We got a bit of traffic at Coppice. That cost me about 2 tenths. So we knew we were going to be like 14th, 15th, 16th anyway. We wanted to get in the 9s just to my insanity, but we were just off.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. Donny, though, it's a fun track. It's a fast track, though. It's not feeling it right there. You got a nice chunk of damage there.
Matching ones. Bruce is literally same livery, the same damage on both cars.
Right. So mine and Andy's prediction is that's the bollards on the apexes.
That's the tyre stack, yeah.
That's the tyre stack, yeah. Right. Okay. Cool. Right.
But it's matching on Bruce's car as well.
So you're pushing the boundaries there.
Yeah.
Don't push it too hard.
No.
Good man, right.
Sorry,
No, you're fine. You're knackered, mate. That's understandable. I'm going to chat to this man here, Mr. Shepherd, who we've not caught up with yet over this one. Mr. Adam Shepherd, P2. That's not bad going.
I'm disappointed, not going to lie. We run old tyres all day in testing and free practice and didn't know where to go with the car for new. Got it a bit wrong and struggled with the balance a bit really bad, and made tweaks throughout the session, and obviously we jumped from nowhere to P2, which is a bit better, but yeah, we didn't go quite right with the car.
So with that just surprise jump, would you say that was a one-off time then, or do you reckon the car can continue that pace for a race?
No, I actually was doing those times on very used tyres. It's just when new went on, it threw it into oversteer and I struggled. So I think it'll be a good race car as it is. I don't think we need to worry. I think we'll go have more pace than relative than what we had in qualifying, but I think we could have pushed for pole if we got it right, but here's what it is.
Yeah. Despite what we've seen from drivers, you're looking rather relaxed and calm after out there in the car. You're not profusely sweating, you're not red in the face, unlike Sargent looks like he's about to keel over and die, but you're looking...
all the time, that's the problem. Well, no, it was good. It wasn't that bad, actually. I thought it was going to be a lot worse, but in a race, obviously, it's a lot longer. It'll probably take its toll.
Yeah, you've got the AC on in that car, haven't you? Turn that off, you go a little bit fast. That's the 210.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Mate, well done, P2. Congratulations to that one. Cracking stuff. Let's chat to this man here, as I dubbed the fruit pastel in the paddock. He hates it when I call him that, but Mr. Camp, P7, mate, you...
Just caught me in my overalls, that's all that was for, wasn't it?
No. I may have called you a fruit pastel while we were walking up to it. But, mate, you were fraction away from coming away with some championship points there in qualifying.
Yeah, we had 9 minutes. That's all we had at the end of that session by the time we'd got everything sorted, so I'll take that with 9 minutes to go, mate.
Mate, honestly, if you had a full session there, you could have been in the top 5.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said to you earlier, we literally just had 0 time, and obviously because we're new to it, the pressures had gone through the roof within like lap 4 or 5, and it's just like, that's when I'd done my best. And it was just after that, it was just pushing then, so I knew I'd done what I could do, and when I seen the board say P7, I think I've been promoted one, but yeah, mate, for 9 minutes of running, I'll take that. Yeah. A TCR session with these guys, like I say, it's mad.
That is, honestly, that is quite some good going. So, tomorrow then, does that beg the question that that car's got the pace and you're going to make some moves?
Yeah, 100%. Like I said earlier, we're here to make, you know what I mean, try to get some trophies if we can. Make a stance for the Civic Cup boys. They're all rooting for me, I'm sure. Well, not at the minute, they're all around Silverstone getting the testing to get their upper hand on me, but yeah, hopefully represent Civic Cup for us boys.
Yeah. Just don't drive like they do in the Civic Cups in this.
No, 100% not. No, we'll keep it clean.
No. The Civic's probably a bit cleaner than this. But no, mate, honestly, I am really looking forward to seeing what you can do out there. That was a solid time and really impressed P7 out there. Well done.
Appreciate it, mate. Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Campy there will be enjoying that one. There's Bruce Winfield's biggest fan. There it is. Biggest fan, that is, Bruce Winfield. He's got many more big fans out there as well, I'm sure. Alex Lee's currently sitting in the back there. I think he's having a quick chat. We'll leave him to it. Like I say, tough old session for Alex Lee out there. Best he could do, P13, so not matching the pace. And, of course, as well, he comes away with that 5-place grid penalty, so he is not going to be having a good start to his first race. Mr. Kent, though, Bradley Kent was looking very quick out there. Is Brad around anywhere, or... Is no
Right about.
There you go. That's the technical way of calling a driver. Just shout. Shout at the top of your lungs. Not allowed radios. No, not the top of his lungs. Not the top of his lungs. Okay.
4 kids, so
I'm loving this. This is British racing in a nutshell. Perfect car, and then everyone's got a cup of tea in their hand. Look at brew. It's got brew on. Bradders. Mate, qualifying. That wasn't too bad. You were P2, I think, at one point in that.
Yeah, I think we were at one point. I don't know, we're just losing a bit of time somewhere. I seem to be good through the first sector, and it's the last 2 sectors that I'm losing a lot of time. It might be, I've struggled with the chicane every time I've been here every year. So, I mean, we're very consistent, so the race pace is going to be good, and I think a few people are dropping down with grid place penalties from last time out, but I'm still quite happy with it. I mean, I only did 2 sessions on the Thursday because I slipped my finger open, so I've...
Yeah, what'd you do there?
I've had a bit of a boo-boo on my finger, so I had to leave the last 2 sessions on the Thursday. So I only did 2 sessions of testing then, but I'm quite happy with what we've done.
There you go. Is that what page of the driver excuse book is that? Have you done a bit of red food dye and a plaster on there? Oh no, that's at least half a second. That is.
It's going to be the excuse all weekend.
Yeah. Well, hopefully so. But still, you're looking quick. And we were watching your qualifying session. Back end of the car, it did look a bit twitchy.
Towards the end, especially. I mean, I think I set my fastest lap towards the end of the qualifying session, but it was just under braking. As soon as I hit the brake, the rear end just wanted to snap on me, so I was dealing with that. But I think the best time we were going to do was at the start of the session, which we got blocked by one person, and it was just a bit of a nightmare and a bit unlucky. But we know we're going to be able to race from there, so.
Yeah. I mean, still, do you reckon there's some changes then that could potentially happen between now and the first race to maybe dial that in a little bit more?
Yeah, 100%. I think we're going to make it so the front end on the exits of all the corners, it seems to be lifting up, which is giving me a bit of understeer. So we're going to try and channel that out a little bit and obviously dial in the rear end as well. So we should find some time, but we're very consistent with the times we were doing. So we'll be there. I reckon we'll be there.
So we'll see what you can do, mate. Well done in qualifying. Looking very good there. Bradley Kent, who will enjoy, I'm sure, a nice rest. Another one of the gentle rounders there, Gary Townsend. He's nowhere to be seen. Had a spin in qualifying, so hopefully all is well with the car. And he's going all right. Jack Constable, how did he do? He didn't do too bad, actually. P4 for Jack. He's gone. He's gone. Right. Okay. He's gone. He doesn't want to talk to us. That's fine. That's fine. Joe Marshall. He did quite well as well. Is Marshall still here? Is Joe here? Is he gone as well? They've both gone. Where'd they go? Shower? That's impossible. They don't shower. They smell. Right. Okay. Fine. We won't chat to them then. All right. Restart racing. Let's talk, because the Hondas have been looking pretty quick. Scott Sumpton, you were quick at Silvo. How are you feeling here at Donny?
Yeah, feeling really good. Really happy with how qualifying went, considering that we're carrying 40 kilograms. It's a lot of weight to be carrying it up the hill. So, yeah, can't really complain. I think we're P14, and there's barely anything from where I am to pole position. So, yeah, just looking to have a good race tomorrow and getting fighting.
Yeah. A lot of drivers hoping to get that reverse grid. I'm sure you iron up the same?
Yes, definitely. I'm not too sure what the weather's meant to do tomorrow. I've heard some people say it's going to be thunderstorms, some people say it's going to be dry. But, yeah, if we can get inside that top 10 in race 1 for the reverse grid, I'm sure we can have a good race and, yeah, keep up the front.
Last question for you. What have you done to the team? You worked them off their feet, mate.
It's because it's the weather. It's the weather today. They're doing an amazing job though. They're a brilliant team. I love every single one of them. Really working hard, and I think it shows from where we was at the start of the year. They've helped me develop as a driver, same as Jazz development program. So yes, really happy, and just have to go and do it all tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be the case, isn't it? Well, best of luck to you. Where's your teammate? Where's Chris?
I think he's in the lorry. I'm not too sure what he's doing, probably having some water after that hot qualifying session, but yeah.
It's warm in them cars, isn't it?
Too hot. It is. Yeah. It got halfway through and I was like, how much longer? But yeah, no, it is hot in the cars, but good fun.
Mate, best of luck for tomorrow, mate. We'll look forward to seeing what you can do. Mr. Something there. We'll stretch a little bit further down. We won't go too far, but we've got Brickley and Boardley here, both fighting for the championship. Brickley obviously putting it on pole. We spoke to him. Very, very good on the pace. He knows what he needs to do. Boardley, Mr. Carl Boardley is just behind me. I'm going to gently come in and tease the words track limits at you, because that kept popping up on our screen, and you struggled to set a time for nearly half the session. Am I distracting you? Sorry.
No, you're fine. We just struggled full time throughout the session. As soon as I left the pit lane, the brake pedal was just going to the floor.
Right.
So literally, yeah, but no rear brakes, and we, I don't know, maybe done 4 or 5 laps. Struggled to keep it on the circuit, like you say, and then it was just a case of just trying to get some sort of time on the board and then come in after a few laps and park it up, and that was it really. So yeah, just got done by a brake pipe really, but here's what it is, not an issue.
Yeah, so hopefully that can be all sorted then, ready for tomorrow. So you reckon with that issue resolved, do you reckon the pace is there then to gain some places?
Yeah, we just changed a couple of little bits this morning, and without pushing too hard, we were sort of up there, and you know, I think this morning we was about 4 tenths up the road from where we were in quali anyway. So yeah, we know the pace is there, and yeah, we're not gonna worry too much. You know, everybody's having failures, and has failures at some point. We've just had one there, so you take your medicine and move on, don't you?
Do you reckon the heat's got something to play with that one, because it's so humid?
I don't know. I think it's just one of those. The brake pipe's just given up, and that's it really. So luckily enough for me, it wasn't a massive hole. It was sort of more of a dribble out. But obviously, it's not nice to drive a car when you're having to pump a brake pedal and you're not really sure what's going to go on with it. So
yeah. Have you and Brickley made up after Silverstone? Because certainly that was a hot race, wasn't it?
No, I hate him. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know me, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, we had a little chat about stuff, and yeah, it's all done and dusted. It's racing, and it's, you know, what happens out there is what happens out there. We had a chat about it afterwards, and yeah, he's had a look at the video and he accepted it was, you know, one of them. He just made a mistake, and at the end of the day, we're all human. Everyone makes mistakes, don't they? So, you know, you own up to your mistakes, you shake hands, you have a laugh, and you move on.
Yeah. But with the championship being, you know, close, I think you're needing 88 points, leading by 88 points, and you secure it this weekend. Do you reckon that's doable?
No. No, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, like I've said to you all the way through, I'm not
I'm not really looking at that too much. Yeah, it's a nice little distraction to have in the corner, but I just want to turn up, have some fun, be up the sharp end, race with these people, have a little bit of, you know, door mirror bashing and stuff like that, and put a smile on everyone's face. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow. We'll flip a coin what the weather's going to be saying, because it could be rain, it could be sunshine. If it rains, what's the plan?
Put the wets on and get to the front.
A solid plan there. I like it. Carl Boardley there, ladies and gentlemen. 2023 here. Perfect. Cheers. Thank you so much there to Carl Boardley. Yeah, struggling with that one. We've got a couple of minutes to go. We'll come back down and see if we can chat to a driver that we potentially missed. But certainly, it's looking interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, it's looking so interesting. Cars in places that we did expect, some in places that we didn't expect, and Boardley being one of them. But with that brake line failure then, like we're saying, on the rears, certainly he struggled in qualifying, and it's not gone his way. Now, Bruce Winfield is in the back there. Let's see if we can try and chat to Bruce, if he's can see me. You stay there. I will wander in the back. Let me know if I cut out at all. Brad, can we grab a quick word? Are you free? Are you free for a quick word? Come on over. Grab a hat. There you go. Represent. Your hair looks beautiful, mate. Your hair looks beautiful. We'll come out here just so we're in the sunlight. Mate, that wasn't too bad, was it, qualifying? How are you feeling?
Yeah, all right. Ifs, buts and maybes, as always. Yeah, we did all right. Obviously, P3 puts me P8.
Yeah, I think with the yeah
penalty from the last round. So, yeah, you know, we can race from there. Obviously, the two main focuses in the championship at the moment. Boardley, Boardley obviously winning championship. He's starting P12, I think, or something. So we're starting in front of him, which is good. And obviously Brickley's on pole down the road. So, yeah. Just make as many places up as I can.
Yeah, like I say, with the fact that you've got the pace to be in P3, it shows that you can come through the field in the race. That's going to be a challenge though, because Donington Park, it's a fast-flowing circuit. How easy is it to overtake though?
Not the easiest. So yeah, I've spent no time on track near anybody else. I've just been on, you know, doing my own thing. So yeah, we'll find out in the races where people's weak points are and see if we can, yeah, overtake them.
Did you spot any out in qualifying there?
Literally didn't follow anybody. So yeah, I don't know where other people's strengths and weaknesses are. So yeah, well. Get my head down, get a good start, stay out of trouble, finish the race, and yeah, pick up as many points as we can.
That's what you need. Best of luck for it. We'll see what you can do in the races.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there, Bruce Winfield. Obviously, like you were saying there, with that 5 place. So yeah, it's not the best thing, but luckily he qualified P3, so he drops down to P8, so he's all right with that one. We've got about a minute or so before we take a short break. While we do that, we will go down a little further because I saw Brad Hutchison's car, which is just there. It's back. Darryl Wilson's worked his team off their feet as well. His old man here. How's the lad done?
Okay. Yeah, on the okay.
We saw the cars. They both came in with the bonnets up. What was happening there? Getting hot.
They're getting hot.
Yeah. So a common trendsetter. They were doing the same at Alton Park, weren't they? It was a hot day there, and so just struggling with the temps. Tomorrow though might be a different day. Bit of wet weather. Do you reckon he'd prefer that?
Further up, definitely. Well, we come through, don't we? So
always.
That's the game.
Yeah. I see he's got a nice... there's a very similar common trendsetter there with the barriers into the chicane. I see Daryl's done the same.
Yeah. That's how they drive.
Yeah, recklessly. I think. Yeah. I think that's what they do, mate. Cheers for that one. But yeah, like you say, both of them doing relatively well. Right then, we are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. We've got the story of what's happened so far with Andy McEwen on a voiceover.
As the early favourite with a strong opening 2 races. His teammate Adam Shepherd and one-off entry Josh Files would prove a thorn in his side, with Chris Smiley also getting his title defence off to a solid start at the circuit where he claimed the title only a few months earlier. There were differing fortunes though for the debuting Carl Boardley, whose opening weekend didn't particularly resemble that of the championship contender he was to become. The same could be said for Jack Constable, now aboard one of the Gen 2 Audi RS3s, who had to start from the back after qualifying dramas. He made good progress up the order, but would ultimately come away from Snetterton with 0 points scored. It was Winfield who was the big winner though, claiming an emotional victory in the first race of the season before backing that up with a podium finish in race 2 to become the early points leader. Lewis Brown was second, but TCR Europe beckoned for him, meaning it was effectively an area motorsport 1-2 as the championship headed to Croft. It was here that Jack Constable was able to really get his season back on track. Pole position for race 1 with Winfield stuck mid-grid meant it was a great opportunity to get some points back, although Jack was beaten into the first corner by Carl Boardley, who showed real commitment to go round the outside on cold tyres to lead his first laps in the championship. Constable wasn't settling for second best though, and the pair engaged in a fantastic scrap for the lead, with Boardley ultimately hanging on. For the reigning champ though, things weren't quite as rosy. Mechanical problems took Chris Smiley out of the race and put him on the back foot from a very early point in the season. At the flag, Boardley was the first home, but a penalty meant that it was Constable who claimed the win and took maximum points from the race, a much-needed boost to his championship hopes. In the second race, Brad Hutchison led early on, but it would be another title contender who'd break through to claim a maiden victory. Hutchison slipped back through the order, often finding himself battling the area motorsport cars, who all seemed to be strangely off the pace after their Snetterton dominance. The reverse grid gave them a chance to salvage some points, but it was a real dogfight as others tried to make forward progress. One of those on the attack was Constable, the race 1 winner going for every gap in his pursuit of another good result. Eventually, he found a gap too small to fit his Audi through, and the resulting contact led to non-scores for early title favourites Alex Lee and Bradley Kent. Jack wasn't done yet though, and after a great side-by-side scrap with Callum Newsham, he found himself 6th at the flag and right back in title contention. Adam Shepherd was also on course for some good points, but it was Jensen Brickley who stole the headlines, claiming his first win in TCR UK competition in only his 4th race start. So Winfield still had the advantage, but Boardley was now hot on his heels. A season-long rivalry was born, a rivalry which would take a few more twists and turns when the championship reconvened at Upton Park. Under the baking Cheshire sunshine, it was once again the area Hyundais who seemed to have the edge, with Alex Lee beating his teammate Winfield in the race to turn 1. Constable looked strong again as he battled with Smiley for a podium place, eventually getting the better of the Honda driver, who was in a particularly feisty mood, refusing to allow Adam Shepherd to follow the Rob Boston racing car through. Brad Kent was in the wars again, this time making friends with the other Rob Boston Audi driver, Joe Marshall, whilst 2 more Audis had bigger problems, as George Healer and Gary Townsend tangled at the hairpin. Boardley was having a quiet, if unspectacular, run to another top 5 finish, whilst Winfield was able to catch and overhaul his young teammate Alex Lee to claim his 2nd race win of the year. It was going from bad to worse for Brad Kent though, whose day ended in the Knickerbrook gravel trap. As the race wound down, Boardley had to settle for a solid 5th place, but Jack Constable wasn't settling for anything. He hounded Alex Lee through much of the second half of the race, eventually forcing a mistake at the very final corner to get by the youngster and break up the Area 1-2. After Boardley finally claimed his first race win later that day, Winfield still enjoyed a 29-point lead over the Cupra driver as the series prepared to hit the halfway mark with a visit north of the border.
Knock Hill was the host venue for the 4th event of the season, and it was here that Boardley really started to make his mark on the championship. Having won race 1 at a canter, he dodged the race 2 drama, right at the centre of which was his big rival Bruce Winfield, who was tagged into a slide by Jensen Brickley, who then engaged in some more paint trading with Jack Constable. Through it all, Boardley serenely picked his way forward, eventually catching the lead group, who themselves were engaging in some of the best racing of the year. Sadly, Chris Smiley would take no part in that, as another DNF effectively ended his bid to retain the title he won last year. With Constable in the pits as well to clear grass from the radiator, Boardley took his chance, picking his way past Brickley to seemingly claim another race win. However, not for the first time, a track limits penalty would deny him. Still, 4th place earned him more points than his championship rivals, and a race 3 victory now put him some way ahead in the championship race. Next, the home of British motorsport beckoned, and 2 brilliantly entertaining races on Silverstone's national circuit. Area Motorsport were back on top in qualifying, but with some new challenges in the shape of the much improved Scott Sumpton and Oliver Cottam. With new drivers fighting at the front, the opportunity was there for Boardley's championship rivals to take some points out of him. That wasn't exactly how things panned out, though. First, whilst running in 3rd place and on the tail of his title rival, Winfield retired with a broken rear toe link, a major blow to his championship hopes. Then some of those who could have challenged Boardley became distracted battling each other, as the side-by-side racing showed no sign of relenting. Oliver Cottam, Scott Sumpton, Jensen Brickley were all engaged in combat, with Cottam eventually taking a trip through the gravel trap at Luffield. Sumpton then collided with Brickley at Beckett's, sending the 2-time race winner tumbling down the order. Brickley then engaged in combat with Brad Kent and Joe Marshall, as the Silverstone National Circuit proved the perfect place for TCR racing, with action aplenty throughout the 2 races. Sometimes that action got a little too close for comfort, though. Boardley, though, avoided all the action, and after race leader Adam Shepherd retired due to mechanical woes, the Cupra was once again the first to see the checkered flag, claiming a 4th victory from the last 5 races. With race 2 being the reverse grid race, though, things wouldn't be quite as simple for the now runaway points leader. As Sumpton grabbed the early race lead, Boardley found himself stuck in the midfield, where trouble can break out at any moment. As the pack rounded Beckett's for the first time, that's exactly what happened, as Brad Hutchison and Callum Newsham tangled right in front of Boardley, Chris Smiley being fired off into the scenery at high speed. It was a big hit for Smiley, who thankfully emerged from the shunt unscathed. After a brief race stoppage to clear the wreckage and repair the barriers, the race resumed, with Boardley no doubt very grateful to be part of it, having avoided that collision. As Constable was forced to take the restart from the pit lane, it was Alex Lee who led, with Winfield and Boardley both keen to make up ground from the midfield. Then near disaster struck for the championship leader, as, not for the first time, he tangled with Jensen Brickley and was sent sliding spectacularly across the runoff area. Lots of positions were lost and the car potentially damaged, but Boardley would soldier on, desperate to keep his strong point-scoring run going.
Then, sensationally, there was friendly fire between the area Hyundais of Winfield and Shepherd, with the latter forced out of the race with broken rear suspension. A disastrous day that had promised so much. Winfield's battle wasn't over yet though, as he fought valiantly to keep his big rival Boardley behind through the latter stages of the race. Carl was clearly keen to get through, damaged car or not, but ultimately Winfield fended him off. It was Bruce's other teammate though who claimed the win, as Alex Lee kept himself in contention with a second victory of the year. Brickley was second but later penalised for that contact with Boardley, meaning Winfield was on the podium and arrives at Donington Park 45 points adrift of leader Boardley, with work to be done. Realistically, it could now be a two-horse race, but as we've seen in the past, TCR UK has a habit of throwing up some late-season surprises.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Donington Park. And behind me is the cars for our next race, which is our 4-hour endurance race, which is the round 7 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And I thought I might as well do a little bit of a grid walk while we're waiting for our epic 4-hour thriller to start. So let's make our way down the grid. The grid is drawn randomly by ballot, and starting on pole position is the Team Olympian car with Chris Devell starting. I'm just seeing if I can quickly dive in once they're just putting the belts on. We'll just let Leah pop the belts on for Chris, and then we'll have a quick word for him. Thank you so much. It's a bit warm in here, isn't it? Thoughts for the race?
It's going to be very hot. It's going to be really hot today. It's those that can stay cool and not make mistakes towards the end of the race. We're all going to get very dehydrated, but yeah, it's going to be, it's always fun. Whatever the weather, it's always fun in Fun Cup.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck, Chris. That was Chris Devell from Team Olympian. On the second place on the grid is Ted Bradbury. Ted is having a very busy weekend this weekend because he's on double duties. Ted, front row start for you. Great place for the start of the race.
Yeah, it's quite lucky to be honest. But yeah, I'm not complaining. It should be a good race. Going to try and get away with Team Olympian. Just slipstream's a big thing around here, so let's see how it goes.
Excellent, thanks a lot, Ted. That's Ted Bradbury. Next up is Ian Wood, who will be starting third on the grid for GCI. And Ian, as everyone has been saying, it's going to be very, very hot 40 minutes for you, isn't it?
It might be 50, Jamie.
Or maybe 50, depending how you're feeling.
Yeah, it's nuclear hot in here.
And thoughts for the race?
It's going to be long and very, very hot. But yeah, we usually just progress ourselves steadily to the front and then let Craig go for the last 30 minutes in the thunderstorm.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Ian. That's Ian Wood from GCI. Next up, starting will be Peter Ratcliffe, who's had a fantastic 7th place at Silverstone, and it's nice to be at the pointy end, isn't it?
Isn't it great, Jamie? Yeah, really looking forward to this. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, this race. It's a bit warm, but it's not a problem. I think we'll all have a good time. Managing the tyres is clearly going to be a key issue. I think it's all going to be what happens towards the end. But feeling very positive. The boys are doing well, John and David. The boys at Team Leo's done a great job getting the car spot on. We're really feeling really happy, very positive.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Peter. Right, what we're going to do, because we're a little bit short on time, is head down to the back of the grid for our winners from Silverstone, which is the Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing. That will have Colin Kingsnorth starting. Now, he's got to start 20th on the grid. So we'll just make our way down to the back of the grid now. As you hear, all the blowers are going to try and keep everyone cool. Quick word on the grid. Mind the grid slot. I'll just have a quick word with Simon Rudd on my way down. How are we feeling? Is the handle right?
We'll find out in an hour.
And thoughts for the race?
P16, so you know, the first stint, just got to try and get up as far as we can. I think it's going to have to be a bit elbows out initially, and then yeah, we'll hand it over and see where we can go. So yeah, I think this first stint's going to be quite crucial, just to get out of the way and get down the front.
Excellent, thanks a lot, mate. That's Simon Rudd from the Axiometrics GRD Racing. Right, Colin Kingsnorth. He unfortunately had to miss Silverstone due to other commitments, but nevertheless, the team got a great result. And Colin, I suppose the only way for you is going to be forward.
Well, yeah, hopefully it's not backwards. That would be a disaster. But yeah, we'll just have to take it slowly and settle through. It's 4 hours, so try not to bid it in the first couple of laps.
And as everyone has been saying, that the temperature of inside the car, it's going to be nudging nearly 50 degrees. Yeah. How are you going to manage that?
I don't know. Try not to faint, I think, is the only thing. But yeah, I mean, it's the same for everyone. So it's I'm more worried about the tyres getting hot than me getting hot, to be honest. And
thoughts of the race?
Well, I think when you start at the back, you probably hope for a few safety cars. And the gravel's here normally pretty good for that.
OK, thanks a lot, Colin. That was Colin Kingsnorth, as the engines are now starting to fire up. So what I'll do is I'll hand you over to your commentators for this race, which will be Andy McKeon and Richard John Neal, who will take you through this epic 4-hour thriller.
Yeah, that is a pretty fair assessment, I think, of what we're about to see unfold in front of us. The 99th championship race that took place a few weeks ago at Silverstone was truly epic, and we're really hoping that Donington Park will provide more of the same. In race number 100 of this championship that ran as a series for the best part of a decade, then eventually becoming a championship at the beginning of 2011, there are many of the same drivers, same teams, and almost all of the same cars that raced in that first season still on the grid here today, and they're all going to put on a show for us, I'm sure, at this penultimate event of the 2023 season. Andy McEwen, Richard John Neal in the commentary box, and Richard, I think you enjoyed Silverstone almost as much as me, and that really was one of those races that we won't forget for quite some time.
Yeah, totally. It was one of the best racing weekends I've had of the season, and that was
yeah, the Fun Cup race was the icing on the cake, and people getting fed up with me going, did you watch the Fun Cup race? No. Well, go back and watch it because it was absolutely superb, really, really good. And interesting today on the gate, you know, do you know when you see people out of context, we might have had this conversation before, I've come on the gate, got my ticket scanned in, there's a guy saying, hello Richard, how are you? And it takes you a couple of seconds. One of our Legends crew is here today to look at Fun Cup.
Really?
And having and fair play, you know, it's people are realising what great racing it is, what good camaraderie there is in paddock, and always fantastic weather as well.
Yes, although that will provide a challenge, definitely, for the teams and drivers as the race goes on. Championship starting to reach crunch time as well now. We've only got 3 races to go, 1 today and then 2 at Alton Park for the championship decider in late October. And well, on total points, it's PLR Racing, which is one of the most experienced teams on the grid, who lead the way. But once you apply those dropped scores, things actually get even tighter. Team Olympian move ahead by only 8 points. So it's an 8-point lead for Olympian on drop scores over PLR Racing in second. They're 5 ahead of UVO in third place. The Vikings are 4th place on 308 points and Greenheath 5th on 300. So 26 points covering the top 5 teams once you start applying those pesky drop scores. We'll get into that, I'm sure, as we move through the 4 hours of racing. But for now, attention turns to the start of the race. We've got our driver list in front of us as well. So that we can tell you who's starting the cars, and I think we can run you down the way in which they are going to be taking the start of the 4-hour race with the randomly drawn grid, the grid draw taking place during the driver's briefing earlier on this morning, and pole position went the way of Team Olympian, amazingly. The championship leaders for once starting at the pointy end of the grid. The 267 car will be started by Chris Dovell. And Riley Phillips was saying it might slip back at the start of the race, but at least they're starting from the front this time, not having to fight their way through from the very back as usual. So here is the grid then. Team Olympian on pole position. It's the number 195 JPR for hire car. Team BCW as they're known. Ted Bradbury taking the opening stint in his second Fun Cup start. Then it's GCI Racing, the reigning champions. Ian Wood starts third alongside Team Ratters Racing. That car started by Peter Ratcliffe. Team Greenheath then will come from 5th on the grid. That car will be piloted by Paul Turner, whilst EDF Motorsport's number 104 car will start 6th. That car started by Gary Summers. Team Race Logic are back, and we believe they're back for the rest of the season now. David Denyer will take the opening stint in the 252 car ahead of the 212 EDF Motorsports with Autotal Machine, piloted by Simon Coles. Then it's Signature Motorhomes, the 110 car of Adam Bessel, former MX5 frontrunner, starting 9th. And Team UVO Hoffman's Motorsport will start from 10th on the grid, driving duties beginning with Fabio Randaccio. Mate Club with EDF Motorsports, number 246, they will start from 11th on the grid with Matt Dawkins. And the championship leaders on total points, Team PLR Racing, number 146, that car started by Ben Pitch, will be coming from the 6th row. Then it's Team Seed Data and MJ Tech. Team Seed Data in the 214, and that is a car change. They were originally down as the 98. Andy Bennett will take the start now in the 214 ahead of MJ Tech's number 249. That car started by Will Abraham. Then it's Team Easy to Reach, number 251. That's Tom Greensall. And Axiometrics with GRD Racing. They had a spin earlier on in practice, but Simon Rudd will be hoping for a cleaner start from 16th. Then it's Team 3 Motorsport starting 17th on the grid, the number 98 car. And then we will have GT Radial with Team Fueled Up Racing, and at the very back of the field, Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing, the winners last time at Silverstone, and it's Colin Kingsnorth who will take the driving duties at the start of this one. Right then, Richard, predictions. Where's your money going if you had to try and pick a winner?
Olympian, which is not a particularly brave sticking my neck. No, I know it's, but you know how has that worked out? And the first stint could be absolutely crucial for them. Get away, build a bit of a lead. Possibly, we'll wait and see. How about yourself?
Wouldn't bet against Team Olympian. I reckon GCI Racing might have half a chance as well. You know, they've only done the 3rd race they've done this season. They've been on the podium both times they've raced with us so far, and they are the reigning champions. Another one of those hugely experienced teams. One of those teams that was on the grid for race number 1 back at the start of 2011. And here they are, race number 100 in this fantastic championship, and they are starting 3rd on the grid in the number 1 car. Very slowly then, they come 2 by 2 down the exhibition straight. Chris
Dovell in the green and black Axiometrics car. The black, red and blue is Ted Bradbury, who is going to be out in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship later on, where he's qualified within the top 5 as well, so he knows the track well. He was very rapid when he raced Fun Cup at Alton Park for the first time ever earlier on this season, led actually for a portion of his stint at the start of the race, and he will have ideas of doing the same again now, starting from the outside of row 1. 2x2 then, through the Robert chicane, and towards the start line. They really are crawling their way towards the start of the race. A very, very slow end to the formation lap. Hopefully this isn't the sign of a problem for either of the front row starters. They're almost at a standstill, in fact, as they come out of the final turn. The safety car has pulled into the pit lane, and those red lights very soon will extinguish to get the race underway. It is a very pedestrian start to 4 hours of racing here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. The lights go out, away they go, and it's a good start made then from the pole position by Chris Dovell. But here comes Bradbury round the outside line. He's got his nose back ahead by the time they hit the braking zone into Redgate Corner, and he will get the lead in the 195 car. GCI slotted to third place. There's a bit of a squeeze just behind them as they round Redgate, but they all emerge the other side more or less, I think, in one piece with that. They're still 3 wide actually. Greenheath, Team Ratters and the 110 car banging doors as they head for the Graders for the first time.
Yeah, look at some sideways stuff going on there, and love the interview that Jamie was doing, saying that so much gravel trap around here, and well, you'll tell us how many safety cars we've had in the past, but yeah, they are going to be an invitation to these machines, aren't they?
Most definitely so. The Donington Park National Circuit does tend to bring about a few safety cars on average. We are looking at something around 3 or 4 per race around here, so much higher probability of safety cars than we had at Silverstone last time out. Team Viking there making some good progress from the back of the grid. Race Logic, by the way, seemingly starting from the pit lane. I noticed that car was in the garage after everyone else had been released to the assembly area as the 214 car gets 2 wheels into the gravel at Coppice. That car was off the road in qualifying earlier on today. It rejoins this time, thankfully, with the front splitter attached, but some way down the order. The leaders through the chicane for the first time. GCI Racing up into second position as Chris Dovell just tries to find his space in the line and settle into a groove early on. Ted Bradbury, though, has already got 2.2 seconds to the good.
He's away, isn't he? You can't stop these youngsters. Is he still 16?
It might be 17.
17 now,
so,
yeah. And seat time is just a great thing, isn't it? To get in, get as much time as you can, be acclimatised with the heat, be acclimatised with the track. Different car, different vehicle, won't faze him.
No, not at all. It is a different car to the one he was out in at Alton. That was the 106, this is the 195, but he's equally as quick, pulling clear at the front of the pack. Some good battling going on behind there. This is for 4th position, and that was the UVO car up the inside through the old hairpin. Did that work? Did they manage to prise the door open? No, they've actually lost momentum on the exit of the turn, and so the 110 Signature Motorhomes car gets up alongside them. So the Olympian car holds on to 3rd place. It's side by side behind them, and it's still side by side, in fact, as they exit McLean's corner, with only now the UVO car managing to assert itself in front. And they climb the hill towards Coppice, where immediately defence turns to attack for Fabio as he tries once more to slip up the inside of Chris Dovell, who's doing a good job actually to keep this lot behind him.
He is. Here he comes, this iconic shot as they go a little bit uphill, a little bit down, coming down into the chicane once again. And Bradbury's checked out, hasn't he?
Really
has. Goodness me.
Ooh, that was a bit busy. Dovell does now fall behind UVO and Signature Motorhomes as around the outside charges the 212 car. Now, we heard in qualifying this morning from Rob Croydon, who'll be taking the second stint in that 212 car. He wasn't very happy with the way it was handling, but Simon Coles is barrelling up the order quite nicely, and so too here, look, is the 103 car slipping up the inside of PLR and MJ Tech, and GT Radial is getting very busy indeed. Ben Pitch there getting his elbows out in the PLR racing car as he tries to nip up the inside of the Olympian machine, which is now starting to slip down the order a little.
Simon Rubb was saying with his wrist injury, I don't know if you covered the background to it, but his football injury.
Oh, really?
I said, what happened? Because he's wandering around with a bag of ice. And I said, what happened? He said, do you want the true story or a good story? And the true story was he was playing in a Sunday League football, which is always a little bit brutal, Sunday League, and got taken out by a left back. He was playing on the right wing apparently and injured himself. I don't know what the good story was. He said he hasn't made it up yet, but he is in quite a bit of pain. I think a lot of the other people were saying it might have been him sandbagging. or ice bagging, but
Yes.
not the case. He's in a little bit of discomfort, but he's got a lot of work to do, hasn't he?
Yeah, he did have the ice pack out when I chatted to him yesterday evening, actually, now I think about it. And not slowing him down too much, he said, but it might be a little bit tricky over a long 40-plus minute stint. Remember, the first pit window will open 40 minutes into the race, so we get to enjoy quite a bit of this action before things inevitably calm down a bit after that first round of pit stops. Things looking pretty calm already, though, for the race leader. Ted Bradbury is 6.5 seconds up the road already. It is now the Team Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car in second, GCI Racing third, Signature Motorhomes are fourth, Greenheath fifth, Ratters Racing sixth, then it's the Olympian car in seventh, and this, the battle for eighth place, PLR Racing back up the inside of EDF Motorsports and bringing with them the Axiometrics car.
Yeah, that's the black and blue and white car, Lawrence Davey prepared machine. Lawrence looking forward, I think, to going home and working on a Mini that overturned here
really?
a couple of weeks ago in Mini Coopers. Or not looking forward to working on it, but pays the bills.
I'm sure he enjoys it deep down as well, getting his hands dirty, getting the cars ready. Hopefully we won't have a repeat of that in this race, but certainly pretty fierce competition right from the word go. And it's not letting off just yet, is it? This is the fight for third place. GCI Racing hanging on, and Signature Motorhomes looking strong in the early stages. That is Adam Bessel, as I said, sharing the car with Thomas Dregfer and Antonio Almeida Souza. And that is a driver lineup that I think we have had once before. Jamie, I'm sure, will correct me if I'm wrong, but they don't do every race. And Adam Bessel really looking racy here. He wants to try and take that third place away from GCI Racing up the inside into the Robert chicane. He's late on the brakes, and that was a pretty typical Funcup move, wasn't it, really? Got the slipstream down the back straight, got to the inside line, outbraked himself, job done.
Yeah, nice Donington move as well, using it, and safely there. Many other formulas you see higher up the ladder, without mentioning there would have been people being taken off. But no, good. So everyone wants to finish the 4 hours and go home in one bit for their day's work.
Well, here we go. Let's get the stats spreadsheet out there. What's the earliest we've had a safety car at Donington before? Because that car ain't going anywhere. It's the 214 again, unfortunately. Second time they've been in the gravel trap already today. And in this race, in fact, third time they've been in the gravel trap today. And that's just the 3 times that we've spotted them. The 214 car, which was started by Mike Devlin, going no further. Now, it is quite close to the edge of the road. We're early in the race. Maybe the marshals will have a window of opportunity to push it back onto the track, but it'll take quite a push.
That is a lot of pushing, isn't it? A quick look from the marshal, waiting for the signal. We get a thumbs up. And I don't know if that was thumbs up that the driver might be able to get out with a bit of assistance, or whether they do actually need to get a rescue vehicle onto that and try and get Mike Devlin back in the race. But already you can see as the cars plough on round with their lap, Ted Bradbury about to put a lap on the stranded car. You know, that's such a big dent in the hopes. Yeah, we've got flashing lights on now, so I think we are going to get the safety car and recovery. But yeah, that's a chance of a podium over for that car early doors. They've just got to enjoy the rest of the race if they can.
Yeah, they will always try to get cars back into the race, though, will the Funcup organisers. Julian Floyd up in race control will have his finger on the pulse here, and he will be thinking of the best way to get that car recovered, and I think the only way to do that is to get a safety car out there. But what he also will try to do is wait until the recovery vehicle is in position, the marshals are good to go, then throw the safety car, rather than waste time behind the safety car whilst all of that happens behind the scenes. So we'll probably keep racing for a lap or so, and then I would imagine we will have a halt to proceedings. Terrible news if your name's Ted Bradbury, because he's nearly 7 seconds up the road, and that lead would of course vanish if we were to get that runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car out on circuit. Great news though for some of those who had to dig their way up the order from lowly grid positions. People like Signature Motorhomes, for example, who are now up into third position. They're a good 3 seconds or so behind second place. They're nearly 10 seconds off the race lead. A safety car right now would be just right for them.
All about timing, isn't it? And you can safety cars and driver changes, it can all come about by accident, or happy accident, serendipity, call it what you will. There's another great shot. I love that run up to here. Good track walk if you get the chance to do it. Here comes the safety car out onto track. The runyourfleet.com machine coming onto circuit, and we'll pick up Ted Bradbury. There's the lead. I mean, it's half the length of the straight already, just after 5 laps. So Ted was zipping away. You look like you've lost something, Andy.
I've lost my pen. It's all right.
Do you want a spare?
If you've got one, please. Yes, thank you, Richard.
Of course, mate. Yeah, not a problem.
So that I can make a note of the lap the safety car came out, you see, because it all goes in the stats spreadsheet at some point. So
have a Ginetta one. I think it does actually work, even though it's got Ginetta written on it.
Oh, very good. So that is lap number, what were we on? Lap 6
that the first safety car was deployed. And I doubt that will be the last one, such is the nature of Fun Cup racing here at Donington Park. Ted Bradbury's lead then disappears, and Team Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport in second place get a good opportunity to close in. Third place, Signature Motorhomes, fourth GCI Racing, Greenheath the fifth, sixth place then for Axiometrics with GRD Racing, seventh for Team Ratters Racing. They weren't all that quick in qualifying, but they're running solidly inside the top 10 at the moment. PLR Racing are in eighth, Olympian down to ninth, so those two have sort of swapped over a little bit. PLR started deep in the field and have fought their way into the top 10. Olympian started from pole and have dropped down to ninth, just ahead of GT Radial there with their door open. Now I suspect that's a little bit of impromptu cooling going on for the driver aboard. That car piloted at the moment by Martin Gibson, and having only completed, 10 minutes of running, he's already feeling the burn.
Do you know what, when Jamie was doing the interviews, Andy, on the holding area, it struck me, yeah, I mean, it's hot for everybody, okay? You're sensible, you've got shorts on and a t-shirt. I haven't got shorts, I'm not as sensible as you. It's hot for everybody, but add in a sealed metal container, flame-proof undergarments, crash helmet, you've got to actually be pretty fit to do the stints in these cars. So, yeah, any bit of oxygen or air that they can get is going to be a terrific help for sure.
There is the 214 car back underway, so speedy work by the marshals as always. Big thank you to them for the hard work that they do. There may be a bit of sweeping up to be done, so I guess we'll get one more lap behind the safety car and then we should be good to go. It's not the earliest we've had a safety car at Donington Park, by the way. 2013 we had one on the second lap, I do vaguely remember that, but still, an early safety car bunches everyone back up, and it does give those who started from the back of the field a chance to regroup, get a little bit closer to the race leaders. So Ted Bradbury, he's built the lead once, but what do you think? Is he going to be able to do it again? Because of course this time he's going to have Fabio Randaccio taking the restart right on his rear bumper.
He has. Just having a look at the times actually. Best was a 1:24.6, so Fabio's best lap time is 3/10 down on Ted's. So I think we can safely assume that Ted's going to disappear off into the distance again.
Yes,
I don't know Fabio. I'm taking he's a little bit older than Ted because he's been around on the record sheets as far as I know for a few years.
Yes, Fabio and Farchini have both again been here pretty much since the championship started, really, running under different names back then, slightly less Italian sounding names than they have opted for now, but yes, they are very experienced drivers, multiple former champions.
Are they in the seniors? Are they in the
they
plus 55? So you get
believe.
bonus points for that, don't you, as well?
Now they are not going to be happy with me. No, they are not yet old enough for the Masters category.
Okay, so you don't get you get extra 2 points if you're over 55,
yes,
and minus 2 points if you're under. So if you've got a younger driver and an old driver, it balances out, which is superb.
Yes, good idea.
Great bit of organisation.
Yeah, no, that is a good idea. And of course, there's a separate Masters Championship as well for you to go for.
What do you think is a good age for Masters? We've got a bit of time to have this sort of rubbish discussion that I sometimes bring to the... what's a good age to be a Master? Because it varies. Some championships you're older at 30, and other ones 55. This is probably one of the older Masters categories in racing.
It probably is, and yet it's often the Masters who find themselves at the front. So it proves that age is no barrier, and age does not slow you down as much as some people would have you believe. But the average seems to be about 45 or so, doesn't it? So I'd say that's about right, but it's slightly terrifying to think that at 45 you're considered to be getting towards the end of your racing career. But yeah, I'd say somewhere mid-40s seems to be the average. I'm trying to think who the oldest driver is that we've got on the grid. I think we'd go well into their 60s, I think, for the oldest drivers that are racing with us in Fun Cup. But again, goes to show that there is something to be said for all those years of experience.
It does count, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Every lap really counts, and it's great for youngsters coming in and seeing this formula that you can get the chance, like Ted Bradbury, to get a few extra laps and race against people with a lot of experience, which you can learn from, which is great. Lights off on the safety car, though.
Yes, they are. So we're going to be going racing again in a moment or two. And as the runyourfleet.com Jaguar heads down through the final chicane, it will bail for the pit lane, and we will very shortly get racing action underway again here in this 4-hour Fun Cup Endurance Championship race. And down towards that chicane they will head, with Well, at the moment, Ted Bradbury not choosing to hit the loud pedal. Now he does, just as they turn into the chicane. No overtaking before the line, of course, but I don't think that Fabio was going to be close enough anyway. He does now start to pick up a bit of a slipstream, and he might try to tack into Redgate corner. MJ Tech bouncing over the grass further back as the leading two, tied together, do turn their way through Redgate corner now. Who's going to try and make the first move? It could be the EDF car. It is the EDF car, which drives straight past the GT Radial number 97. No defence put up at all there by Martin Gibson, although maybe it was all part of the plan, because on the exit of the corner he's back through.
Is he still truck racing?
Oh, I'm not sure he is actually. No, I'm not sure. I don't think he is. Not a championship I follow all that closely.
I think in Europe, not in the UK. I haven't seen him in the UK this year. But
Jamie will have the answer. We'll add this to the list of questions that we'll ask.
Jamie, hot enough out there, and he's got a.
It is great having Jamie here, though, because all of these questions that I don't have answers for, I can just defer to him. And
he was bar steward in the holding area. There was a little window in the side of the hospitality, and he was pouring beers for people in the lunch break, which was so getting him doing everything. Apparently, they're down to the last barrel and a half.
Yes, I believe the party last night was, well, actually fairly average, really, by Funcup standards. They do know how to put together a get-together, and that's exactly what they're doing out on track right now. Some good close racing going on, and here, look, at the front of the field, we are seeing no separation between the top two as Fabio is sideways into that final chicane. He is at the moment then able to stick with Ted Bradbury. Well, this is what Fabio and Farquini were telling me yesterday. At Silverstone, they had some sort of an engine issue. They were down on horsepower. They could stick with people in the slipstream, but what they couldn't do was pull out an overtake. So it'll be interesting to see if they choose to try and get the lead here, how easy or difficult that proves to be.
I'll tell you what, a good restart from both of those. Thought Ted had nailed it, but Fabio really did stick with him, and is doing so at the moment. 3/10 as they cross the line. And this is a great thing, isn't it, to get a hard-charging youngster. And there's no doubt about Ted Bradbury's pace in the Mazda Championship, already a winner. And we can expect him to do great things later on today and tomorrow. And yeah, a good measure, isn't it, for these Masters drivers, or nearly Masters drivers, to come and have a go. And Fabio's closing right up on him again.
Yeah, absolutely. Sliding his way up through McLean's corner. For the time being, might be content to work with Ted, because they're getting away from the rest of the field. The other car that's making good progress is the 5th place car, isn't it? That's the Axiometrics with GRD racing machine that started the race 16th on the grid. Yeah, so they are into the top 5 already. They're on the tail of Signature Motorhomes and GCI Racing. Good start to the race then for Simon Rudd, as you would expect, I suppose. And he's hunting around behind GCI Racing now to try and gain more ground.
So his wrist is holding up at the moment. I was watching the Speedway Grand Prix last week. Was it Holder who was in the Speedway Grand Prix, had a plated wrist, had his wrist plated in the week and was out and got into the finals. You just think, yeah, that's when drivers carry injuries. As long as they're not putting anyone else, oh, here we go, putting them at risk. Another place made up for Simon down the inside of the number 1 car. I'll tell you what, he's going to try, and is he going to make it a double hit? No, he isn't, but up to 4th.
Gave it a good go. He was good on the brakes there, got that double slipstream down the pit straight, and managed to get to the inside of one of those cars at Redgate. Thought for a second there he might try and get up the inside of Signature Motorhomes down through the old hairpin, but decided against that and sits back in the slipstream now, climbing uphill this long gradual incline all the way up through Starkeys, through Schwantz, and into the right-hander at McLean's, which is a possible overtaking opportunity. And Simon Rudd is possibly about to overtake someone else. He does get up the inside of Signature Motorhomes, takes 3rd place away, and that's 2 really nicely executed overtakes within half a lap to get now into the podium places.
2 good drivers fighting out. Adam Bessel, the man who was passed. Great to see Adam back out on track, and was looking forward to seeing him maybe doing a bit of Mazda racing. Didn't pan out for him money-wise, so come here, good sensible decision to come and share the cost in endurance racing.
Yeah, there's a few Mazda MX-5 drivers taking a long, hard look at Funcup now. Now, is that damage? It is damage on the Signature Motorhomes car, so just as we were talking about them, a bit of bodywork goes flying off the front. I'm not quite sure where they sustained that damage, though, because I didn't see any contact with the Axiometrics car. Maybe a curb strike somewhere that's just caused a little bit of problem. Now, lead change first lead change of the day. I wonder how many we'll get to today. If we can reach 41 again like we did at Silverstone, we're in for a real treat. It is the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car that gets to the front of the pack. Ted Bradbury slotting back in behind him, and that's telling. That tells me that Fabio thinks maybe he could be quicker out in front. We'll wait and see whether Ted gets the memo and decides to work with him.
Yeah, this is part and parcel of it, isn't it? You get a lead change, and we'll probably get a lot more, but it might change the tactic for the youngster just to watch. You might want to get the measure of Fabio to see what he's about before he maybe slots and gets back in front to hand over at the end of the first session of 40 minutes, or 40-minute slots, aren't they?
Yes, they are, yes. 40-minute pit window will open at 40 minutes. You can extend that by 10 minutes if you want. It's a 10-minute window. So in theory, the start driver, if you put your quick driver in at the start, which 195 have, they could keep Ted in for 50 minutes or so.
I think that was a plan with Simon Rudd. He was saying that even though he's got that injury, and he can communicate with the team if it gets a little bit uncomfortable or more uncomfortable, he can come in earlier and hand over. But the plan is for, as the fastest driver, to do the longer first stints, the longest stint you can do.
Understandably, really, although he was a second slower than the race leaders on the previous lap in third place. But a big part of that is that he doesn't have a slipstream, but a bodywork goes flying again there through the chicane. That may have been off the 214 car that was recovered from that gravel trap a moment or so ago. So leading two then staying together. On his own actually in third is Simon Rudd. Look, he's really got away from this now four-way fight for fourth place. That's GCI Racing slipping back up the inside of this slightly wounded Signature Motorhomes car. You've got the number 14 Team Greenheath machine of Paul Turner with them as well. And then Ben Pitch, PLR Racing, with such a super consistent season that they've had this year, Richard. I've been so impressed with Neil Plimmer and Ben Pitch. We have had 6 races so far this season. They've yet to finish out of the top 5. They've actually had 4 third place finishes, sorry, this year, and they are currently the championship leaders before dropped scores, and it looks like they once again have the pace to be inside that top 5
sounds
today.
like the curse of the commentator when I normally say that sort of thing. I'm not casting aspersions on you, Andy, but if I was to say that, race over, you know.
And it would not be the first time that I've been guilty of it either, I have to say. Luckily, I know Neil very well, so I'm sure that, I hope he would forgive me if anything were to go wrong. At the moment, though, they're looking strong and might be about to take advantage of some of this battling breaking out in front of them. GCI Racing are up into 4th place now. But this is a good example of cars and drivers not working together and losing time to those cars ahead. You can see the gap that Simon Rudd has pulled now on these 4, as GCI Racing once again there had to go slightly defensive into the chicane.
They do. Let's see what Neil Plimmer can do from the back of this group at the moment, just maybe having a little watching brief. And yeah, amazing how Simon Rudd had pulled away. But the number 1 car holds on for the moment, goes a little bit defensive. The Signature Motorsport car having a look to the outside. Team Greenheath in the mix as well there, and into Redgate down through. Are we open for track walks tonight, by the way? Are people able to do that?
They are, yes,
if
they want to in this weather. I have to say I shall be passing up the opportunity to.
I would no. It's always a good thing to do, isn't it?
No, I agree.
Get back to the just the great shots that are showing you the undulations. If you've not watched the racing here or been here before, it's a super track to race on. It's an even better one to watch. And if you're watching an endurance race like this, spend the time, if you're at the track, walking around and trying different vantage points.
Yeah, absolutely. Wherever you go, you tend to get good long distance views. Lots of the spectator areas are raised to the outside of the track, all the inside actually. And one of my particular favourite spots is actually on the right as you go out through Starkeys. From there you can see them coming out of Redgate, down the Craners, through the Old Hairpin, up the hill again through McLean's. You can see about 2/3 basically of the Donington Park National Circuit. And actually, if you sit yourself in the grandstand at the top of Redgate, you can see pretty much the whole thing. It really is a fantastic place to come and watch some racing. And for me, one of the best tracks in the country for providing side-by-side racing, particularly when it's one-make racing. Something about this place that really does seem to generate lots of action. We've had another lead change, by the way. Ted Bradbury back up ahead now of Fabio Randaccio, whilst we've been quite rightly watching this very engaging battle that's going on for 4th place. And those two now 4.7 seconds clear of Simon Rudd in 2nd place. There they are, look down through the Old Hairpin. So Bradbury sat behind Fabio for a couple of laps, then decided, actually no, I think I might be quicker, and went back into the race lead. But they both have had a stint out in front. Neither have been able to break away, so I suspect we'll see these two cars running nose to tail essentially until one of them heads for the pit lane.
And that will spoil it, won't it? They should.
Yes, it shouldn't be allowed, really. No pit stops allowed. On a day like this, I think we might be outvoted on that.
Has Ted got a race this afternoon?
He has.
He has, because they got 3, haven't they, over the course of the weekend? So, yeah, he's going to be a little bit busy.
He's young, he'll be fine. He's young and fit and more than up for the challenge. Is he going to have a challenge down into the chicane here, I wonder, from Fabio Randaccio? A bit of bodywork flapping loose, actually, on the front of the Uvio car. It won't be slowing him down too badly, but Fabio Randaccio, again, just choosing not to pull out of the slipstream there. Perhaps down into Redgate Corner, though, he might have a better opportunity. Came off the chicane well, he's got that slipstream. Does he opt to go to the inside of Ted Bradbury? At the moment, he's almost pushing him down into the braking zone at Redgate, where they stay single file, and Ted Bradbury stays out in front.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Ted's not going overly defensive, is he? Uvio Huffman car getting the fastest lap on that last tour as well, so picking up a little bit of a tow, which will help. Down through the Craner curves once again. I reckon we're going to get another couple of lead changes before we get into the first lot of stops.
I think you might be right, because even when they've been trading the lead, they're still faster than those behind, aren't they? So it's not really losing them a huge amount of time. That fastest lap, by the way, a 1:23.788. The lap record, a 23.57. So we're within a couple of tenths of a second of the lap record. That was set back in 2018 by PLR Racing, I seem to recall. And that was on the old Donington Park circuit, but it was in October, so it was a lot cooler than it is today. And that perhaps explains why we're not quite down to those sort of lap times just yet, but there are arguably quicker drivers who haven't yet got into their cars, so I think we will see that fastest lap beaten by the end of the race. Whether it's lap record beating, we'll have to wait and see. Leaders down the exhibition straight, and look at Fabio there pulling out of the slipstream, not to try and attack there, Richard, but I think to try and get some cooler air to the front of that car. A lot of the teams have made modifications actually to the front of the cars to try and really open up that radiator grille, because they were worried about overheating. Given the close quarters nature of Fun Cup racing, you spend too long tucked up behind someone, those engine temps start to skyrocket.
Change for third.
Yep, Signature Motorhomes.
Fourth, beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry.
Signature Motorhomes ahead of GCI Racing there.
What's the record for most number of changes for third place over the course of it?
You asked me this at Silverstone. I think I
sorry.
said I was going to try and figure that out, but that would take a little bit of time, I think. But yeah, that's a good little battle, this, isn't it, for fourth place? And having got back into that fourth place, the Signature Motorhomes car, driven by Adam Bessel, was actually driving down the grass for a bit, coming down the pit straight, so as not to leave that inside line open even a fraction. Oh, they're just nipping to the inside as well down at the old hairpin, but there's a bit of a stalemate going on here, isn't there? There's a bit of trading a position between this group, but no one can really assert themselves as the dominant car in that train.
A couple of black and white flags going out as well from race control, including the second of the cars that we're looking at. Now I'm assuming that was for track limits. Got the good old MSV sensors and cameras in the various points around the circuit, which I think were for the older track limits rule. So if the clerk of the course this morning for the juniors was explaining that if they do get that photographic evidence, it's looked at, and the lead up to it is looked at as well. If you've gone off and coming back on, they'll take that into account. But they were saying that because it's on the old one, we're going to get a change, nearly get a change for the position. Here comes Neil Plimmer having a look on the inside. Basically, if you get caught by a camera, the cameras were set to the old rules, which were a little bit more lenient. So if you do get caught, it's real.
Yes, no arguing your way out of that one. Ben Pitch there then gains a place in the PLR racing car.
Sorry, Ben Pitch. I wanted to say Neil Plymouth, wasn't I?
I think it's because I mentioned Neil before, but Neil is, I'm sure, watching on from the comfort of the garage for the time being. That little side-by-side exchange has brought the next group of cars onto their tail, though. So MJ Tech also get up the inside of Paul Turner in the Greenheath car. And that now turns what was a 4-car scrap into about an 8-car battle, making its way down through the Craner curve. So Ben Pitch up into 6th place. There at the back of the group, look, the yellow and blue Ursus Capital Racing livery Team Viking car. Winner at Silverstone last time. Solid, but under the radar start to their race, really. They're in 10th place at the moment. And having started 20th, that's not bad going for the 170 car of Colin Kingsnorth, but he's caught this group now and might be about to pick up a few more positions as they climb to the top of the circuit here at Coppice. begin the downward approach to the end of another lap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them all in a long line, picking up the slipstream, getting closer and closer together with every foot travelled. And then Pitch perhaps is going to be the one next to try and make a move, forces a bit of a defensive block out of the GCI racing car. As they head through the chicane, position to stay as they were for the time being. And the head of the field, Uvio back in front now. So we've had another lead change. Donington record, by the way, Donington national record, 15 lead changes way back in 2013. I think there's a good chance we'll beat that today as Ben Pitch tries now to get up the inside of Ian Wood here.
He's having a look, got a good line here, so should be able to pull this off as they head down towards the Crane of Curves. But if you're a fan of racing, as I am here, you'll know that you can go side by side. Still they do. Is Ben Pitch going to hang on to it? Yep, teeing up the inside. Great bit of racing between them. Nice bit of space between the cars. But now we've got Wood going back on the cutback. And in fact, one place gained then turns into 2 lost. So valiant stuff from Ben Pitch. But ultimately, more work to do.
So often the way here at Donington, you go for a move, you think you've made it, then you lose momentum on corner exit and end up dropping down the order. Brilliant driving though from Will Abraham in the MJ Tech car to gain a couple of places out of all of that. So he's now up into the top 5, I believe, in the number 249 car. GT Radial also getting in the mix, so too are the Vikings. Someone's in the gravel meanwhile, that's EDF Motorsport, the 212 car wide at McLean's. But this battle's starting to get more and more intense by the lap. Signature Motorhomes perhaps now starting to distance themselves from it, but behind it's every man for themselves as the Vikings just about throw out the anchor into the chicane. An aborted attempt at an overtake against the GT Radial car there, but not afraid to get stuck in is Colin Kingsnorth. That move though on this occasion not successful.
Good run going on here. Race leaders, what have we got at the moment? 3/10 between Uvio Hoffman and 195, and safety car time again.
Oh no, that is Race Logic. Race Logic off the road at the chicane. And the 252 car, is it beached? I think it's headbutted the tyre stack, hasn't it? That's a real shame then. The team that made their return, long-awaited return to the championship last time at Silverstone, almost won the race on their return to the series. But here at Donington Park, things not quite going as well. So yellow flags out at the chicane. Might just be able to get that car going again under its own steam. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, battle raging on here between Ben Pitch and Paul Turner. Ben Pitch in the PLR racing car, Paul Turner in the number 14 Team Greenheath machine. As they wind their way out of McLean's corner there, the marshals in attendance now. Is there damage to the front of the Race Logic car? Wheel looks like it's pushed a bit further back maybe than it should be, bit of bodywork damage at the front. But if the car won't fire back up, Richard, then yeah, you're absolutely right. That could become our second safety car in the early stages.
2 in the first stint.
Yes. That is not that common.
Oh, it's going. No.
There we go.
Spoke too soon.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So they've got the car fired up again. I think that's all it was. I think the car probably had stalled as they pushed it back and they were able to get going again. So Race Logic, it was David Denyer taking the opening stint, and he's back on his way, albeit now 1 lap down.
Yeah, always a shame to lose a lap, but you never know, might be able to get it back. We saw that last time as Ben Pitch again tries the inside on the number 1 car. Nothing doing at the moment. He'll maybe try and have a go down through the Crane of Curves again. Let's exit Redgate down into Hollywood. Just looking at the gaps between Axiometrics GRD, 5.7 seconds down at the moment.
Someone's knocked one of the bollards down going down through the Crane of Curves. Thankfully it rolled off the track onto the grass there, but someone perhaps being a bit adventurous with their track limits. As GCR Racing and PLR Racing run side by side. Ben Pitch up the inside line, and another place regained really by PLR, who lost a couple of laps or so ago. But Ben Pitch is a much improved driver actually, and not really a huge surprise I suppose, given the fact that he's been learning from the most experienced driver on the grid, Neil Plymmer. But Ben Pitch has certainly become quicker over the years, to the point that there's really not a huge pace difference between them. In fact, they're one of the more evenly matched driver pairings out there, Neil and Ben. And Neil imparting some of that wisdom upon his younger teammate. I think is what's really putting them into this good championship position in 2023. Runs a bit wide at the chicane though, that bottles everybody up and just drops them away a little bit further from the group of cars ahead.
And of course you've got class drivers at the front of this. Once you've got the opening laps out of the way, you might have some lesser experienced drivers maybe starting. I'm not saying it was the case today, but wherever you are in the top 10, top 12 of this, some class peddlers out there to race against.
Yeah, it's not an easy championship to come into and immediately be quick in. But
Viking car's on the move, isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely, around the outside of the...
What have you done to that fan?
I knew I shouldn't have started messing with that. I was trying to make it so it's not just me getting the full cooling effect of it, but that might have been a mistake. Yes, the Vikings on the move and trying to jump ahead of Team Greenie. That's 8th position. And the Vikings, 3 times race winners now in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship after their most recent victory at Silverstone. Let's try and get win number 4 here today. Good looking car that. I do like the addition of the blue Ursus Capital livery that they added last year. And, as it rolls its way through Coppice, tucks back in the slipstream, maybe to try and make a move down towards the Robert chicane. This the 22nd time of asking down into the chicane. Up the inside goes the Viking car, and this should be pretty much all done, although Greenheath are going to try and hang tough around the outside. That was never really going to work, and it might actually cost them another place.
No, they're going to hang on. They're all right. GT car behind, so GT radio machine. It'd be interesting to hear. We haven't heard from Jamie yet, but we will do after the stops, and it's going to be interesting to hear physically how the drivers are coping with it.
Yeah, can't be easy out there, that's for sure. Now, this has become a very familiar sight this weekend. The 214 car with damage at the front. It lost the left-hand side of the splitter in qualifying. Now it's in danger of losing the right-hand side of the splitter after its gravelly moments earlier on. But they're still going. Team Seed Data, a car that they bought now, I believe, to compete in through the rest of this year and into next season. They had a couple of different drivers out in it yesterday, and now it is theirs to keep, and they are battling there with T3 Motorsport, but there's a couple of laps between these two cars after the 214 car had its dramas earlier on. Down the hill they come, and this is one of those tracks where you do rely a bit more heavily on that front splitter, so that will be costing them a fair bit of front downforce, therefore a fair bit of lap time as well, but they're not super concerned about that, I don't think, today. Just keen to try and log some laps, get a bit more experience racing in the championship, and come back and give it a proper go in 2024, hopefully, where it would be nice to start getting a few more cars out on the grid. There are well over 30 of these cars in the UK currently. It'd be good to get more of them out there. So if you own a Fun Cup car, or you want to own a Fun Cup car, then do get in touch with Paul and Christian Rose, who run the championship. And they would be more than happy to try and help get you out there on the grid, and then you could be a part of some of this fantastic racing that we're seeing.
It is good, isn't it? Some remarkable stuff. As you said, lots of people coming and looking and testing, having a look for next year. And I'm not sure things economically are getting easier, but people are getting their heads around what is out there and are realising what they've got for racing to go and enjoy themselves. So, and this is a great social thing. If you've got a sponsor, obviously we've got great live stream coverage with yourself, Andy, all through the season, and the guys from Alpha doing the business. But also it's a great social environment, really good hospitality.
Yeah.
So, come and enjoy the race days as much as anything else if you're a sponsor and want to get involved.
That's one of the things I don't think people realise until they do come and experience the Fun Cup, is that it's not just about the racing. It really is such a nice part of the paddock to be in. The hospitality, they really go all out on the food, is top notch. I can attest to that, and so is the conversation and the banter that you'll have with your rivals out on track, but off the track, all one big happy family. It really is genuinely the case. Here comes Signature Motos. They've slipped behind MJ Tech now, so that's 4th place that's changed hands. MJ Tech in the 249. That is the car driven by Will Abraham at the moment, and they've picked up another spot as GCI Racing skate wide almost into the gravel track there at the chicane. They're very slow as they rejoin the track. That could have caused carnage as Greenheath and the others came up behind them at much, much greater speed, and amazingly, I think contact averted there.
That looked quite scary. We were talking earlier on about a grip or lack of grip in these hot conditions. Was that part and parcel of that, I wonder? Probably a bit early to be talking about that, maybe.
You'd imagine so. I think they were just a bit hot under braking, but taking some interesting lines. In fact, they're trying to get back up the inside of the 104 car, which is a lap down, that EDF Motorsports car. But looked like either Ian Wood outbraked himself, or perhaps is starting to struggle with brakes, because we've talked about engine temperatures, driver temperatures, tyre temperatures. The other thing that overheats quite easily is the brakes. And if you're really getting stuck into the battle, as GCI Racing have been over this opening nearly 40 minutes now, then you can start cooking the brakes as well. And that would explain why they couldn't quite get the car stopped into the chicane that time. The Viking car there trying to slip up the inside of the lapped Race Logic machine. You don't really know where to look here, do you, as the battles rage on up and down the order. And the head of the field, by the way, I think we've had another couple of lead changes since we last checked in. That gap was about a second, Bradbury back to Randaccio. Randaccio was actually ahead at the end of the previous lap, and now Ted's reclaimed the lead. So Bradbury had started to pull away, but battle rejoined once again at the front of the pack.
It's all going to be about the stops as to whether we enjoy that. But the great thing is here, you've got the top 6 over 20 seconds, and all of that can change. We're only a minute away now from the pit stop window being open, but as you mentioned, a lot of drivers will leave it till the end, so we might not get a shake-up till the end of that 10-minute window.
Yeah, Bradbury's definitely one who I would expect to stay out until the very end of the window, sharing the 195 car this weekend with William Chadwick, Mazda MX-5 driver as well, but he's had most of his success in sim racing actually, and Ashley Woodman, who is a Masters driver. So Ted Bradbury, the youngest driver on the grid by far, is racing in the Masters category this weekend in Fun Cup, because one of the drivers on his team is over that age, and is therefore gunning not only for overall victory but perhaps a class win as well. Now, I thought there that Fabio was teeing him up for a move. He pulled out of the slipstream and then seemed to drop back quite noticeably, so I wonder whether UVO are starting to run into some overheating issues here.
Yeah, just trying to get a bit of air in. That's a good shout. You were talking about modifying the openings. Are they allowed to do that within the rules? I guess they are, if they...
Yes, that's something most, if not all of the teams have done, I think, to adjust the front of the cars. It's something they used to do a number of years ago quite regularly, not really something that they have to do all that often these days, but yeah, just slightly wider little square grille opening at the front of the cars. Better to let them all do that than have cars overheating and blowing engines left, right and centre, which we don't want to see at all. Now, did my eyes deceive me, or did that JPR hire car have a rear windscreen missing? The 251?
No, I think you're right. Yeah.
Not quite sure how that's happened, and they are low on rear grip as well, slightly, aren't they, as they turn into the chicane?
Yeah, very much so. He's seen a fair bit of slipping and sliding around actually in the early stages, and most of them collecting it up very well indeed. No retirement so far, touch wood, he says.
Now you've done it.
Yeah, well, Ben Pitch having another go here, so let's see whether he can deal with Adam Bessel. A great racing for the 40 minutes. And that's the other thing to put in perspective, because your Mazda race is normally 15 or 20 minutes, double the stint for these cars and enclosed.
Yes, exactly, yeah, and that's something that they do notice as well, getting into a car with a roof for the first time. Of course, Ted Bradbury, for example, all of his racing before this year was in karting, where clearly you're open to the elements, then into a Mazda MX-5, which is only slightly more enclosed. And yeah, racing with a roof, particularly in these temperatures, particularly over these distances, is a real physical challenge. So he's up to it though. He's leading the way, Ted Bradbury. Second place, Fabio Randaccio. Big gap back then to the Axiometrics car, which is about 8 seconds adrift in third place. MJ Tech, you're seeing here the white and orange car in fourth, ahead of Signature Motorhomes and PLR Racing, who themselves have swapped back over again on this lap with the 110 now back ahead of Ben Pitch. Back into the top 5 positions as we do now move into that first pit window of the race.
Waiting for the first cars to come in. Jamie will be waiting to pounce on them, metaphorically, as soon as they, or maybe literally, I don't know. It's a very friendly paddock.
It is. Jamie's a very friendly person and has made many a friend up and down the paddock, that's for sure. Myself and Jamie have been involved in this championship for a long time now. I actually tried to... I lost count a while ago of how many of these races I've covered. I think we're into the 80s now, certainly the high 70s as far as number of races I've covered, and Jamie's only about 15 or so behind me, I think, if that. So, yeah, we've both been welcomed into the family, most definitely, and there are friends that we've made in this paddock that will be lifelong friends. And you know this as a commentator, you work across lots of different championships, you meet thousands of drivers over the course of an individual season, but certain championships you do seem to really grow closer to the drivers involved, and Fun Cup absolutely one of those.
No, it's absolutely great. That's what it's about, isn't it? I always say racing's about the people, about anything. Same with any sport, you know. If you didn't enjoy being the people, you wouldn't come.
Yes. Absolutely. Although the racing is pretty exciting too. We do enjoy that most certainly in the Fun Cup. Now this is a Race Logic pit stop, but this looks like a Race Logic car perhaps being pushed back into the garage. They've been in the gravel trap once already, of course. A bit of damage done to the front of the car, and unfortunately, after that sensational return to the championship last time at Silverstone, Donington Park has been a bit of a bump back to reality.
Yep, and just as I said, there were no retirements as well, so it might not be a retirement.
It does take a lot not to kill a Fun Cup car, definitely, and even if they spend a portion of time in the pit lane fixing it, I'm hopeful that we'll get them back out into the race. PLR Racing here, meanwhile, battling away again with Signature Motorhomes. Ben Pitch is back ahead now into 5th position. Whilst at the front of the field, Ted Bradbury has just done a 1:23.375. That is a new fastest lap. It is a new lap record around the Donington Park National Circuit in only his 2nd race in the season, and he's already a record holder, is Ted Bradbury, as this battle further behind him continues to rage on.
Now, do you record, going on to stats again, do you take the lap record at the end of the race, or do you pop into the records the incidences during the race?
No,
where
so
it's changed.
That would typically only be updated at the end of the race, because I think that's actually beatable, to be honest. I think that they could go even quicker than that before the end of the race. But yeah, he has to hold on to that till the very end now to get the nod in the stats spreadsheet. Yes, definitely. Oh, now there is the Race Logic car, not in the garage, but front bodywork off, and I actually think it's more steering or suspension they're concerned with, isn't it?
It does look that way, doesn't it?
Was that left front corner that seemed to take a bit of a knock. Fascinating look at the internals of a Fun Cup car there, but that's not the view that Race Logic wanted to be giving us of that car in the race for now. There goes the 98 car back out into the race. We've had a couple of cars further back pitting, although actually GCI Racing have come in, so have Signature Motorhomes, so we are now starting to get a few from within the top 10. There is the Signature Motorhomes car, so that is Adam Bessel handing over to Thomas Dregfa. Might be his first race with us. It's certainly not a name I've come across in the championship before. So once the driver change is done, once the car is fired back up, they will head back on their way, and we may well lose that car from that terrific battle for the time being, because that did not look like the fastest of pit stops.
Sometimes a good idea to get out of the battles. I think we said at Silverstone, and rather than just get bogged down with the battle, come in, get the driver change done, get back out, maybe find some clear space. GT Radial car in 7th position at the moment.
There is the GT Radial car out of Coppice in the slipstream of Team Greenheath. See a move made into the chicane, I wonder then. This is it's Martin Gibson in the 97 car, but drops back again as they turn their way through the final couple of corners. Are they heading for the pit lane? Yes, I think they both are, aren't they? Greenheath and GT Radial. So that battle that was raging on track can now continue in the pit lane.
Let's see what they do. We have Ben Pitchin as well.
Yeah, we did, yeah. And actually Axiometrics as well from 3rd place.
Now that suggests to me that Simon's in a bit of discomfort because he hasn't gone the full the full 50 minutes.
Good point. Chris Weatherall waiting to take over.
He's done well. Lawrence was saying they were the 5th fastest car in the qualifying session or practice session, call it what you will. So to get up to 3rd from 16th on the grid is probably mission accomplished for them in that opening stage.
I tend to agree with that. Quite slow on track is the 212 car. Have they just pitted, I wonder? Yes, this is an outlap from the pit lane for the 212. Simon Coles handing over to Rob Croydon. There goes the lead battle, and it is a battle. That was Fabio looking back up the inside of Ted Bradbury towards Redgate Corner. Both of these drivers, I think, want to hand their cars over as the race-leading car, don't they? But Bradbury will not be wanting to move aside here. I don't think Fabio got him, though, through Redgate that time. So Fabio Randaccio settles back into 2nd position. Ted Bradbury will have hopefully another lap spent out in front. Right then, pit stops ongoing. Not yet had the leaders in, but we've had some from further down the order making their first driver changes, which means it's a first chance during the race to head down there and catch up with Jamie.
Yeah, I'm down with Adam Bessel, who's just jumped out of the 110 car. Adam, quick words. That's all right. You came in at Alton Park as a one-off.
Yeah.
You loved it so much, you've come back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw much of it on the telly, but that was mega. It was so good. I think we were missing half the front bumper as well, and the car still felt fine, so yeah, it was really good.
And are you hoping to come back and do some more? I mean, I know you're sort of looking at potentially next year.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to do the last round at Alton and then potentially next year as well. So yeah, it's really, really, really competitive racing. So yeah, really fun.
And Dom's out there now. He normally races another endurance championship. So That was nice of Mr. Cheetham, wasn't it? And yeah, he knew. No, it's nice for Dom to get into one of these because it's very, very different to what he's used to. You've obviously got experience of these cars. Have you been able to give him some tips?
Yeah, we've been sitting over doing data for the last 2 days, so he's come a long way in 2 days. So considering he'd never been in a race car before, he's done really well. So
this is his first ever car race.
He's not even done a track day or a simulator race or a go-kart race.
Wow. Okay, I think that's a first for Fun Cup. But no, welcome to the party, and hopefully we'll see you out at Alton Park. Let me find Tom Greensall very quickly while he's having a quick chat. That was hard work, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's hot out there. It was just car management. You know, Fun Cup's normally a 4-hour sprint. Today it was about managing the car, keeping temps down, and just getting it to the end. So it was good fun.
And what's track conditions like out there? Because it's sort of a bit weird because it almost feels like it's wet, but it's not.
I didn't think it was too bad actually. I had quite a bit of grip. I don't know if that's because I was not on the limit, and so the cars handled quite well at that kind of 90% range. But yeah, they felt good. Had some good battles. Free wide coming out of corner curves, which was fun. So it's good fun.
Excellent. We're going to get some more to make. That's Tom Greensall from the Easy to Reach team. We also had earlier the Justus Capital with Viking Racing team and PLRN, who both single fueled. And if you look behind you, we've got problems with the GT radial car. So let's head down there because Ellis Hadley, who was due to get into the car, who's actually in it now, is just being pushed into the garage. So we'll just make our way down to the GT radial end of the pit to find out what's wrong with the car. Martin Gibson is just sat down. Right, let's see if we can get the door open and have a quick chat with Ellis. We'll just quickly do that now. Not ideal. What's wrong?
Don't know, you tell me. Don't know, it just won't go into gear. So, and now it won't come out of reverse. So maybe something wrong with the shifter system or not, I don't know. But hey ho, I'll just sit in here and cook a little bit more.
And on a separate note, we've got something. So he's just obviously going through the motions now of getting it into gear. These cars run a paddle shift. Very quickly on a separate note, we've got something quite exciting happening at Alton Park, haven't we?
Yeah, we have actually. The most exciting thing is that I won't be driving. So, but yeah, we've got
clutching and accelerator on, mate.
Some amazing marshals that are going to be taking the take over the reins of 97. So hopefully, yeah, it should be good. Should be good.
All right, thanks a lot, Ellis. That's Ellis Hadley from the GT Radial team. So they're experiencing some gear shift issues at the moment, but I'm not sure if you heard that, as we've got the 2 leaders in now. So if you turn around and look at the 2 leaders, single fuel for the UVO Hoffmans Motorsport team and no fuel for the 195 team. Ash Woodman gets in 195. Ted Bradbury gets out. Farkini gets into the 225 team. Now, just doing the belts now on both cars. Engines fired up for UVO. They've jumped 195 on the pit stop, and meanwhile 195's in. But as you probably heard, the 97 car is going to be driven at Alton Park by 3 of our fantastic marshals. There was a competition that went out, and 3 drivers have been selected. We've got 1 reserve, and then 2 other marshals will also be part of the pit crew. So a fantastic opportunity for our Orange family, and of course we've got to give our huge thanks to them because they are out there today for nearly 13 hours in near 30-degree heat. So from all of us down here, thank you for everything that you do. Back to Andy and Rich.
Yeah, absolutely second those sentiments, and well, they've got a bit more to do now because the 251 car is in the gravel down at the old hairpin and it's going nowhere. So we are 52 minutes into the race, and you know what I'm going to say next. I fear we have a safety car incoming here as the 251 car, fresh out of the pit lane only a few laps ago, is stuck at the side of the road. We've had the leaders in. A slow pit stop there, Richard, for the 195 car. That's kind of to be expected, I guess. They're all quite new to Fun Cup. When I saw that the UVO car was refuelling and they weren't, I thought that might give the 195 an advantage. Actually, the opposite turned out to be true.
The UVO team were so quick, weren't they? Absolutely superb. What about what happened there with Jason Cheetham? He was the guy who sound buzzed Jamie, wasn't he?
Oh.
Coming out, and then that keenness obviously carried on a little bit too much, and the car winds up in the gravel. Big shame.
It is indeed. So we'll wait further news on a safety car. The pit window's closed now, so I would imagine it won't be long before Julian Floyd has to send that Jaguar back out on track. So Uvio lead the way. Farkini now jumping into the car for this next stint of the race. The second place then is going to be held by who? I wonder whether that's maybe MJ Tech now. No, it's actually Axiometrics. Axiometrics with GRD Racing a second. That's the 103 car now driven by Chris Wetherill. Then we wait for third place. There is third place. That will be the 195 car coming through now. And that is Ashley Woodman at the wheel. GCI Racing a fourth. That car now driven by Craig Butterworth. Fifth place Team Olympian. Now that car is going to start moving up the order quite nicely. Christian Rose is in it now. Riley Phillips will jump in for the next stint. And that car, especially if there's a safety car, is going to be a real contender through the middle portion of the race. Team Greenheath then are sixth place at the moment, number 14. That is Gary Bate at the wheel. Seventh for MJ Tech actually, so they dropped some ground in the pit stops. Number 249 now driven by Scott Jeffs, your ex-Euro NASCAR racer. Eighth place then for the Vikings and Ursus Capital Racing car number 170. That car is now pedalled by Mark Holm. Then ninth place for Team PLR Racing's Neil Plymmer, and the top 10 completed by Ratters Racing number 155. That car now driven by John Ratcliffe. We have completed 35 laps of the race, and we have our second safety car of the day. And it's not quite picked up the race leader, but they'll wave a few of those lap cars through at some point, pick up the race leading Uvio car, which was Richard, I think about 20 seconds up the road. So for the second time this race, a safety car really hurting a race leader that had a pretty comfortable advantage.
It swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Because last time it was Fabio Mandaccio who benefited from that when Ted Bradbury was out front. This time it's Farkini who will be saying something similar under his breath as the safety. Actually, he won't, but yeah, so it just goes motor racing. What goes around comes around, doesn't it? As the snatch vehicle will go out and sort out that problem. But yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? Just to see how things change around. There it is. Not even that far into the gravel. Once you're in, you're in. Was that the car you pointed out without the rear window as well earlier on?
It was,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
So suddenly the least of their worries now.
Got a driver's excuse there, haven't we? You know, there was no glass in the back window, so.
Yeah, definitely affected the aerodynamic figures, the aerodynamic performance of the rear wing, I reckon that. So yellow flags out, safety car out. We're nearly an hour into this latest round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Second safety car period of the day, bunching the field together. I'm trying to work out how many cars we had on the lead lap. Looking at the cars, they've just been waved through. One of them was 104. I think they were 2 laps down anyway. I reckon 15 of them still on the lead lap, and one car that's really dropped down, Richard, is Signature Motorhomes, 15th place all of a sudden. They pitted quite early, I noticed, and I'm guessing it wasn't the fastest of pit stops. There they are. In fact, they are a lap down now, so they've fallen behind the leader even, Signature Motorhomes. That's a shame. They look like being a contender today.
Yeah, it is a pity, but they might be able to get it back. You never quite know how all this is going to pan out, really. As you say, very near. It's thing that amazes me about these races, Andy, is how quickly they go. Yes. I think we've had a quarter of it already, virtually.
Yeah, no, you do find that, don't you? Definitely. That's because there's never really a dull moment. Certainly for 251 car, it's been an entertaining day, not necessarily for the right reasons, but they're being dragged out of the gravel trap. No damage evident on the car, so they should be able to continue in the race. And unlike in other championships where outside assistance to return to the race is strictly forbidden, here at Fun Cup, once you're back out on the track, it doesn't really matter how you got there, you'll be able to pick up where you left off. So 251, their day not done. There is the leader. They've now been picked up by the safety car, and they've got 1, 2, 3 back markers between themselves and the Axiometrics with GRD Racing car, which is the white, blue and black number 103 car. Immediately behind them, Ashley Woodman in the 195. And then the rest of them also separated by a bit of traffic. I think you've got GCI. One of the battles to watch here is going to be GCI, Olympian, Greenheath, MJ Tech, Vikings, PLR. They're all in a long line. That group of cars just heading out of sight now. They are all fighting over 4th place, but in amongst that group, you've got some of the front runners in the championship. So that's going to be a battle pack worth focusing in on, I think, when we go racing again. as we get a good example here, Richard, of some of those scenic long-distance views that we were talking about as a spectator that you can enjoy here at Donington Park. A brilliant shot of the cars as they plunge down the crane of curves, and one of the few camera angles that really demonstrates the elevation change.
That's a stonking shot, isn't it? Yeah, fair play. Lovely bit of picking out there of this play. Donington, I love it as a track. I love the GP circuit as well. You always get some great racing on that. Amazing how that extra just little loop can change the dynamic. We were with the touring cars for the first time a few weeks ago, and some super racing that we had there, but just so frustrating here with noise being next to the airport. And I was in a hotel near the airport, planes taking off at 3 o'clock in the morning, but you can't have 3 days testing on the bounce.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolute madness.
It really is. It really is. I'd love to see a 24-hour race here at Donington Park as well, and sadly, something that I don't think we'll get to enjoy anytime soon. But yeah, we enjoy the racing we do get in here. Grand Prix circuit has been raced down recently by Fun Cup, but we're back on the National again here this weekend. Right, one car that we saw in the wars a little bit in that opening stint was the C Data car, number 214. Mike Devlin had a couple of grassy and gravelly excursions, and well, Jamie Peter Dennis has caught up with him in the pit lane so that he can make his case for what happened. Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a busy stint for you, Mike. You love that car so much you bought it. That's exploring its incapabilities, isn't it?
It sure is. I don't know if you saw the crash or not, but I came off on the chicane just back there, just outbraked myself and just lost the car.
And I mean, this is your first year of car racing in anything. You've loved Fun Cup so much, you've committed until 2026.
I have indeed, yeah. I have bought a car. I got the car last Tuesday, and I've got sponsors with C Data for the next 3 years, and I love it that much that that's what we're doing.
Fantastic. And understand you're going to have Matt back with you as well?
Matt is driving next year with us, so that's happy days.
All right, fantastic. We'll let you get back onto the radio, Mike. Green flags out, Andy and Rich, so I'll hand back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jamie. We are almost exactly 1 hour in. We're back racing again. And look at this. It's like we never stopped racing at all, because the action on track immediately picking up in intensity once again. We've got a good battle forming for the lead. We've got some even better battles going on a little bit further back. And this is the fight that I really wanted to see. The 195 car starting to slip backwards now with the inexperienced Ashley Woodman at the wheel. But some of these cars coming past him are some of the championship contenders, particularly the green Team Olympian car that leads the way by 8 points on drop scores over PLR Racing, who are a number of places behind them. There are 3 lapped cars, followed by the third place Axiometrics car. But this, the fight for fourth, and Olympian on the charge here, Richard.
Yeah, the team that I predicted when you asked me earlier on. So yeah, come on, lads. I got taken to task on one of our earlier live streams for apparently supporting a driver. I said, come on, get stuck in. It was in a Fiesta. What I was doing was saying to the guy, get involved in the battle. I wasn't picking out a favourite. So I think people misread. Yes. Love everybody on the grid equally.
Of course we do.
And it was just about getting involved in the battle rather than supporting a driver, which I would never do as a commentator. So just to clear that one up.
No, of course. We knew that already, Richard. The 103 car clearing the traffic there, but yeah, we want to see some drivers getting stuck in, and certainly Christian Rose is not going to back away from this fight with GCI Racing. Down into the old hairpin he comes. Just see them in the background there, the 2 cars, the white, red and black number 1, the green number 267, fighting over 4th position. Up the hill they will go. They've got Greenheath not far behind, then MJ Tech, then the 195 car, and a little bit adrift of them at the moment is Neil Plimmer in the PLR Racing machine. Now as they come across these 3 lap cars, does this change the dynamic? Does this give Christian Rose his opportunity to find a way through, or does it maybe give Craig Butterworth a chance to try and pull a bit of a gap over the championship leading car behind? At the moment, not a huge amount of change between them actually. Down the exhibition straight they will go, and GCI Racing hanging on in 4th for now.
Yes, good racing on the restart. And this is why this format's worked, hasn't it? Because you were saying about the cars, it doesn't matter about outside assistance. You're punished enough just being off. So get yourselves back on, come and rejoin the race and enjoy it. That's not an issue. Safety cars shake things up, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. I don't think I've seen safety car particularly spoil Fun Cup race since I've been watching it. So the whole thing works well.
Certainly does. We've got two cars in the pit lane at the moment, GT Radial and Race Logic, both of whom have had their problems, but hopefully they'll be able to get up and running once again. The lead gap, by the way, immediately back up to 5.4 seconds, so Farkini looking strong out at the head of the field, getting away from Axiometrics, who of course have been stuck in a bit of traffic since the restart. Only now have found their way into some cleaner air. It's there through the old hairpin. Olympian negotiating a back marker. Greenheath and MJ Tech about to do the same thing. Head through Starkeys, up through Schwantz Curve. Did have that change for third on that lap. In fact, that was GCR Racing getting back ahead of Olympian, so my mistake. Olympian were not trying to get through, they were actually trying to defend a place, and GCR Racing managing to get through. So Christian Rose struggling a little maybe here. He's now kind of boxed in behind the 214 car, and so GCR Racing are starting to make a bit of a break away from them. Christian will nip up the inside now of the Seed Data car into the chicane. Gets the inside line, brakes nice and late, and just about manages to pick his way through. Olympian then up into fourth place, but I'll be interested now to see whether GCI can catch Axiometrics. On current evidence, they might have a chance because they were only a tenth of a second slower than them that time, and they were in traffic for part of that, so that gap second to third might be about to start shrinking.
Yeah, that's one we need to keep an eye on, isn't it? And the GLD Racing 103 losing out a little bit to Farkini, who may well has not had a safety car. I mean, 5.287 seconds clear at the moment. And love Mike Devlin's attitude, by the way, on the interview. Extremely, you know, he said he outbraked himself. There was no. The other thing is, it was no. We had a problem, or
yes.
It was just totally honest, on the money. Honest guy. He's going to love his championship, isn't he? Well, championships the next few years.
Yeah, 2026 he's committed to. That's really impressive stuff. He's very much caught the Fun Cup bug. So too, I'm sure, have GCR Racing sort of re-found their love for Fun Cup after taking a few years off and then coming back and winning the championship again last year, but they've run a little bit wide there out of Compass Corner. Christian Rose, in the end, has his job made quite easy for him. Nips through on the inside line, reclaims that third position as he heads down to the braking zone at the chicane. Again, I wonder whether we'll see these two start to work together a little bit now in their pursuit of the car ahead, because quite clearly Christian Rose is one of the fastest drivers on track right now.
Yeah, come on lads, let's see a bit of work together, and not that we want the 103 car to beat your post, but we want a 3-car battle instead of a 2. And I was going to say, it looks like they were going to start working and then braking, right? No, it wants to come back in.
Do you know, this is something else I was chatting to Simon Rudd about yesterday. He was finding that frustrating at Silverstone. He wanted to work with Marcus Clutton. Marcus Clutton had no intention of working with anybody else. He was just trying to pass people left, right and centre, and he was asking whether it would be the same kind of thing here at Donington. And the answer is yes. The slipstream's so important. I think it's worth working with people, but it's very easy for us to take a step back here in the commentary box and think big picture. The drivers very easily get absorbed into these battles, don't they, and into these kind of I'm faster than you situations, when actually, because of the power of the slipstream, they get in front and they just can't go anywhere.
The other thing is it can become political, because if you help a driver out in one race, when it's going to benefit you as well, when the tables are turned in another one, that's when it can start going. So I can kind of understand why drivers sometimes don't want to work with each other, but in the moment, I think you've got to take the moment as it is and maybe go for it. If, you know, they're closing in anyway now. The gap's coming down.
Let's see what the lap times are in the sectors. GCI Racing in the first sector 4/10 quicker, in the second sector a 10th quicker than Olympian, ahead of Axiometrics we need to compare them to, so they're sort of matching them actually. Let's see what the lap times are in the end. GCI Racing do a 24.9, it's a 25.4 for Axiometrics, so yeah, 6/10 gain despite the couple of changes of position. And so yeah, I think in the end, working together or not, they're probably going to catch the 103 car. And Christian Rose wanting to make sure that he's right there in the battle as well. Greenheath still sat in 5th position. Oh, pit lane, PLR Racing, championship leaders in the pit lane. Championship leaders before the drop scores. Anyway, we're not in a pit window here, and PLR Racing could be in some trouble. So Neil Plimmer, I was about to mention, he's not really made his presence felt so far in this stint, and this perhaps explains why.
Yeah, that's a good shout. They might not want the microphone shoved on them, but if anyone is capable of doing it, it is JPE down there. He will grab the interview if he possibly can to find out what that issue is.
Yeah, that's A real shame. Oh, right on cue, I believe. We can head down to the pit lane. Jamie, what have you got for us?
Yeah, I'm just down at the PLR garage now, and they're working on. They've got the clamshell up now. Neil Plimmer's in the car. I'm just going to see if I can get round and have a chat with Neil. If we can get the door open, if that's okay. Right, let's see if we can do this. What's the matter?
Hi Jamie, yeah, we've got low voltage and it's stuck in 5th gear at the moment, so it won't change down. I don't know whether it's an alternator problem, but Aaron's on the case.
So hopefully, if it is that, it'll be a relatively quick fix.
Well, I don't know, yeah, hopefully, but yeah, just stuck in 5th, so we'll see.
And not a way to spend your 105th race?
No, but roll on the 106th in a few weeks' time.
All right, thanks a lot, Neil. That's Neil Plimmer, affectionately known as Captain. As they say, championship leaders of this year's Fun Cup Endurance Championship, who has done 98 UK races plus 5 overseas as well. So we can safely say 20 years later he still loves it, but this is not good for PLR, and of course being championship leaders they'll be wanting points as soon as they can. Back to Andy and Rich.
Yeah, that is a big shame for Neil Plimmer, who mentioned 105 races. You might be wondering how he's done 105 races when there's only been a 99 championship races. That's because they were here right from the very start when this was a series and not a championship. The racing, though, was just as competitive as it is today, and this is some pretty competitive battling going on. The 103 car has now been caught by GCI Racing and Olympian and Greenheath, and the 4 of them now locked in combat for second position as they head out of the chicane. The 103 car for now managing to stay in front. Before this really bursts into life, Richard, though, a thought on PLR Racing, the one saving grace they've got is their consistency. This will become their drop score, no doubt, which means whatever happens today, they essentially will score 60 points, because that was their lowest point score so far. As I was explaining that, a very nice move made there by GCI Racing.
2 for the price of 1. Wow, that was a move, wasn't it? Superb stuff. We are approaching, we're within 10 minutes of the next pit stop window as well, so this is crucial, and the axiometric car now down into 5th place, possibly about to become 6th.
And we've got the MJ Tech car there as well, so 6 of them now, 5 of them, sorry, now together, fighting over 2nd place. GCI, Olympian, Greenheath, Axiometrics, MJ Tech, they've all sort of come together now right at the end of the stint, and as Richard quite rightly says, pit window about to reopen. Good stint this has been from GCI Racing and from Team Olympian to claw their way now both up into podium places. 8 seconds adrift of the race leaders, who, remember, took fuel as well at the last pit stop. I don't know how many other people took fuel, but that really makes it doubly impressive that they've been able to pull out this nice gap. They didn't really lose any time at all from putting that churn of fuel in, and it should mean that they don't have to spend too much time refueling this time around. Olympian there, nip back up the inside of GCI. No one can get away once they reach the front of the queue, can they?
No, it's going to be equally fascinating to see after the pit stops how they all come out, but just to have this many cars fighting it out after hour and 20 minutes of racing. 195 in.
So that is a scheduled stop, I would have thought. Yes.
It's not a pit window
no,
open,
it's not,
is it?
Is it? No,
not
sorry.
till 2:40.
No, you're
left
right.
on the clock. So
that's a problem.
Problem for Ted's team.
Car sounds okay as it accelerates back past our commentary position onto the track, so I'm not entirely sure what that was. Ashley Woodman should still be in the car, not yet able to hand over to William Chadwick until we get into that pit stop window. Right then, back to the 2nd place scrap, which makes its way again up the hill towards McLean's corner. They are entertaining us, definitely, but losing time to the race leader. Lost about 1.3 seconds last time round. I think I'm hearing in my ear it's more gear selection issues for the 195 car. It was stuck in, I think, 5th gear again, so exactly the same problem, Richard, as PLR was suffering.
Yeah, it's heat driven. Could well be heat driven.
You've got to suspect that, haven't you, really? I'm no mechanic, and I'm always very quick to point that out, but it does seem a little coincidental and early in the race, really, for teams to be having those sort of problems. But these are abnormally high temperatures to be operating in, and it will strain, I guess, every part of the engine. And gearbox is very much susceptible to those sort of things, I guess. Here come MJ Tech up the inside line. 4th place they were trying to grab there from Team Greenheath, and it worked. So Scott Jeffs picks up another spot. He took that car over, if not out of the top 10, certainly only just inside the top 10. And here he is now, knocking on the door of the podium places. Good stint.
Yeah, very good stint indeed. This is not as many lead changes though for this one. Uvio Hoffman were well away. The only sort of one we were going to, how many have we got so far? Having a quick flick on TSL.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lead changes. Early days though, Richard.
It's early day, but
we saw a bit of this actually at Silverstone last time. There were periods early in the race where one team would lead 30 laps or 20 odd laps. It was the second half of the race, wasn't it, where it really sort of tightened up and no one could lead more than a lap or two at a time. And we saw early on with Bradbury and Fabio, when you get 2 evenly matched drivers at the front of the field like that over the course of a stint, they will likely trade positions quite a lot. So we're not halfway through yet. I think there's time for this to become even more competitive before the checkered flag flies.
Farkini though, 10 seconds clear. He's just reeled off another lap. Let's see how far Team Olympian are down as the chasing pack go across the line once again. 11 seconds, so they're not battling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but the race leader's getting away.
I would point out, though, that we've had situations like this before, and as soon as they plug Riley Phillips into that Team Olympian car, it suddenly finds an extra burst of speed. So it's probably quite important that Uvio build a lead now, because Riley is very capable of closing it in. He was 3/10 quicker than anyone in qualifying this morning, and that was a big gulf compared to how evenly matched everybody else was. So Christian Rose is a rapid driver, don't get me wrong, but I think most drivers out there would admit that Riley is sort of on a different level when he's on his A game.
Could play the game, couldn't we? Quicker, quickest. So like a little play on that Antiques Roadshow one. If you watch that, you probably don't. Far too young.
It's not something that I go out of my way to watch, I will admit, Richard.
Well, me neither, actually, but there we are.
Got far more exciting things to be watching, such as Fun Cup racing. I did genuinely re-watch that Silverstone race. Well, it's the first time in a long time I've gone back and sort of found 4 hours for myself to re-watch a race.
How did you get 4 hours?
Well, I've been ill all week, so I've had plenty of time.
Oh, well, that would have cheered you up, actually.
It certainly did. Got me right in the mood for this weekend. But yes, this one at the moment looking good for Uvio. There they go. They've just put PLR a lap down, and right behind PLR, Race Logic. So Race Logic back out on track now. PLR are 3 laps down, I reckon, in 16th place. But, you know, if it's going to be one of those races, because of the heat, because of the nature of Donington Park, where you can get stuck in a gravel trap, you can pick damage up, if it's going to be one of those races where there is a high attrition rate, then actually PLR could still end up back in the top 10 before the end of the race. They could still score some decent points, and even though this will become their drop score, the further up they finish, the better their drop score is. So it's certainly not worth giving up just yet.
Have you worked out where things are on the drop scores with them? Do they...
coming into the race,
yeah, because it can put them back into the lead on drop scores, can't it? So.
Yes. Well, they were dropping 60 points, which is a lot to be dropping. Most of the teams are dropping 30 odd. So on drops, they were 8 behind Olympian, who are now 2nd, of course, at the moment. But Olympian have had 2 bad races, so they really can't afford another one. Uvio have had 2 bad races. They can't afford another one. And then the Vikings and Greenheath were that little bit further back again. So they're in a decent position still, PLR, with there'll only be 2 races left after this one, remember. And it depends a bit on where they end up, but at the moment they'd be scoring probably 30-ish points, but if they get into the top 10, that becomes 40 odd, and you know, all of a sudden it's not looking all that bad. So whatever happens from today, they will score 60 points. They will get those 60 points back, and it's then a case of what Olympian and the rest can do. But yeah, as it stands, Olympian ahead by 8 points.
And here's our leader.
Yes, serenely going on his way. Now, there was a race here a couple of years ago on the national circuit in which Uvio and PLR were battling for a podium place in the closing stages, and I think it was Neil Plimmer in the PLR car at the time. It was Fabio in the Uvio car, and they actually tangled at the chicane late in the day. And our camera immediately cut to Farkini, stood on the pit wall, who you would imagine to be absolutely furious. He was grinning from ear to ear. He thought the whole thing was hilarious. They'd already wrapped the championship up by this point, I should stress. But anytime I see these 2 cars together at Donington Park, it does remind me of one of the many comical moments that I've experienced over the years with Fun Cup.
It is fun, isn't it?
It is
fun. They enjoy it.
Absolutely. And with names like Fabio and Farchini, you know that they're here to have a bit of a laugh. And
I've got to be honest, it took me a while to suss that one out.
Yes, you have to be careful how you say it, definitely. Yes, that's so they tell me was done specifically to try and catch me out a few years ago, because they realised that when I get excited I talk quite quickly, and they were hopeful that would get me in some trouble. But I think I've managed to get away with it so far, just about. But Farchini is leading by 10 seconds, pacing himself, do you think, here? I mean, we've just seen a personal best lap for Christian Rose behind, and that was 9/10 quicker than the race leader. So is that Juvio slowing down because of an issue, or do you think that Farchini, with all of those years of experience, realises that he doesn't really need to push the car too hard at this stage?
Oh, it could be either, couldn't it? Really, it's difficult to tell with this weather, isn't it? They will be no doubt having a look at how the temperatures are going to go for the next few hours. I'm wondering if this was the last race of the day, whether it would have been slightly cooler for them at the end. It might have been better for that. But it's nice, though. I think it's great that they're not the last race of the day. It's good to get that little bit of respect from the club, to have other things on. Like, I know the Fiesta Juniors were going, got to be here late. I know some
That's their bedtime, isn't it, really?
Well, no, not for teenagers. You don't have a teenager.
When I was a teenager, Richard, I was in bed by 6 o'clock, I'll have you know.
They're nocturnal now. My son goes to bed. Actually, his first day at college, my son, bless him, actually didn't go to bed at all. He was getting later and later and later, and then it got into the morning, and I woke up, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. I said, what time are you going to sleep, Taylor? I'm not going to bother now.
Past the point of no return.
So he did an all-nighter, and then he went to college, and he was worn out. There's no connection with racing other than that he's doing engineering, so he's doing some...
I was going to say he'd make a great endurance racing driver, maybe an endurance mechanic or something.
Yeah, don't tell him that, he'll want me to pay.
Yes, absolutely.
He should come and do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
I keep telling you, he wants to race, but he's got to do it under his own funding. So I've said, the key thing is to find something that you get value for money out of and that you can afford. And this will be one of the things that will be affordable for him, I would imagine. So. And you can learn from other drivers. It's a great thing for young drivers, for him to come in and be in the team, because you're going to get free tutoring, aren't you?
Exactly, yeah, and that's a big part of it. They get so much track time over a weekend too. On the Friday they have their own dedicated, I think they're 40 minutes test sessions as well throughout the day, so you get lots of track time then. Oh, that's the it's the 110 car off. Now, where is that? They're on the track still, on the exit of the old Airbin, I think, and that is not a nice place to be sat. Let's hope the car hasn't stalled. All these are terrifying moments for the 110 team. That's Thomas Dregfer, who is still in the car, and he has not got the car fired up just yet. I think it's the old hairpin that he has found himself stationary. Flame spits from the exhaust, trying to get the car started. But in these temperatures, Richard, this is another thing that the engines don't like. It's really not easy to get them fired back up again.
And that was absolute quality from our cameraman and director there, getting on that so quickly.
Absolutely.
Superb stuff.
Yeah,
that's not the best place to be, is it?
No, and it's
facing the wrong way.
They could do with, there will be yellow flags out there, of course there will, but if the car isn't going anywhere, they're going to have to be pretty rapid on the safety car again, I think, to get it back underway. A bit of cloud cover creeping over now, and I was about to mention we're getting a few personal best lap times coming in, so it's now 2:30, so we should be past the heat of the day. Temperatures should now start to drop, so if we will now start to see even faster lap times creeping in. Double waved yellows there down at the old hairpin. And is that car still there? Yes, it is. I don't see it moving, Richard.
That's not good, is it?
And of course, the marshals can't very well go and help because it's in the middle of the road, and we've been running now for long enough that the cars are... there we go. Never mind. If I had £1 for every time that happens, back on its way they go, and that's good news. The Signature Motorhomes car back in the fray, but they were scary moments indeed.
It's always a little bit worrying, isn't it, to see that. Marshals were there and flagging very quickly, which alerted everyone to the problem. And the radio, Simon Rudd was talking about the radio, that he could radio to the team if he was tired. Is race control in contact with the drivers in these?
The race control can certainly pass messages on, yeah, absolutely. Julian Floyd, when he pushes his big red button, presuming it's red, the message does go out to all of the drivers, and that's for things like safety car coming out, yellow flag at this point. He can pass penalties out to individual cars that way as well. So yeah, absolutely. It's not two-way radio though to Julian Floyd, I must stress. The drivers can't answer back out on the track. Right, into the pit lane, because the window is now open, comes Team Olympian. And that's interesting that Christian Rose come in so early, but it is Riley Phillips getting in next. So as rapid as Christian is, I think they both, they all recognise the significance of trying to get Riley in as soon as possible.
Yeah, this is where it all gets to shake up once again. So all exciting stuff. Uwe Hoffmann now. Yeah, the leaders, as you rightly said, it's just tempered. It's like Farkini has just tempered things a little bit. We've got a staller in front of us, haven't we, down in the exit of pit lane.
EDF Motorsports have stopped. There they are. Right in front of our commentary position now. The camera pan to the right, you'll be able to see our window, and that car, luckily, should be able to be pushed back into the pit lane from there, but the danger, I guess, is that they end up having to close the pit lane exit. Here comes the Olympian car back out into the race. We've got 98 coming in the background, 195 look as though they're heading for the pit lane too. So Riley Phillips then back out in the Team Olympian car. They were about 10 seconds or so off the race lead when the pit stop was made. We'll have to wait and see what that gap comes down to, because you have to imagine it will come down when the UVO car pits. There's 98 in. One change ongoing for the Team 3 Motorsport trio. So that was started by Andy Bennett, then it was Dave Postins who's just got out of the car. John Perrott gets in. So they head back on their way as the marshals do now begin the recovery of the 212 car. Not the most difficult place from which to recover a car, but the marshals still have to have their wits about them to push the car back at a safe moment. The pit lane marshals will help to orchestrate that as well. And yeah, good work by the Orange Army there to get the car to a place of safety pretty swiftly.
Chris Wetherell in the background as well, so change of driver. It's Neil Burrows, I think, that's going to take over 103.
It is indeed. I wonder whether that car now might start to come back into contention a bit more. He'll possibly, you could say, is the quickest of the three drivers in that car. Is there one of the other EDF cars? That's the Vape Club car, Matt Dawkins, Vlad Vasilyev's car, and in fact they've got their teammates right behind the 104 EDF machine. These two, I think, are on different laps though. Yeah, 104. No, this is for position actually. It's for 11th place. One lap down, these two. They are on the same lap as each other. So that might well be separated by pit stops. Up the inside goes the 104. That was a good move at Coppice. And place gained by Dave Farrow. Moving up ahead of the 246 of Vlad Vasiliev. Whether either of these two are now going to dive into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Through the chicane they come, over the curb, through the right, through the left. No, they're both going right up to the exit curb. Looks as though they're going to continue on for another lap. So UVO Hoffmann's Lotus lead the way. The Vikings are in. The old Truman's car. Dragged out of the car is Mark Home. Kings North just checking the front of the car there. Is he adjusting tyre pressures? He can't touch the car whilst the fuel is going in, of course. Oh no, he was ready with the fire extinguisher. I hadn't seen him with the extinguisher in his hands. Fuel has been done. The 70 car heads out on its way. Right then, back on track. Now there is Riley Phillips. What sort of lap times is Riley putting in? He's in a bit of traffic at the moment in the Olympian car. He just did a 124.7, so 2/10 quicker than the leader that time, significantly. So he's only just got into the car, but Richard, he's already getting up to speed.
Yeah, and getting stuck into some traffic and dealing with it very, very quickly did Riley Phillips. So this is quick stuff. I think came out behind Viking, still showing as the top two stopper, with Team Fueled Up Racing second from Team Olympian.
Yes, although I think at the end of this lap that might well update. I think they pitted later than Olympians, so it just takes a moment for the timing screen to catch up on itself. Still waiting though for the top three cars to pit. The Vikings, of course, we saw just leaving the pit lane. I'm pretty sure they'll be behind the Olympian car. I think that was them in the background. So through Coppice goes Riley Phillips, and on this particular lap pushing even harder. The first sector 24.5, a 44.9 in sector 2. It's not personal bests yet for that car, but certainly on the money. Matters Racing here complete a double fuel stop, but they've got 2 churns of fuel waiting. So we see this quite often. You get to this second pit stop, that's a good time sometimes to put as much fuel in as you can. So that you can
Will that do the race, 2 churns?
From here, no, I think they'll need a splash still. They'll probably need another churn, I'd say, before the end. And I don't think they put the full second churn in either. I think that was a churn and a bit, actually. So they'll need more fuel, but they probably won't put any in at the next pit stop. Should save them a bit of time at that point. There they go. That's the Signature Motorhomes car just in front of them. All of this now really, we're in limbo, sort of waiting for UVO to head in. When they come out, we'll see where they are in relation to the likes of Team Olympian, who pitted that little bit before them. Through Hollywood, the Craner curves come MJ Tech and GCI. This is for second place, so MJ Tech Scott Jeffs actually got ahead of GCI, I think, a few laps ago. And that car has had pace on a few occasions this season, but hasn't finished races without trouble very often. I also noticed they're one of the few cars that haven't changed the grill opening, so they're feeling pretty confident the car's not going to overheat.
They are, aren't they? Good spot.
Not sure why they wouldn't have made that change. But then equally, they don't seem to be suffering with any overheating issues now. And I guess, like I said, we're past the hottest part of the day, really. So if they've run okay up until now, it should be good to go.
It was still hot late in the day yesterday. I was driving up last night. It was still 28 degrees outside, so it could come into play. But yeah, they're obviously happy with it. Done the homework, had a look, evaluated it, and. Do you have to come back? So you can run them however you want, but do you have to go back to that sort of standard setting?
No, I don't think there's actually a rule against it. It's just less aerodynamic. So if you don't need to run it with more open, then I guess you wouldn't want to sacrifice any straight line speed, especially given the importance of slipstreaming and aerodynamics in this kind of racing. You don't really want to be giving away any top speed if you can help it. So they clearly feel that it's worth keeping the performance of that slightly smoother, more streamlined nose than it is to try and keep the car cool. You can see that quite clearly there as they came towards us, the little individual grille openings as opposed to the big square opening on the GCI car behind. So small little difference, but it could make all the difference from the end of the race.
Should see the leaders in now. As you can see, the graphic popped up for pit window closed. So you can, although it's closed, you can do it this lap.
Yeah, you can pass, there's a board that's been hung out saying pit window closed. You're allowed to pass that once, but only once. If you do an extra lap after that, then you'll start getting in trouble. So we'll see UVO, MJ Tech, GCI, they should all be in this time, I think. UVO just coming out of the final turn. They may not have seen that board yet, though. I think they've gone through for another lap, so they hadn't yet seen the board. They've been able to complete another lap. Are either of these two pitting? Yes, GCI is heading for the pit lane, where at some point they will come across Jamie Peters-Ennis, who I believe has found someone to chat to down in the pit lane. Jamie, over to you.
I have, yeah. I found John Ratcliffe, who's looking rather warm. It's hard work out there. Your first ever stint at Brands was mega. Your dad was beaming. What's the catchphrase for this one?
That was epic. So that was awesome. I'm so sorry, Jamie. I'll spat all over you there. I'm absolutely dying after that stint. I knew it was going to be warm, but yeah, 45 minutes in that car. Insane. That's why I'm, breathing a little bit heavy, drinking lots of water, but it was a lot of fun.
I dragged a couple of your mates with me. They're enjoying it. Little bit of damage on the splitter. What happened?
Yeah, so up on the last races, I crashed into the 104. I think he tried to get me back into the last corner. The most insane dive bomb that was never on. He went on the inside of 2 people, then the car in front had to slow up. I tried to get him around the outside. He dived to the outside. I went in the back of him, and then we got caught together. So then I had to brake hard to rip that off. So I'm not sure what damage that's done, but it still felt okay.
Well, Luke looked at it and said it was fine. It's just basically tore a bit of the corner off. 7th ever car race, mate, and your pace is getting there.
Yeah, it's getting good. I was told at one point I was fastest out there, so I'm happy with that. But yeah, as I was following the Millennium car, I think it was the Viking as well, hooking onto them. I think I saw a 25.2 on there somewhere, so I was happy happy with that. Dispatched the Millennium, couldn't quite keep with Viking, and then obviously had that incident, drop back a little bit, but had so much fun, so much fun.
Do you need to lie down now?
I do, yeah, I do. I need a stronger drink than this, that's for sure.
All right, we'll go and enjoy it. Thanks a lot. That's John Ratcliffe. We've got the UVO car in as well, just making sure that Scott Jeffs doesn't run me over as I come into the pit lane. Answer to your question, Andy, the Ratters did take 2 full churns, so all 45 or so litres of fuel in that car. As Fabio leads, he's just got Paul Taylor just in front of him in the fueled up racing car. The reason for their stop-go was unfortunately Paul Ellis-Smith got done for going too fast down the pit lane, so Wendy Ellis-Smith had to come and take the penalty. Back to you guys.
Right, well, I'm sure she'll have something to say about that after. That's not ideal, is it? Picking up a penalty for something one of your other drivers did, especially when that other driver is your husband.
Yeah,
so,
no tea for him tonight.
Indeed so. Unless maybe he was planning on cooking, Richard. This is a 21st century family, I'm sure, that we're talking about. Right then, moving swiftly on. The 103 car turning through the final corner here. They've got 195 behind them. So 103 is now driven by Neil Burrows, we said, didn't we? 195 is William Chadwick, sim racer, MX5 driver as well now. There is Riley Phillips scything up the inside of the GCI racing car of Ian Wood. And that is 3rd place now for the 267 car. They've got MJ Tech just ahead. But weirdly, they didn't really gain as much time on UVO as I expected them to. And so Riley Phillips, although UVO may or may not have taken fuel. Now, actually, if Jamie's listening to me, and I'd forgive him if he's not, if he can try and do some digging, maybe figure out what the leaders did on fuel, what UVO, MJ Tech, Olympian, GCI all did on fuel, because we know that UVO took fuel last time. They may have had a dry stop this time around, and that would explain why they've managed to maintain their gap and why maybe Riley Phillips dropped further back, and that is not for the first time. The Signature Motorhomes car off the road, and thankfully this time it doesn't stall, it carries on, and well, they will live to fight another day. But yes, I would be fascinated to know what the fuel strategy was for UVO compared to Olympian, who are now up into 2nd place. But Richard, they are 16 seconds off the lead. They were only 10 seconds off the lead before the pit stops. That tells me that they took fuel and UVO didn't.
Yeah, absolutely right. UVO very confident about theirs. This is the form that we've seen from them many, many times before. It seems to be measured. They know exactly what they're doing. Great strategists, great drivers as well, and to build up that 15-second lead. But could get a safety car, particularly with some of the shenanigans we've seen out on track, and that could all disappear very quickly. Ooh. Talking of which,
251, and that's the old hairpin again, I think.
Easy to reach car. So is that Steve Riley in for the 3rd stint?
251, yes, it is. Jason Cheatham has handed that over. That looked like the old hairpin again.
There's a couple of cars that seem to be the same ones featuring in the spins and gravel. And
yes, of course, because that's the gravel track that they were dug out of before, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it might not have been actually, because that's them there at the back straight. So maybe it was McLean's or Coppice that they'd had the moment that time.
Every time I write a position down, it changes, which is great. That's Fun Cup for you, isn't it?
Yeah, you try keeping a lap chart for Fun Cup races. That's it's not an easy thing to do, that's for sure. And yeah, that can be difficult to follow these races sometimes. If you're trackside, definitely helps to have the TSL timing website open to follow the live timing. Even if you're watching at home, actually, not a bad idea to have it open. You can see what we're seeing. You can see it lighting up in green at the moment as some of our front runners start putting in personal best lap times. A 1:23.9 that time for Riley Phillips in 2nd place. That was 1.2 seconds quicker than the race leader, so that gap is already back under 15 seconds. Riley starting to get away now from MJ Tech and GCI behind, but look at this sea of traffic ahead of him that he's got to try and negotiate. This surely is about to lose Riley a little bit of time. Slips up the inside of the T3R car, sorry, T3 Motorsport car, and then gets up the inside of the 251. There's more dust and gravel being kicked up in the distance, but I think that's just someone cutting the corner a little bit rather than another gravelly excursion. But this lap perhaps is not going to be quite as impressive for Riley. His first sector was a personal best. In fact, he took about half a second in the first sector alone out of the race leader. But through the middle sector, that traffic, you have to imagine, has slowed him down just a touch.
I think you're right. Yeah, still impressive. So every time you see that car, it's overtaking someone. Riley in the mix, and it's no disrespect to his other teammates. It's the way the traffic has fallen for him that he's had someone to pass pretty much every single lap. He's about to do another one here on the 212 car that we saw off at the end of pit lane. So that's been sorted out. Whatever the issue was with the Rob Croydon car. In fact, it's not Rob Croydon, Simon Coles now, isn't it? Because we're into stint 3. But that again is passed. So Riley Phillips again makes another pass while he's on camera and steams on. 14 seconds now, the gap between Fabio and Riley. So Riley's job just to try and close that down as we head towards the next stop, which will be when the clock goes down to 2 hours, the halfway point. So 22 minutes away. When you get that long window, the stops come around very quickly, don't they?
Yes, no, exactly. It can be only a 30-minute stint sometimes for drivers. Now, interesting news from the pit lane from Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. He was listening to me. 267, Team Olympian took 2 full churns of fuel. That's why they lost all that time. So we know how much slower that can be than what we call a dry stop, where there's no fuel going on board. And they should now be able to save some time at the next pit stop. That is MJ Tech off. That is MJ Tech off the road. Now, did they jump or were they pushed? It's a strange place for them to go off all by themselves, but the MJ Tech car in the hands for the second time today of Will Abraham, off the road from 3rd place there.
Yeah, it could be car fatigue, it could be driver fatigue. You've got a lot of traffic around you, lots of temperatures to deal with. Unsurprising to see some of the lead cars having issues, but now down into 4th place.
Yeah, so GCI Racing pick up a podium position again. Team Olympians Riley Phillips is about to put PLR Racing a lap down. They are 13th now, PLR. They were 16th before, so they are picking their way back up through the order. Such a shame that they had that gear issue, because they surely would have been looking for another solid top 5 finish today. As we've said, drop scores could save them, but I'm intrigued to see actually what they can salvage out of this race even before drop scores, because I think a top 10 is not out of the question for them.
No, they could still be in with a shout, and maybe if they end up working with the car that's about to put the pass on them and claw their way up, that could be an issue, or could be an option rather. Towards Coppice again, and again a faster car here for Riley Phillips to have to deal with.
GCI took 1 churn of fuel, by the way, whilst Fabio and Farchini have come over all secretive and won't tell Jamie what their fuel strategy is. They're going to keep us guessing, which I kind of like, actually. I like not knowing everything. But good work from Jamie down in the pit lane. Thank you for digging out those bits of information. I can understand them not wanting to share their tactics, which I'm sure they were up until the wee small hours planning this morning. GCI, you can see dropping back actually from this group in this car in this particular stint. No one can keep up with Riley Phillips really. He just did a 124.6, although in fact matched by the race leader because he can't get past Ben Pitch, who turns across his bows there as if he wasn't there at Redgate Corner. So yet again, Richard, they're not listening to us. He's not working with Team Olympian. He's almost actively defending from him, certainly not moving out of the way, and it is costing them both time.
Clearly the slower car as well, looking at the laps, and not really doing himself any favours, because he could maybe latch onto the slipstream and the tow and help himself a little bit later on, but I'm sure Riley Phillips will make a move. He's starting to think about it, so he's on the outside now as they come out of Schwantz into McLean's, and then the climb up towards Coppice. He's got the inside run here, so should be able to pop a lap on the PLR car, which he does.
The race leaders, by the way, have led 33 laps since they last retook the lead. That's, I think, the amount of laps, the most amount of laps anyone managed to lead at one point at Silverstone. So Uvio looking far more dominant here than we saw from anybody last time out. As finally Olympian do manage to get the pass made on PLR Racing. That was not for position, but PLR and Pitch not wanting to move out of the way. Now Riley Phillips is unleashed though. A bit of clean air in front of him before he catches the 98 car, I think it is, the next one to put a lap down. And yeah, look at the time that he lost there. That was a 25.19 compared to a 24.49 for Uvio. So 3/4 of a second or so lost, 14.6 seconds now the gap. And of course, time ticking on. We can, in theory, stay in the car for about another half an hour here, Riley Phillips, if he goes right to the end of the next pit window, which I'm sure he will. And he'll be back in again for the final stint of the race. It is Chris Doval who is going to get into the car next, having started the race earlier on. So he's got half an hour, basically, to try and overhaul a 14.6-second gap. What do you think? Can he do it?
He'll make a dent in it, for sure. I was going to ask you, actually, historically, what's favoured more in terms of winners? Is it the 2-car lineup or the 3-car lineup?
Ooh, I would say typically it's the 2-driver lineup. You want 2 drivers like a Fabio and a Farchini or a Plimmer and a Pitch who are very even. They don't have to be individually the fastest out there, but as long as they're evenly matched. Oh, this is a drama for the 246 car, crabbing its way down the pit straight.
It's Bruggen.
It is, and it's going to become the second EDF Motorsports car to pull up in front of us outside our commentary position. So that Vape Club EDF car has had contact with someone or something, hasn't it, Richard?
It has, or something's broken on it.
Yeah, it could be a curb strike, I suppose.
Yeah, or a fatigued part, very possibly. No, it's interesting. Going back to what you were saying, as if you get the 3rd driver, it's another element that could be off kilter, isn't it? A 3rd driver.
That's it. The more drivers you add into the team, the more chance there is that there will be one who's not quite on the pace, and then you kind of have to. You're only as good as your weakest driver, and I don't like using that term, but that's something you hear in GT racing quite a lot. You're only as good as your RAM driver, for example. You know, the pros are all very evenly matched. If your RAM is 2 seconds a lap slower than the other RAMs, then you're already sort of fighting from behind the 8 ball, as they say in America. Usually it is the 2-driver teams who tend to come out on top. There have been exceptions to that, of course, but typically that is the case. And I think I'm right in saying this year, well, actually, having said that, Team Olympian have won 3 of the 6 races this year, and they are, of course, a 3-driver team. Yeah. So, but they do have Riley Phillips as one of their drivers, so it kind of balances out, doesn't it?
I was thinking about the bounty of 10 grand bounty, whether 2 decent drivers coming in could do it. Oh, that's not good. We are getting into that sort of the halfway point now where things are starting to break. And is that a bit of tyre?
I think it's the bodywork, isn't it, on the tyre? You can see the GT sign there, the sticker pulled loose. Oh, excellent camera work from our camera operator up at McLean's to get zoomed in on that nice and quickly. So that's bodywork rubbing. They're probably going to have to come and get that removed in the pit lane on the 104 car. Not a couple of minutes that for EDF Motorsports, was it? One car wounded with damage, the other one being pushed back to the pit lane with broken rear suspension.
Yeah, not the best at all. So hopefully that will come in before it punctures.
Olympian are in the pits. Team Olympian are in the pit lane.
Good spot.
Very quickly back out. That looked like a penalty, perhaps. They were only in for a few seconds, as far as I can tell, because they've rejoined just ahead of the Vikings, who were 5th. So yeah, they've been in for about 30 seconds or so. That screams of a stop-go penalty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We'll get Jamie on the case.
Yeah, lots of dramas coming, not even halfway through yet, and still more to come, but the UVO Hoffman team, 14 seconds clear on the last lap. That is going to extend. CGI Racing with 22 seconds down. So where we had a lead back, now we've got to watch Team Olympian try and come back from that 5th.
Well, yes, but this is where having that 3-driver team where perhaps one driver is quicker than the other 2, you can sort of overcome that deficit or difference between drivers. It's very hard to overcome something else within the race then. If you have a penalty, if you have a spin, if you have a slow pit stop, that can sometimes be a bit of an insurmountable situation to come back from. But we'll see. There you can see them in the background. This group of cars ahead of them are not on the same lap as them, so even if they pass them, they're not gaining any positions. Pretty sure they've rejoined in 4th place, because that was the Vikings I just saw coming into shot in the background. So across the line they will go. We'll now get officially what their deficit is, 36.5 seconds. So yeah, they dropped about, 22 seconds or so there through that. So I would hazard a guess that's about how long it takes you to transition from one end of the pit lane to the other.
Yeah.
What it was for, I don't know though. We'll have to try and, like I said, get Jamie to do some digging on that one.
So again, we get to see Riley Phillips putting lots of drivers under pressure again.
Yes, fired up Riley Phillips, and he really is. He's just on a personal best first sector, so on his first full lap after the trip through pit lane. Got all of the Masters teams starting to clump together, haven't we, on the timing tower, the pink number backgrounds, pink or purple, depending on how colourblind you are. They are the Masters teams. They're all starting to form their own private battle, with the Axiometrics and GRD Racing car being the lone sort of interloper there in 7th. But Team Olympian are leading that Masters category at the moment. And they've very quickly managed to get to the front of that group of back markers. So 13.5 minutes before the next pit window opens. Phillips with plenty of time to try and fight back from this. Now, this is what's going on in the EDF Motorsports garage, and right rear corner appears to be the corner that's failed them.
Yep, loads of work, diagnostics going on. What's the theory? Does the driver have to stay in the car while they're sorting it out, or is it just for quickness to get them back out?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, I think. So that's a good sign. That means that they don't think it's going to be all that long before they send them back on their way. Because as we've seen, it doesn't take long to get a driver plugged back into the car, so you'd think if it was going to be a lengthy stop, they'd be happy to let the driver get out. There's Matt Dawkins in the car at the moment. And yeah, he's sat in the car, fanning himself, slowly baking away, and waiting for his opportunity to head back out on circuit. Well, I believe that Jamie can now shed a bit more light on that EDF car, and perhaps what that penalty was for Team Olympian. Jamie, what have you got?
Axiometrics and Olympian both had the same penalty. It was actually to do with the 110 car that was spun at the old hairpin. It was felt that both cars got a little bit too close to it as they went past. It's just something, obviously, on safety grounds. They just wanted the cars to be a little bit further away. And down at EDF Motorsport, Matt Dawkins is in the car. We're not going to talk to him because it's a bit hot in there, but Vlad, hub failure, but the guys are straight on it. This will be a quick fix, won't it?
Hopefully so, yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate. Matt said, he had a bit of an off and had a spin. Yeah, really unfortunate. We're doing quite well, running in the top 10. We're hoping to take advantage of the heat and hopefully some other car failures, and just happened to be us that had a failure.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke this morning, and the heat was a concern for everybody, wasn't it? I mean, more driver fatigue. I mean, I was hearing temperatures north of 50 degrees in the car. I mean, we've got to remind people, if you show what Vlad has to wear, he's got to wear a 3-layer suit plus all the fireproof gear. So you're wearing the equivalent of 4 layers of clothing. I mean, and all that. I mean, you do fitness training like pretty much all of us do, but it still takes its toll, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Honestly, it's very similar to sitting at my gym spa for 45 minutes, so I'm going to cancel my membership at this rate. Yeah, it's been really tough, and it's tough on the cars as well. Luckily, our car's been running not too hot, so yeah, we'll see how we go. Hopefully, we can get out quickly and crack on.
So going forward now, the top 10, as we say, unless things happen, it's probably going to be a little bit out of reach, not wanting to be negative, but you can still pick up some decent points.
Absolutely, you're picking some more points and a bit more track experience, a bit more racecraft. It's a tough race out there, so yeah, enjoying it.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. That's Vlad Vasiliev from Vate Club by EDF Motorsport. And yeah, hopefully the guys are on it. Dave Farrow, who's deputising in the 104 car, is also on the case as well, so they'll get that car back out as quickly as they can. Back to Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Jamie, and thanks for Vlad for taking the time to talk to us, explaining what was going on. 50 degrees in the cars, the hottest day of the year. Who'd have thought that we were going to get that in September? But get it, we have. All part and parcel of what they say is happening around the globe at the moment. Although reading some of the stories, some of the record temperatures previously for September were back in like the 1800s apparently. So maybe not that unusual at all. As we pick up on the 110 car, the Signature Motorhomes car, just dealing with the V-Box machine, and the 110 down in 15th position at the moment. We're on stint 4, so it's Adam Bessel back at the wheel, the former Mazda driver, just making a little bit of progress and trying to head up towards the top 10. Uvia Hoffman still out front in this one and completed a lap, but a good lead for them. We've got the surface flag being shown there. Not sure why.
Perhaps explains the screech of tyres and the slide for Signature Motorhomes there, if there's something on the track that shouldn't be. So that's the new Viking car, which used to be the Team Truman car, passing the old Viking car, which used to just be a JPR hire car back in the day, and is now the Signature Motorhomes 110. Here's the 214, that's the old Team Tiger car. That was a car that's got a few stories to tell. The Team Tiger Ben Baton was one of the drivers of that back when I first started covering Fun Cup. He used to have a bright sort of orange and black livery. Slightly more refined now in the hands of Team Seed Data. Oh, and something hanging off the back of the Team Seed Data car as well. Not a huge surprise, given the fact it's been on a bit of a safari, hasn't it, around the Donington Park circuit today. And here's a sight guaranteed to confuse us. Two almost identically liveried cars together as Signature Motorhomes, well, take their signature line really through the old hairpin and get a little bit too close to the gravel trap.
So edging towards another set of pit stops, which will take us to the halfway. It's not Adam Bessel back in, is it? Yeah, that will happen after the 2 hours.
In which car?
I'm jumping ahead.
Yes, oh yes, 110. Yeah, it's.
So in stint 3, it's
Antonio Sousa. Yeah, you're right.
Apologies to Adam if he's watching, and I'm not in the car.
Yes. It's been a trying weekend for them at times, but I'm sure they're learning a lot, that's for sure.
UVO 30 seconds clear now of CGI Racing. Olympian in 4th, 3 seconds behind MJ Tech. So that might be the one to look at. So Olympian last lap 1:23 personal best, 1:23.6. MJ Tech last lap 1:25.3.
Yes.
So that is coming down, so we could well be looking at a podium battle before the end of this stint.
I think there's a good chance that Riley will get back into second even before the end of the stint. The trouble is he's going to be the best part of 15 seconds further back than he was at the start of the stint from the race leader, which is not ideal. Down the hill comes this little group, 214, 251 and 110. I don't think any of these are on the same lap, are they? Actually, 214 and 110 are. They're fighting over 15th place, Team Seed Data and Signature Motorhomes. Two of the less experienced teams in the championship battling for positions. The most experienced team, Team PLR Racing, they've gained another place since I last checked in on them. They're now 12th position, but they are, I think, now a full lap behind EDF Motorsport's 104 car ahead of them in 11th. So take a little bit of overhauling, creeping back up towards that top 10.
Yeah, all working hard, and in this weather, I don't envy them. Would you race in these conditions?
Oh, look, if someone offered me a free drive, I'd be silly to say no, but I would much prefer it, I think, on a nice, cool March or April afternoon. But how much fun does it look to get out there and race in the Fun Cup? I would absolutely jump at the chance to even have a go in one. Everyone I know seems to have had a drive of these things now, even Jamie, and it's about time that I added my name to the list of possible test drivers.
Sure they'll sort you out for the...
Yes.
You could always become a marshal and then get in the marshal.
That's true, actually, yeah. There are worse ways of doing it. What a great initiative that is.
That's really good, isn't it? And Jamie himself, I mean, always praises the marshals, but Jamie knows exactly what they do because he's fully qualified, signed up, and goes marshalling a lot. Yep. If you follow him on social media, you'll know that.
He was at Brands Hatch last week, I believe, wasn't he?
He was. He's going to Brands again tomorrow, apparently.
Oh, really?
Not marshalling, I think he's...
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, there's some GT championship on, isn't there?
There's something on somewhere,
yeah. That other endurance racing championship that I'm sure once this is finished with, people will go and catch up on. Yeah, that's... well, it might avoid the rain that's forecast, at least, for Donington tomorrow.
Well, they were talking about thunderstorms today.
Oh, were they?
Yesterday, but I don't think that's going to happen now. Basically, the weather people have not got a clue, have they? Not a Scooby between them. They've got no idea. Stick your head out the window. If it's raining, put your raincoat on. That's my advice to you.
You'd make an excellent team strategist, Rich. I'm amazed you've not considered a change in career.
But doesn't it wind you up? My missus was... Are you going to? What's the weather going to be like at Donington on Saturday? Well, I don't know, but I'll know when I get there. You know, I've got a coat in the car if needs be. You know, why did we worry about it?
I have only brought shorts this weekend. That's something I've never done before, so I've gone all in on the summer weather this weekend. If it does rain tomorrow, I'll be very disappointed indeed. Although I know there are some TCR drivers who are kind of hoping for a bit of rain tomorrow. They think that might favour them. But anyway, I've had a few wet Fun Cup races over the years here at Donington. In fact, we had pretty biblical rain back at Brands Hatch earlier on this season, didn't we? When we first covered the championship this year. That was a rather soggy afternoon. And very different conditions here today at Donington Park. although presents some similar problems in a way. Low grip levels on the circuit, for example. More and more personal best sectors coming in, though, so I do think the track is starting to come to. That was good timing, wasn't it? Alf goes the 251 car at McLean's corner. Clearly not an abundance of grip for them right now.
No, it's thinking safety car again, because the thing that Uvio could do without is that safety car with the 30. They've had one big lead negated and they've gone away and built it up again. But they're looking class, aren't they, at the moment?
They are. This is what they did last year. Well, in fact, it's what they've done on many years, really. In their championship winning year in 2021, we had 9 races that season. They won 6 of them. An incredible hit rate. There, by the way, goes the Olympian car back into 2nd place, ahead of GCI Racing now. They'd already got past MJ Tech, and now they're into P2, but 33 seconds off the race lead. 2.5 minutes away from the next pit window opening. But, Uvio, they won 6 races in 2021. They won 5 races last year in 2022. But that was another great example of how winning races doesn't win you championships, because, of course, it was GCI who actually came out on top in the championship, and they only won once all year. They just had a really consistent year, and Uvio have suddenly started running into mechanical issues with a lot more regularity than they have ever really had in the past. And they'll certainly be hoping that in these warm conditions they don't suffer the same fate again here today when they're looking so strong. I mean, really, it would take something like that, wouldn't it, I think, to bring the rest of them back into contention. They have the pace, they're staying out of trouble, they're building this lead now to the point that they are 32 seconds up the road from Riley Phillips, who once again finds himself surrounded by lapped cars.
GCI Racing will want to get P2 back as well before we get into this next window, which is, as you mentioned, just a couple of heartbeats away now. But the Green Team Olympian machine making very, very good strides. So good recovery from that drive-through.
It really is, absolutely. Riley Phillips has driven sublimely. He nips up the inside of Ben Pitch through the old hairpin.
It's sublime green.
Is this a pun that I'm missing here?
Yes. Lime green, sublime green.
Oh, I see. Say it again. I'll give you.
It was sublime green.
Very good, Richard.
Thank you very much.
Good. Well done. So quick-witted. I'm going to blame the heat on the reason that I didn't initially twig to that one and move very swiftly on. So yes, Team Olympian with a really strong drive here at Donington Park, but not at the moment strong enough to lead the way. They're heading out of Coppice. The leader is at Redgate Corner at the start of the next lap. That's the sort of cushion that Uvio have over the car that still is scoring well in the championship. But this is the key. You score 70 points. Signature Motorhome's off again, down at the old hairpin. Now, is it stuck this time? I think it might be. Won't go forwards. I don't think it's going to go backwards. You can see the hole they've dug themselves into here. And that may need some outside assistance, I think, Richard.
Looks that way, doesn't it? So, safety car on pit lane window.
Well, now, we see very often that Julian Floyd will try to avoid throwing safety cars when the pit window is open because it causes pandemonium in the pits. It can also be a bit of an unfair advantage if people are pitted and perhaps dropped a lap down and then a safety car comes out. That can really ruin their day. Now, no one has yet pitted, so he's got a very quick decision to make here. Do we throw it immediately before people start coming in, or do we let the 10 minutes play out, hold the old hairpin under yellow flags, and then get the safety car out after that? I've seen him go both ways with this, so marshals are running out. They're going to try and clear this under double-waved yellows. It's perilously close to the edge of the road, isn't it? But drivers seem to be keeping a wide-ish berth.
That's not going to go anywhere, is it?
Well, I don't think it is, but...
they're about to prove us wrong.
Yes, not for the first time today, in fairness. They're certainly going to try and push it. I think they're struggling to get that message across to the driver. Of course, he could well be stuck in gear, or the engine could be stalled or something. You might not want them to push it backwards, but the marshal's job is to get the car out of harm's way.
It's clear who's in charge here, isn't it? The marshal's doing an absolutely superb job assessing the situation, getting stuck in, keeping the communication up with the driver, and now working with his team.
Yes.
Look, they've done it. Well done, lads.
Well done. Well done.
Superb.
As I confidently predicted, easy to push it out of the gravel trap, and no need for a safety car.
I got it wrong.
No, I was absolutely with you there. I didn't think
to
that
be
was
fair,
the
we
move,
didn't have the right angle on it.
We did, no.
Yes.
Better camera work, please. No, a shout out to the camera ops as well. The Marshall's quite rightly getting a lot of love from us, but poor camera ops have been out there on station all day long, baking away, and they do a terrific job bringing us some fantastic pictures. And the whole Alpha Live crew doing a splendid job here today. So, Signature Motorhome's back underway for now, and they'll be hoping that's the last we see of them exploring the Donington Park scenery. Does seem that corner in particular, doesn't it, is the one that's catching them out. And they're missing a few more bits of bodywork now on the 110 car. Dropped a bit of gravel along the road.
Are the parts picked up through the central company that runs it? So
yes, if you need a new front splitter, you go to Paul Rose with your checkbook, and he'll be more than happy to provide you with one. Got a few teams, I think, are going to be approaching him for new splitters. Ratters Racing here have done a bit of damage to the front of their car too.
What's a checkbook, by the way, for younger viewers?
I don't think Paul Rose has yet purchased a car machine. I think he does still operate.
Cash.
Cash is king. Cash is king, as they say.
Oh, your door open.
Oh yes, that's Greenheath with the door open.
Open door policy.
Well, I'm all for getting a bit of cooling, fresh air into the car, but during green flag running, I don't think that's advisable, and I don't think that's what's going on there. I don't think that's planned. Pit stops are now happening now that the spectre of a potential safety car has abated for a bit. 104 there with their rear body work up as well, so they look like they've got some engine issues that are being dealt with, and that has promoted PLR Racing up another place now with 104 in trouble. So 11th place now for the championship leaders on without drop scores. Sorry,
You said top 10.
Yeah,
you knew.
Maybe.
Yeah, you said top 10.
Wily old fox is Neil Plimmer. He's got a way of salvaging results out of races that looked long lost earlier on. Waiting now for the race leaders to pit and waiting to see what they do now. Again, something that might benefit Olympian here is that double fuel stop that they did last time. They should now be able to have a quicker stop. That might get them a little bit of time back. 4 heads back on its way. Olympian are 31 seconds adrift of the race leader.
It's not insurmountable, actually, is it?
No, definitely not. Only takes a safety car, doesn't it, or an issue, a penalty perhaps for UVO. This, by the way, is the fight for third place. GCI, MJ Tech and Team Greenheath. So we're sat here acting as if this race is done and dusted and there's nothing to get excited about. It's Fun Cup, of course there is.
This is great, isn't it? I mean, over halfway through the race and still you get, this was, typical at Silverstone, exactly what we're seeing here. Long may it continue. Wonderful stuff.
3 very evenly matched teams here as well. MJ Tech, that car driven now by Will Abraham, and he's pulling up alongside Ian Wood in the GCI racing car, having found a way past Greenheath in the recent past. So back into third and looking now to reclaim back into fourth, excuse me. And in fact they were fourth. What's going on here? I'm getting confused. Oh, Greenheath have pitted, I think, actually. I don't think Greenheath are in this battle. No, they made a 4th pit stop, so my apologies. So Greenheath not part of the fight, but GCI and MJ Tech are. That's the 3rd place. So I haven't spotted that Greenheath had been into the pit lane recently.
Okay.
So that's now...
But battling on track nonetheless.
Yes, and they're not a million miles away from this battle, I think, once the pit stops have all shaken out. So it is worth their while getting stuck in here. English motorhomes are in. This was, who's in the car? It was Antonio Almeida Souza, who's got some stories to tell after his
hasn't he just
latest stint in the car.
And now it'll be Adam Bessel going in. So
it is indeed. Adam will spend the first few laps feeling the car out, I'd imagine, see what it's handling like.
So what's changed since I last drove it?
It's a little bit lighter with a bit less bodywork, but maybe they've added weight by gravel that's been picked up, and distributed around the car. It's amazing where that gravel gets as well. When you see a car that's been beached in a gravel trap and the team are cleaning it out, that gravel gets everywhere.
I wonder how much the likes of MSV have to buy in terms of gravel, because I mean, just watching the juniors in their free practice this morning, and they were coming out, and it was like the Great Escape, you know, when you're shaking the. I'm doing the shake. I'm pulling my trousers, shaking the gravel out, which nobody can see. So that's pretty useless. But you've seen the film where they shake the trousers and the gravel comes. It's a bit like that. So I wonder how often they have to replenish the gravel traps.
That's a very good
point. Or
point.
whether they recycle the sweep the stuff up and.
Yeah, because it tends to just get thrown in a bin, doesn't it, behind the garage? And I doubt that Jonathan Palmer sends. Well, maybe he does send people.
Jonathan goes out with a shovel and a barrow, does it himself, you know.
Does he?
Yeah,
now?
not many people know that.
Does he? Now? Right, I see. I thought maybe he flew his helicopter at low altitude and blew the gravel back.
He
where
might
it
do
ought
that
to
as
be
well.
with the downdraft. Yes. Anyway, Jonathan, if you're watching. Sure you're not, but if you are watching, we do appreciate all the work you've done to Donington Park. Of course, this is
and all the
latest.
MSV. Best places to come and watch racing.
They really, really are. They really are. Alton Park, my local circuit, that was really starting to slip away, really, when it before.
I thought you were going to say it was a hole of some sort for a minute, but
yeah, well, not far off, really. But then, no, Jonathan and his team took it over and rejuvenated it. They've kind of done the same thing here at Donington Park. Not that Donington was going to rack and ruin by any stretch, but
we've got a new hotel going in, haven't we, over the back as well? I think.
Really?
At some point, I was.
Down in the old right. I didn't know that.
But no, you're right. Money well spent and looked after, and you know, the old team at Brands, for example, used to moan about the complaint phone calls they'd get on a Monday morning about the state of toilets or whatever. But the reason they got those calls is because it was something to complain about. But now it isn't. You can come and stay and have a clean shower, and you know everything's looked after. And no, they do a super job, as these guys are doing on track course.
Indeed so. What I do like as well is that these MSV circuits, they don't ever lose their charm, do they? Somewhere like Alton Park or Cadwell Park, they still very much feel like they're old school racetracks, but just really maintained to the highest of standards. Which
if you could move Alton Park down south, it would be much better.
I often say the same of Brands Hatch, actually.
If you could move it up north.
Exactly. That's a long old drive for me, but well worth the trip, as I'm sure you feel the same about the glorious Alton Park, where this championship will be concluded in October.
Right.
Possibly not under clear blue skies and in 30-plus degree sunshine, but that is where the final 2 rounds of the championship will be. The spiritual home, really, of Fun Cup.
Is that the most safety cars?
Oh, by quite some way. By quite some way, yes. I don't think I've ever avoided seeing a safety car there. But always produces good racing. People say you can't overtake at Alton Park. They should take in a Fun Cup race and realise how wrong they are. It's always exciting and has a knack for producing close finishes, that's for sure. Although Donington Park, I seem to recall, he says, desperately tried to dig out the correct stat, I'm sure was home to one of the closest finishes we ever had. Yeah, the second closest finish in history was here. Back in 2015, winning margin of 85 thousandths of a second, slightly closer than our Silverstone race by a fraction. It's a 3-hour race at Zandvoort that saw the closest finish, 52 thousandths of a second, and it was the Axiometrics who won that race in car 267, which Team Olympian are pedalling at the moment. Right then, we are an hour and 50 from home, so we're coming towards the end now of our third pit window, and that means it's a prime opportunity to head back down into the pit lane and see who Jamie Peters-Ennis is catching up with.
Yeah, I'm down with Antonio Souza, who's just jumped out of the 110 car. One word to describe your stint was entertaining, I think we say.
Absolutely. Entertaining is a good word. We had some moments there, let's put it that way. But very fun, really enjoyed the drive, good experience, and the car is really good, so I'm very happy, very happy. Nevertheless, we have some issues with spinning, but yeah, it's still very fun.
And how have you found the cars? Because they are very different to what you're used to. I mean, the only similarity is the rear-wheel drive.
Yes, well, absolutely. The only similarity is rear-wheel drive, but they are very, very responsive, right? So it's a very difficult car to drive compared to what I'm used to. So you have to be very, very delicate with them, very sensitive, but very fun because of that, you know. So it requires some skills, and again, it's not my first race with the car, so I'm very happy with where we are with the pace as well. So really good.
And are you planning on doing some more? I mean, what attracted you to this fantastic championship?
Well, this year probably this will be my last one because I still have the other championships, 2 more championships to do it. But next year for sure, I definitely will try.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. That was Antonio Almeida Souza from Team Signature BDS. Right, let's have a word with the boss. We'll just have a quick word with the boss now. He's just timing Olympians' pit stops, and they're away. It's a bit warm, Paul, isn't it?
I tell you what, I wouldn't like to be in those cars at the moment. It's really hot. It's hard on the car and hard on the drivers. You know, you're on for a long stint, 40-minute stints. So,
I mean, you've driven these cars in this type of heat. I mean, it isn't nice, is it? Well, no, the adrenaline kicks in, but it really hits you when you stop, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, as soon as you get out of the car, you feel like collapsing, but need to rehydrate. But yeah, I mean, it's turned into a good race, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, Silverstone was an absolute corker, wasn't it? I mean, the response we've had from people watching and, you know, people coming in, more and more inquiries as well, which is fantastic.
Yes, we've sold 2 cars since Silverstone, and we've got a lot of people wanting to test the car, which is really good, looking strong for 2024. And hopefully we'll have a good calendar and more cars on the grid.
And final thing, fantastic to have marshals taking part in the Alton Park double-header. As we know, we owe a lot to them, especially this weekend, because they're out there for 12, 13 hours on post in all weathers. I suppose it's our way of saying thanks for what they do.
Absolutely. I mean, GT Radio came up with the idea, and I really do support it. It's great to give something back to the marshals. And you know what? We've got 3 or 4 really good drivers in the marshals there. So Alton Park should be really interesting. I bet they don't get any yellow flags or anything like that, or black and white flags, but no, it should be good. It'd be good to see them out.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Paul. That's a championship Paul race. Yeah, it'd be great to see the marshals out there. I know you were saying about me doing marshalling. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to do it because I already have my race license. But no, and we'll try and get Andy out in the car at some point at the end of the year, because I know Rich is quite keen to get this challenge on between him and myself. So who knows? Watch this space.
Well, you're stood next to the man who can make that happen, Jamie. So switch the microphone off. Go and have a quick chat with Paul Rose, and I'll come and see him at the end of the day, and we'll see what we can work out. But great to hear there from Paul Rose. We're all in danger, I think, of picking up a suntan today, but Paul Rose with a permanent suntan. I don't quite know how he does it. It's all those holidays to the Caribbean that he takes, but he would never miss a Fun Cup race, and what he's done with this championship over the years is really, really impressive, and a really nice guy as well. It's his son Christian who's now starting to take over some more of the day-to-day running of the championship, and it's Christian who is part of the driver lineup for the second-placed car at the moment, Team Olympian. See him back out at the end of this particular stint. Now then, Richard, this all looks quite lively. In amongst this group, we have some back markers, but also, I believe, the fight for third place.
Yep, MJ Tech and CGI Racing going for it big time at the moment. So, yeah, really, really good. With 1:45 left on the clock. What if the Marshals are going to pick up the 10 grand if they're...
I thought it occurred to me, yes. Absolutely.
It'd have to go to the Marshals Fund, wouldn't it?
I'd imagine it probably would, yeah. That's, but hey, who knows? They had to compete for this. They've not just, won the opportunity in a raffle or something. They had to compete. There was a karting event, so they're the handy peddlers, I believe, the 3 who have got the nod. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing how they get on. And of course, they get 2 races at Alton Park as well, so they get that sprint race to warm up, and then they can really apply everything they've learned in the enduro. So MJ Tech here in 3rd position. It's Uvio who still lead by 33.8 seconds. They gained a bit more time in the pit stops again. That really surprises me. Riley Phillips, we saw, came in right at the very last second to hand over to Chris Doval, who started that 267 car. Uvio, it's now Farkini, I think. Checks notes. Yes, Farkini back in the car. MJ Tech, who we see here, still trying to find a way past the lapped PLR racing car, actually. That is now Scott Jeffs again, whilst GCI Racing, that number 1 car driven by Craig Butterworth in the top 5, completed now by the Vikings. Haven't seen a huge amount of the Vikings, but the Silverstone winners up into the top 5 now, with Mark Home aboard the car now for the 2nd time today.
Yeah, they've done well, haven't they? It's one of those sort of dark horse moments that you get. I've kind of forgotten about that car, but still there, in with the shout. Lead lap still as well. How many have we got on the lead lap?
Whoa, hello. That was wide for MJ Tech, and sideways for PLR, and a close moment rejoining the track as well there for Scott Jeff. So GCI managed to slip through. I think we're possibly down to 6 or 7 cars on the lead lap now. I'll try and figure that out in a moment. Once this battle has calmed down a little, if it calms down a little, as GCI Racing still can't find a way past Neil Plimmer in the PLR machine. I don't think anyone's told Neil that he's a few laps down. He's getting stuck in, isn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't got up to that 10th place yet, but we could still have a grassy moment or a mechanical moment in the top 10, which could put him back up into that.
Or for Neil, indeed.
And for him as well.
What did we do? Look at that, Neil Plimmer sliding through the gravel and gathers it all together again. That was good timing, wasn't it?
Well done, Captain.
Yes, good hands, good hands. So Neil Plimmer, he was really going in hot there, in fairness, trying to defend from GCI. Now, the leader just went across the line, the Uvio car. I think we do still have 7 of them on the lead lap. I think Greenheath is the last car on the... no, they've been lapped, actually, and so have Axiometrics. We're down to 5 cars now. The Vikings, the last car on the lead lap, and this is what can happen when you have a long period of green flag running and a quick car out in front. People start falling off that lead lap very quickly.
Yeah, very, very close indeed, though. The chasing packs. So GCI under a wee bit of pressure here. Uvio 36. Yeah, just whatever they do, whatever happens, whether it's pit stops or otherwise, Uvio just getting away and everything working for them. Is this 110 car manages to unlap itself? Let's have a look at pace. Where's 110? Down in 16th position at 126 on the last lap. GCI 126. So fairly equal pace between those 2 cars ahead of this quartet at the moment. And really, I suppose you could say that GCI could do without having to keep passing and repassing. But that's just what they've got.
It is indeed. And they are trying their best to stick ahead of MJ Tech and maybe catch Team Olympian. They are catching Team Olympian. Chris Doval now back in the 267 car, so he's slipping back away from the leader and into the clutches of this group behind, which, again, you'd think that all 4 of them were fighting for position. It's only the number 1 and the number 249 car that is. But this is pretty lively stuff, isn't it? As Scott Jeffs tries to get back on terms again with Craig Butterworth. Quick point on the points, by the way. I started to make this point before and then something happened. I think Signature Motorhomes went off the road again. Yeah, that's okay. They're not going to change positions just yet. Team Olympian, 2nd place, are outscoring all of their championship rivals apart from Uvio. So they're in a good position even if they don't end up winning this race, in fairness, Team Olympian. PLR we've already documented well down the order in 11th place. The other of the championship front runners that we needed to keep an eye on were the Vikings and Greenheath. Well, Vikings are in 5th position, Greenheath in 7th. So it does look good, this, for Team Olympian to extend their championship margin. Uvio will get a couple of points back. Fastest lap is worth a point, remember, but at the moment that goes to Ted Bradbury in the number 195 car. So by my reckoning, Uvio would get to about 11 points off the championship lead and would move almost certainly ahead of PLR Racing if things finished as they are now. But that is highly unlikely, you'd have to say, given the fact this is Fun Cup Racing. We're side by side again now for 3rd place. And as GCI get boxed in there behind the 110, Scott Jeffs, who is an ex-Euro NASCAR racer, using a bit of a NASCAR tactic there, using the lap car as a bit of a pick, as they say in America, and managing to find a way back through into 3rd place.
Yeah, he read that well, didn't he? He's got superb stuff, and now he's got to try and deal with Adam Bessel. Remember, Bessel not part of this fight for actual position, but we know quick from his opening stint.
He is indeed down towards the chicane. The inside line, can he do it?
Yeah, Adam's seen him. Oh, no, he hasn't.
Oh dear, it's all a bit
No, you're not
awkward.
coming past.
And here comes the GCI car right back at them.
Yeah, decent run for Craig out of the... Oh, and we've got the car behind coming into the mix as well.
It's 251. Now in the hands of Tom Greensall again. And GCI have swept back through again. So Adam Bessel perhaps losing his spot on Scott Jeff's Christmas card list there. Looked like he was getting out of the way, but sometimes by trying to get out of the way and doing something a bit different, you can sort of wrong foot the driver that you're trying to help out, and I think that's a little bit of what happened there. GCI with third place back in their ownership again. There goes the Viking car, the Silverstone winners going through. Now, where are they in relation to Uvio? Well, they're not far ahead is the answer, because the next car about to come into shot, no, not that one, the next one was the race leader. So there, the yellow car is the Vikings, and in the background you might be about to see the Uvio car, which is the race leader. So we're not that far away from having the 5th placed car going a lap down. And I'm sure that we'll see Mark Home put up a bit of a fight as he tries to make sure that doesn't happen. But yeah, Uvio so far looking pretty unstoppable. Any team that's come close to challenging them seems to have run into some sort of a problem in this one. They are now 41.5 seconds up the road.
Like I say, every time we go back to them, the gap gets bigger and they seem to get stronger. And we're not seeing the safety cars here, so...
No. Well, snatch vehicles helping with that, I suppose. So, down towards the chicane comes the Team Viking car.
Yeah, the leader lapping around a second lap quicker, so should be on them soon.
Yeah, don't think it'll be long, will it?
Oh, there we go, the great shot there. You can see the black car coming through, so there's the 5th place car, and there is the leader crossing the line now. So we get a good visual on the gap as the leader will crack on. And you were saying earlier on, Andy, about, you know, do you back off, do you take it? We haven't seen any backing off at all. Or maybe an odd little lull before pit stops, but they're just cracking on and stick a lap on. That's better than building a lead, isn't it? I mean, it is building a lead, but just having that barrier of that lap between yourself and a placeman puts them out of the equation.
It does, because it means if we get a safety car, the Vikings, for example, if they go this lap down, they don't just catch back up to the race leader. They're still going to be a full lap behind. So it's a really important moment in the race, this, because the Vikings definitely would have been on Uvio's radar this weekend as potential threats. They're about to put another lap on the 98 car first. But it's the next car that they're going to catch that they're really interested in finding a way past. And the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car slips by the 98. Oh, now someone just went past our commentary box. I don't know if you heard that, Richard.
Yeah.
Sounding very rough. I can't tell if that was the 251 or if it was MJ Tech. It was about the time that MJ Tech went through. Listen out for it properly next time, but that was someone with a broken exhaust, I think.
Keep an ear open for that in a minute or so's time. Yeah, look at the gap coming down now. It's got clear sight. So...
it is 249, according to Jamie. So that's MJ Tech. That's a potential drama then. So that would explain, actually, why Scott Jeffs has suddenly dropped back. He's nearly 2 seconds behind GCI Racing now. He did have that moment through the gravel, didn't he, a while ago at Coppice? I wonder if maybe that's something to do with
dislodged
it.
something, yeah.
It's another contender, though, running into problems. It's happening to everyone apart from Uvio at the moment. And they'll be wondering how much longer they can ride this this wave of good fortune. An hour and a half to go, and so far they're dodging all the drama.
Sometimes that's the way it goes if you have a little bit of bad luck, and you know they're due some good luck. Try telling that to the youngsters. Things do seesaw, don't they? You can have you can have more bad seasons than you have brilliant seasons.
Yeah.
But you just have to keep sticking at it. That's racing. That's any sport, really.
Certainly is. Yeah, 249 going past again with that very dodgy sounding exhaust. So GCI Racing there slipping past Signature Motorhomes. Adam Bessel's got some good speed, hasn't he, really? He's been battling with GCI and MJ Tech for the entirety of the stint. Exhaust hanging loose. I was trying to see if you could see the issue at the back of the MJ Tech car. But yeah, Adam Bessel, I'm impressed with his pace. GCI slipping back up the inside of him there through the old hairpin. But, doesn't sound great, does it? I can't, it's not loose, the exhaust, is it? I think it's a cracked exhaust. That's better. Oh, it might be loose, actually. Or is that bodywork hanging down? I can't quite tell. No, that's just bodywork, actually, at the front, isn't it? So yeah. A cracked exhaust, I guess, better than a loose one. Maybe a loose one will almost certainly have you called in to get it rear fixed, but a cracked exhaust, it might affect performance, but at least they should be able to carry on.
Yeah. It's not even a quick fix, is it? So they're going to have to work out whether they do need to come in and see how much time they're losing. It doesn't sound like it's getting any better, to be honest.
No, it sounds a bit like a tractor, honestly, but Scott Jeff's keeping pedalling on and going slowly by any means. In fact, he's catching back up to the group of cars ahead of him now. Maybe he took a couple of laps just to assess the situation. He will have noticed the difference in sound, I'm sure. Now he's realised that there's nothing majorly wrong. He's continuing to push hard. GCI still can't clear Adam Bessel. And whoever's in the 251's going quickly. That's Tom Greensall, isn't it? With a name like that, I suppose you would be pretty quick.
Bit of lawn mowing there by Adam.
Blimey, that was, yeah. Keen to get back past GCI Racing, wasn't he? And he might just make that stick side by side through the Craner curves. I remind you, this is not for position, but no blue flag policy in Fun Cup Racing, and Adam is perfectly within his rights to get stuck in here.
He has been, like you say, he's been really enjoying being at the front of this group and just showing what he can do. So he was keen in the interview to say that he wants to come back and do a lot more of it. And I don't know whether he's tied into a team or not, but one of the good things is that obviously if you come in, you make a bit of a reputation for yourself, other drivers will pick you up.
Definitely, definitely. He's very much the sort of pro, if you like, in that lineup. So if he's got a partnership going with his co-drivers Antonio and Domas, then yeah, that might well serve him well in the future. He can make them better, and they can keep providing him with an opportunity maybe to come out and have a go at Fun Cup. He's got this third place battle still going on in his wing mirrors then. GCI Racing ahead of MJ Tech. Of course, because of their battling, they're not catching Olympian anymore, are they? They're lapping actually a tenth slower that time than Team Olympian. So Olympian hanging on to second place, 48 seconds off the lead, and we know that once Christian Rose and Riley Phillips get back into that car, it should start going more quickly. We're only a safety car away from them being right back in contention, and perhaps even without a safety car, they could start to eat into that margin during the next stints. Ooh, and that was GCI Racing slipping past Signature Motorhomes. So a cracked exhaust manifold is the diagnosis from one of our camera operators, apparently. A multi-talented bunch here at Alpha Live, able to film the cars and diagnose the problems at the same time.
And to be fair, I find it with ITV, a lot of them...
Oh no, and that's Scott Jeffs. That's Scott Jeffs off at McLean's. And look at the right rear corner. He's had contact. He's had contact with the 251. And this is where battling with those lapped cars can be frustrating. This will definitely be a safety car for sure. That car's going nowhere with broken right rear suspension. And Scott Jeffs, yet again, the bad luck bites.
Yeah, that's a lead gone, isn't it? A massive lead gone. That is going to potentially change the complexion of this Fun Cup race.
100%, 100%, because we still have at least 4 cars on the lead lap. Did the Vikings manage to...
That was what I was trying to puzzle out just before then, and that could save them. Keeps them in with a shout, doesn't it?
100% it does. No, that was the Signature Motorhomes car going by. They're still racing at the moment. There's no safety car yet, but I'm fairly certain. There we go. Safety car number 3 is official on lap 100 exactly. So
of the 100th race.
There we go. It was meant to be.
Neat, isn't it?
It was meant to be.
It was written in the stars.
75 laps since the last safety car came out, so that was a long green flag period.
Okay,
but
UVO have passed the Viking car, by the way.
Oh, they've just done it, I think, haven't they? Wow.
Viking will be ruining that.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's and that's the importance of fighting to stay on the lead lap, isn't it? And taking advantage of the fact we don't have a blue flag policy unless you're massively off the pace. And the Vikings, I'm sure they put up a bit of a fight, but well, they'll be wishing they hung on for an extra lap here, I think. So
just give them a little tap out of the way and nip through.
So 3 cars only on the lead lap now, because of course MJ Tech were on the lead lap. They're out of the race. There is Scott Jeffs. Now, Scott is a pretty cool, calm and collected customer usually. I wouldn't be approaching him for a chat right now, though. He does not look happy, does he?
Well, they're the interviews you've got to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually, correction, they're the interviews Jamie has to do.
As a driver, yeah, the ones you have to give as a driver, and yeah, I'm sure Jamie knows. What's the language like between these two? Are we going to see a...
It's always interesting when one driver leaves the helmet on longer than the other.
Yeah, I might get hit.
Scott Jeffs not in the mood to talk, is he? Not in the mood to talk. He very much turned his back. Who was in the 251? It was Tom Greensall, wasn't it? I just mentioned that. So To be fair, that's a place where you do see that side-to-side contact quite a lot, because that camera angle we just had showed it nicely. You're going through a left. It is racing.
Yeah.
It is racing. And whether they're on the same lap or not, these are the rules within Fun Cup. I'm sure there are people watching at home saying, well, why were cars that are multiple laps down fighting with people who are in contention for a race win or a podium? Because that's what the rules of the championship say.
You could throw so many things out. It's the heat. The drivers could be fatigued. I'm guessing the greens was quite new to the...
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
They're not making excuses, but there are lots of reasons why.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, the rules of the championship allow for lapped cars to race. It's the same in things like NASCAR over in America. So it's there's nothing wrong with what happened. And it's that little bit of side-to-side contact as you're going through the left-hander at Schwantz. You're kind of going left, but you're about to turn right, and you're about to hit the brakes, and it's very easy just to wander over into each other. And of course, we're sort of assuming here that the fault lies with Greensill. We didn't actually see the contact, so there's nothing to say that it was entirely his fault.
When you make conjecture about these things, and when I do it, and people then start sending you in-car clips on social media.
Yes. I've had that before. In fact,
you said
I was once approached in the men's toilets at Brands Hatch by a driver with a mobile phone in hand and an onboard footage to show me. The timing wasn't the best, but the point was well made in the end. That perhaps I'd got it wrong. So there is the recovery truck heading, I believe, down the Craner curves actually to go and assist with this. You can drive pretty much around the entire perimeter of the Donington Park circuit, so that means that they don't have to put the truck on the racetrack. Which
doesn't do your suspension a lot of good, though, I have to say. Having done it recently, it's not there.
Oh, have you driven around Donington's perimeter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The service roads are great, but the rest of it is not...
No, little rough. Rough ride for the MJ Tech car as well. You can see the damage done there to the right rear corner. Poor old Scott Jeffs, rightly so frustrated, regardless of who was to blame. It was an opportunity lost that for a team that have had this happen a few times this year, where they've had the pace to fight for a race win. It just doesn't seem to quite come together for them. It's a great shame. They may struggle to get that repaired, I think, with only an hour and 26 minutes still to go. So what was a 50-second lead for Uvio now becomes a 7-second lead officially behind the safety car. They will probably have quite a few lapped cars between themselves and Team Olympian. In fact, we can count them now. They've got the Vikings, they've got EDF, they've got Greenheath, they've got Axiometrics, another EDF car, 2-on-4, Race Logic. Oh, there's the 246 car stopped. So there's now 3 cars needing recovery. That's on the exit of the old hairpin, I think.
But this would probably segue nicely with the next driver change window.
I think it now will, yes, with that extra car to be moved. 8 lapped cars, I count, between Uvio and Olympian. Of course, GCI Racing are only a couple of cars behind them in the queue. To be fair, speedy work being done up here at McLean's. They've got the MJ Tech car out of the way already, 251 being recovered. They've got the 246 car to deal with down at the old hairpin, but we might actually get this sorted within the next 5 minutes, which would save Jamie from having to deal with the entire field of cars coming in at the same time.
Still need Jamie to go and find Scott Jeffs, though.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I'm not letting him get away with that one. And it might be a good idea to let him calm down first. He's got a long walk back to have a little think about what he's going to say. Unless he decides to hitch a ride with a recovery truck. I remember
doing my first angry driver interview many years ago, and it's a nerve-wracking thing. Have you done much pit lane? I don't know if you've done a bit of. It's quite scary, isn't it, for viewers to think? And people say, "Oh, I'd do it," but you've got to pick your moment. You've got to judge it. But the master of it is Alan Hyde,
of course,
who is absolutely brilliant at just picking whether a driver's okay. And what's nice is that you don't. I mean, we wouldn't throw to Jamie and just expect him to go up. He'll go and sort out the lay of the land first, and that's what you do. And if a driver doesn't want to do it, very often they'll come back. I've had a lot of drivers will be a bit cry. The most famous one I remember was a guy, Pete Winston. I don't know if you remember him racing in classics. And we were covering some classics down at Lyddon, and he was absolutely furious. And I went up with the mic, and the look on his face was, I'm just going to back away. And he just saw that But then he came and found me later on, which was nice. And he said, "Look, I'm sorry, but this is what happened." And came back. So I think if a driver can do that and realise that they're not approachable, but then come back to you later on, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a mutual respect, isn't it? We're here to do a job, but emotions will run high, and they're perfectly entitled to take that moment just to cool themselves down a little bit. So there is the recovery truck, I think with Scott Jeffs on board, waiting to hitch a lift back. Hope we've got the aircon switched on in there at least. That might cheer him up a little bit. Getting out. I walked into race control earlier on, and my word, that was a comfortable place to be. I think they've got the coolest room here at Donington Park. The rest of us slowly melting, and at least the people making the important decisions are in some comfort. So that's the main thing.
The driver briefing room was quite nice as well. The back of the cafe, yeah, it was all right this morning. So.
Okay. Might go and hide in there after this race for a little bit, I think, before the rest of the racing action gets underway. Don't forget, we have got more racing coming your way today. This is not the only race this afternoon. We have got 2 more sprint races, both of them. One for the Gazshocks Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship, and then also a 20-minute race for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Supercup Championship, which takes the prize for the longest championship name of the weekend, and also should provide some of the closest racing of the weekend for the Mark 3 Mazda MX-5s, and they are sandwiching a qualifying session for the Fiesta Junior Championship drivers who will be out racing twice tomorrow, along with TCR UK, who had a very entertaining qualifying session a little bit earlier on in the day as well. So,
as the holiday makers escaping the noise of the racing cars on their noisy plane.
Yes, and spending lots of money to fly across the world to find sunnier climes on a 30-odd degree day here.
And to catch COVID in a metal tube at the moment. So. Sorry, cynical?
Not at all, Richard. Not at all. Yes.
My missus' boss, actually, where she was literally just gone on holiday, and
oh, really?
She hasn't taken the test. I'm pretty sure she's got COVID, and she's gone in a plane. I just think it's so despicable, isn't it? Why would you, with that, go and infect everybody?
No,
I've paid for my holiday. But I'm sorry, I couldn't do that, but
No. Please do join in the conversation, everyone at home. Let us know what you think about this not at all controversial subject, whilst we await a resumption of racing, which can't come too soon here at Donington Park.
Sorry, I shouldn't go on.
No, I'm enjoying it thoroughly. I really am. I'm very much looking forward to looking at the YouTube comments later on. I should stress my illness this week was a summer flu. I did do a test and I was clear, but
good lad. Well, glad you're here.
Yeah, well, I've sweated everything out of my body, I think, today. So I think any bugs I had picked up, well and truly gone now. But there is no better remedy to a bit of a summer illness than some Fun Cup racing, and I'm hoping we'll get some more of that very soon. The EDF car was on its way to recovery, I think. And we should be able to get the race resumed very shortly. We're a minute and a half away from the pit window.
Are we going to get the window open before the safety car
I
goes
think
in?
we might, you see how slow they're going. I think they're deliberately trying to...
What would your call be if you were clerk of the course now? What would your call be for? Would you delay it? Would you delay the safety car? Sorry, delay the pit window opening for the safety car to clear, or would you do it on the 120 left?
The pit window has to open then, it's my understanding, so that can't change. But what they can do is try and control where and when the pack sees that pit window open board. So by slowing the safety car down, you're sort of buying them a bit more time, if you like, because remember, you have to pass that board once before you're allowed to pit. So, good, well managed that, because I think the lights are out on the safety car. I think they're going to get to the line just as that pit window opens, but you then have to complete another lap before you can come in. So I think this is going to time itself out pretty perfectly. And as the Jaguar heads for the pit lane, we resume racing once again after about 5 laps behind the safety car, and Uvio Hoffman's Lotus lead their way out of the final chicane, and they get racing back underway again here. Remember, the Viking car behind them has just slipped a lap down. Can they maybe use the pit stops to try and get back onto that lead lap? What progress can those behind make? It is only Uvio, Team Olympian and GCI Racing who remain on the lead lap. But we know that certainly in the case of Olympian, they've got their 2 fastest drivers still to come to get that car through the final hour and 20 minutes or so. So expect them to be among the first to head for the pit lane, I'd have thought.
That sounds like real good common sense, doesn't it? So we're at 1:19 left, the final 2 stints of this, which has been a fascinating race to watch out for. And PLR did ultimately make it into the top 10. Whether they'll stay there or not remains to be seen.
And they're on the same lap as Team 3 Motorsport, so they should get 9th place very shortly. They're only about 5 seconds behind them. I think they'd have taken that, wouldn't they? In fact, there is... no, that's the 98, sorry. Oh, there's Scott Jeffs, still shaking his head as he trudges back
He
to
looks
the
a
pit
bit
lane.
hot and bothered, doesn't he?
He does,
understandably
yeah.
so.
Yeah. I wonder whether he deliberately chose not to ride back in the truck just to give himself that bit of time to calm down. That was, speaking of calming down, I think 195 car was a bit too eager to get into the apex there. That was Ashley Woodman. Interestingly, they ran Bradbury for the first stint, Woodman for the second, and Chadwick for the third. Then they're back to Woodman, then Bradbury, then Chadwick. Yeah. So a real mix of the driver order there. The 195 car that sits now down in 11th place. In come Olympian, so they must have just seen that board as the race restarted, and they have decided to come into the pit lane. So this will be...
That was exactly what you said they needed to do.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day. So into the pit lane comes Team Olympian, and Chris Doval will hand over to Christian Rose. And, well, honestly, this has saved their race, really, hasn't it? That one little incident that had nothing to do with them at all might just have given them a chance to fight for a victory again.
Jamie's going to have to keep an eye on the fuel situation with Hugo Hoffman, because we remember we don't know what they've got, but we have got 2 more stops to go, and they've been pitting late every single time.
Yes. They have.
So we don't expect them to come in for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's part of the reason why we're not getting that many lead changes as well, really. They've led 73 consecutive laps so far, UVO, which is pretty impressive stuff. But by staying out late in the pit window, that means that they're staying on top even through those pit stop sequences. So there is the UVO car. The Vikings doing their best to stay with them. The 98 car, which has not looked particularly happy ever since the safety car came in, and it's off the road again, coming out of Coppice Corner. But way back is the Olympian car, which actually, it's the GCI car, which runs in second place. 2 on 2, I think, are heading in now. UVO, as you predicted, Richard, continue on to do a few more laps here before they head in for their next pit stop.
Yeah, we'll try and get away at the front. They've been one of the quickest cars on track for most of the time. Is that Greensall on his way back, is it?
No, that's Scott Jeffs.
Oh, Scott, so he's got a lift.
Yeah, they met him halfway, that's fair enough. So Scott Jeffs on his way back to the pit lane, where Jamie, I'm sure, is ready and waiting.
He'll be nice and calm by the time he's got back.
Sure. I'm sure, yes, absolutely. Lovely guy, Scott Jeffs. Got a lot of time for Scott, but you can forgive him for being a bit frustrated.
That's how I normally get out of racing cars, to be perfectly honest.
Especially in this heat. Well, that was unceremoniously dragged out of the car was Ashley Woodman. Ted Bradbury getting in. This car should start going quickly again now, really, shouldn't it? It's a shame they're 4 laps down, but I wonder whether Ted can improve upon his lap record that he set earlier on. Cooler track temperatures, I suppose, but also a lot more rubbish all over the track, and the car perhaps not in quite the nick that it was in earlier on.
Taking their time on the belts on that car. I see change of size of driver, of course, makes a difference as well. And if you've got, we're going back to the 2 or 3 driver debate, if you've got 3, you've got more adjustments to make between the stops as well. Viking running well here, but they're not going to unlap themselves, are they, on UVO here?
Depends what they do in the pit stops. If UVO take fuel and Viking don't, they could get back ahead, but it could be a short-lived thing. But yeah, they're running 4th place, I suppose. That's valuable points for the Vikings, and like I said, they're very much still in this championship battle. So 64 points they'd score if they could finish in 4th position, which would only end up being a few less than UVO and Olympian ahead of them. There's Farkini, the UVO car. Yeah, impressive pace actually from Mark Holm in the Viking machine to stick with him. But then sort of doubles the frustration, doesn't it, that they slipped a lap down, because they've obviously got front-running pace, but they're facing a real uphill struggle now.
Literally uphill into Coppice, so we'll see when that lead car, well, all the time he's got clear traffic, not a lot of point in coming in, is there? So leave it to the end of this slot. Olympian have done theirs. So 50 seconds down at the moment. Here comes Viking, just having a look. Are they going to unlap themselves? Yes. They do. Good move.
And sensible from Farkini not to fight that. He realises that's not the position. If they're that desperate to get back on the lead lap, I think he's quite happy to let them go for now. And as they come across the line then, Team Greenheath are the next car in line. They're on the same lap as the Vikings, so they will be eyeing that up and thinking, right, well, if the Vikings can unlap themselves, maybe we can unlap ourselves as well and try and get back into this. A well-timed safety car would bring them right back into play.
It's got
the Vikings, having done all the hard work, open the door and invite UVO back through again. So they obviously didn't get a good exit from Redgate. The Slipstream did the rest, and they're back off the lead lap again.
Ebbing and flowing all the way through the race. Pit window in full swing now. So change for the 110. Adam Bessel coming in. Thomas Dregver going and taking over. So his stint now. Let's see whether any fuel went in. Fair amount of work. Looked like a quick stop though.
Yeah, not bad. Not that quick getting
Not so
away.
quick, yeah.
But there you go. So what adventures await this stint for the signature motorhome car? A quiet stint with Adam Bessel at the wheel, but we'll see now what Domas is going to have in store for him. UVO, meanwhile, with the new Viking car right behind. I keep calling it the new Viking car. It's been the new Viking car for a couple of seasons now. But that car that did have a win in the hands of Team Truman back at Croft a couple of years ago is weaving around, trying to keep in that slipstream, isn't it, down the pit straight. So Farkini, as much as he didn't fight it too hard when they came through last time, he's trying to break the toe there. He does realise the significance, I think, of trying to keep car 170 behind him. Through the trainers, there is Ratters racing in. They're refueling. He's off the car, no one allowed to touch it whilst the oh, don't touch the car, don't touch the car, wait for the fuel, and there we go. Really chomping at the bit to get in there. That was who was that? That was John Ratcliffe, who's in for the next stint. Cannot touch the car whilst the fuel is going in. That's a really important safety protocol. Start the car, get it going again. They're having a solid race, actually. 6th place when they came into the pit lane there, Ratters Racing.
I've got to be honest, I was looking further down. Couldn't see them, but yeah, that's good.
I don't know what their best finish is. That's a question for Jamie, maybe, if he's listening, because I don't recall them having a top 5 before, certainly. And I would therefore be surprised if they'd had a top 6, so they could be on for a really good day.
Viking have done a good job here keeping up with the race leaders, but just not in the right place. And they'll be ruining that safety car. Weave.
Jamie is on the ball today. 7th place at Brands Hatch was Ratters Racing best finish.
Good lad.
Thank you, Jamie. So yeah, on course maybe to better that here today.
Still got an hour and so to go. It's the MJ Tech car.
And the
251.
Yeah. They've only made it to the top of Coppice, I think, unless they're just doing lap after lap of the perimeter road. I don't think those laps count towards your race total, though. The quicker they get them back to the garage, the better.
If that was me, that would be my fastest lap. To be perfectly honest with you.
I think I'd be in the same boat as you. 6.5 seconds the lead for UVO over GCI Racing, by the way. So that gap hasn't expanded out in quite the way I thought it would, actually, since the safety car. It's been about 10 minutes since that safety car came in, and GCI Racing running some strong lap times.
They are. It's been, again, fascinating to watch. And once the driver changes effect, we'll see whether the gap can come down or not. But yes, it's was it 7 seconds, wasn't it, behind the safety car?
Yes. I think so, yeah. Which actually was probably more when you think about it, because they were going slower, weren't they? No, sorry, less. Yeah, it would be less when they're at speed, but still, 7 seconds, 6.5 seconds back, not bad going. And GCI, every time they've raced with us this year, they've come out with a decent result. So Donington Park not looking like being all that different. Still have an hour to go, of course, and another 2 pit stops to be completed, but they are in good shape at the moment. And looking mighty consistent on lap times as well. And out down the hill they go. Yeah, they had that 2nd place at Snetterton. And then they had a 4th place last time out at Silverstone. So top 5s both times they've raced with the GCI Racing. Proving that they're not getting race rusty even when they take time out. But then they took a number of years out and didn't get race rusty. They came back and won a championship. So this is a very potent driver pairing, a well-prepared car. And I have to say, Richard, and again, I hope I'm not tempting fate, it's one of the cleanest looking cars on the grid, isn't it? Not a scratch on it yet.
That is tempting fate, isn't it?
Yes.
One of the things about taking a break and coming back, and I don't apologise for making the point again that we did at Silverstone, the specification doesn't change.
No.
So if you come into this championship, you know exactly what you're buying into, and you've got a long life. As we heard earlier on with the guys coming in and signing up for multiple years. That's why people do it, because they know that this is not going to be messed around with.
Yeah, it's a great investment, isn't it? If you want to buy a full cup car, or even if you just want to hire them really round by round, you can commit to it in the long run, knowing that you're not going to suddenly find yourself with an old car that's not competitive anymore. So in come the leaders then, in fact, in come pretty much everybody really, and this is now going to be the moment of truth. Team Olympians Christian Rose has been out there lapping pretty quickly for the last 10 minutes or so. How much closer to this car can he get? Fuel for the UVO car. Where's the GCI car? It's just in the background. I think they're putting fuel in as well. So I think a churn of fuel apiece for these two. Marchini out, Fabio in, door closed. They had to wait there, didn't they, for a car to come past in the fast lane. That will have lost them a second or so, but they're back on their way. And there's no sign yet of the Team Olympian car coming by. So they'll retain their lead, but by what sort of margin? That's the real question. Quite a decent one, I think. Yeah, Olympian have just gone past us now. I reckon that's in excess of 10 seconds. And GCI Racing, I don't think are even... Oh, there you go, GCI Racing. So a very slow stop there for the car that was in second place, Richard.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the time goes out to by the end of this, but the UVO Hoffman Lotus team, they are so well drilled on it. Even having to wait, you can't time whether a car is going to go past you, and they may have lost a wee bit of time there, but other than that, so well drilled.
No, absolutely. That was slick stuff, as you'd expect from the former champions. There goes Fabio now up through McLean's corner. And on his way towards Coppice, the Vikings dropped back a little bit there by a second or so, but not massively. So we've got Fabio now on board the UVO car. There was Team Olympian in the background, the green machine. So Christian Rose second place. But again, I wonder what they did for fuel.
Both car VDF Motorsport going out for their fifth stint.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. They're going in the garage.
Yeah, they were being pushed in, I think, not out. So that's... that was the car that stopped at the old hairpin, wasn't it? Yeah. I think, at the time that we had the collision up at McLean's. So the lead gap, 11.4 seconds between UVO and Team Olympian. With GCI Racing only now coming through the chicane, so they had a really slow stop. I'm intrigued to know what caused that, whether it was just because they took more fuel or whether they had some sort of a drama. Oh, they couldn't get the churn in. They had an airlock in the fuel system. That's what it was. So thank you again, Jamie, for updating us. So they did take fuel, but it took them longer than it should have done, and it cost them probably around 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, not good.
No. Good at all. So GCI now the ones hoping for a safety car, because they're not going to regain 30 seconds, I don't think, on their own in just over an hour. Vikings still sit fourth, Axiometrics with GRD Racing a fifth, Green Heath sixth, Ratters Racing seventh, so at the moment on course actually to match their career best, with Fueled Up Racing in eighth, PLR Racing ninth, and T3 Motorsport in 10th. We're getting news that Olympian took one churn of fuel, so same strategy for all three of those leading cars, but UVO just that little bit slicker in the pit stops.
So Olympian are going to be absolutely ruining that stop-go that they had earlier on, drive-through that they had earlier on. That really has cost them.
Yeah, absolutely. Safety car saved them a bit, but they don't seem now to have the raw pace, do they, to close in on the race leaders. UVO do a 1:24.7. Here comes Christian Rose, a 24.4, so fractionally quicker. But when you're 11 seconds back, you need to be taking more than 2 or 3 tenths a lap, don't you? You want to be taking chunks out of the lead car. He has got the Axiometrics car to work with, though, and that 103 is being driven by Simon Rudd. Yeah, so quickest driver in that car, you'd say, Simon. Not a bad car to be working with.
Some gap between them at the moment, though, so we'll see whether Simon is fit as well. I suppose he's had an hour and a half or so with his ice pack.
Well, he did the first stint, didn't he? So he's had a bit of time. 3 hours 20 to go there would have been when he was last in. So he's had almost 2 hours to rest and relax.
I'm guessing you won't be playing Sunday football tomorrow.
Dangerous sport, football. I've always said it. It's motorsport's much safer, certainly much more fun.
Football's cheaper.
It is a little cheaper, yes. Yes, you're not wrong there. Get what you pay for, don't you, though? Right then, down to the pit lane. Jamie Peters-Ennis with more news. I was getting news from the pit lane. 246 have a gearbox issue. Thank you. Sorry, I've only half heard that message. Gearbox issue.
Had Jamie worried there for a minute. It was
Jamie's heart suddenly skipped a beat then. I'm sorry, Jamie. Yes, so gearbox problems for them. Had a few gearbox problems today, haven't we?
Yeah, that's it's on repeat, isn't it? I've definitely had a few of those. Oh, weather's been one factor. Lots of hard driving another, and well, we've now got the Olympian car closing in on Axiometria, which is only 3 places behind, although a lap behind it, so
yeah,
very nearly. With our race leader.
And crucially, Christian Rose consistently this 2 or 3 tenths quicker than Uvio, so if he could hand that car over to Riley Phillips within 7 or 8 seconds of the leader, Riley would be doable. Well up for the fight, wouldn't he? I think that we could be in for a grandstand finish then.
And another safety car. We're due another safety car. We only had 3. Have we had 3?
We've had 3, yes.
It's so 3 or 4 normally, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, although that number has gone down in recent years since they've started using the live snatch, so I think over recent years 2 is about the average. But yes, there's a good chance of having some more, definitely. Most we've ever had at Donington, you'll be fascinated to hear, was 6 in a 4-hour race. That was in 2014. A race won by Team Tiger in car 214 that we've seen having a really adventurous day today, the 214 Team C data car.
And the numbers are the chassis numbers, aren't they?
They are.
Which someone's watching for the first time, if you wanted to get into the history of the cars and everything else and wonder why they have the odd numbers, it's the order in which they were built, apart from number 1.
Apart from number 1, yes. I actually forget what number GCI used to run with. I'm sure it was 111. I think it was 111. Right. So their car, one of the older cars on the grid. And
that underlines the, again, as I said at Silverstone, it underlines the long life of the cars.
Exactly, yeah. As long as you look after these things, they will continue to be competitive. And a lot of the cars are run by JPR Motorsport, which is the team who run the championships. They take all the cars back to their factory up in the northwest, and they give them a complete once-over, and they refresh the whole thing between each race. It's all part of your package when you pay them to look after your cars. That's what you're getting as well, and it means you can turn up at the racetrack pretty confident that it will have been prepared to the very highest standard. Some teams choose to look after their own cars, of course, but even if teams purchase a car for themselves, they very often still send them back to JPR just to get that JPR treatment.
Sensible thing to do, isn't it? Go back to the guys that are running the championship. It's not in their interest to sell you a dodgy car.
Yep.
So they want to send you the best product possible, which they will do, and that's why the championship continues as well as healthily as it does at the moment. With, as we heard, lots of interest for next year, lots of drivers testing and looking. As I say, I met a guy on the gate today who's looking at having a drive maybe next year, maybe before the end of the year.
Okay.
And he'll be as a pro driver helping one of the gentleman drivers, I think. So I won't put names out because I'll let them do the PR and everything else. But it's great to see. Really, really good.
It certainly is. And the more new faces we can get in the championship, the better. More people starting to sit up and take notice of Fun Cup again now. It always does produce great racing, but it's great fun to take part in, whether you're fighting for a win or for 15th place. As we've seen, the battling is just as intense up and down the order. 10.6 seconds now between Uvio and Team Olympian. That 2014 Donington race, I've just reminded myself, actually, that was a particularly exciting one as well. That had a last lap lead change when Guy Wenham, remember Guy Wenham from Sax Max as it was back then? He came and did a few seasons of Fun Cup racing, and he was leading on course for his first ever win in the championship. He'd come close a few times. He led most of the last period of the race. I was doing circuit commentary that day, and he went through to start the last lap, and I started bigging him up and giving the spiel, selling the story, this first win he was going to get. And it dawned on me, I'm sure he should have got back to the checkered flag by now, and he hadn't yet appeared out of the final corner, and then suddenly Team Tiger came through and won the race, and he'd run out of fuel on the back straight on the last lap of a 4-hour race. It was heartbreaking for young Guy. who I'm sure is delighted that I'm regaling everyone with this story yet again. I'm sure it's a day you'd rather forget.
Did he get his first win in the end another time?
Oh, now he did, and he's going to be really disappointed with me for forgetting when
you can't remember all those, and we can have a vague idea.
It was
but...
a little while ago. That was 2014.
Well, there you go.
I reckon. Hold that thought. I'll get back to you on that. He did win. I'm sure he won, and I will message him and ask him. That's what I'll do.
made it all the sweeter, didn't it? When guys, wasn't there another Wenham that raced as well? Was it
his sister Zoe?
Yeah, that was
yeah. Absolutely. I got many this is a story that's going to sound worse than it is, so bear with me. I got many a bruise on my arm from Zoe Wenham because when I was doing circuit commentary before the live streaming came along, she would often come up to the commentary box to watch the stints of the race that she wasn't in. Many drivers used to do that. You get a great view of the track from the big circuit commentary towers. And she would often come up when Guy was in the car, and if he was doing well and I mentioned his name, I would get a dig in the arm from Zoe. So paranoid was she of the curse of the commentator striking. So it got to the point where I wasn't actually able to mention him if he was out on track until he got out of the car and Zoe was in, and I knew I was safe then to tell everyone how they were getting on. But a great family. They really loved their Fun Cup racing. Zoe raced for a couple of different teams, so did Guy, and yeah, they learnt a lot. They really enjoyed it, and up until a couple of years ago actually Guy was involved in the social media side for the championship even after he'd stopped racing. So it's one of those championships that when you're involved in it in any way, it's very, very hard to quit. It's very hard to walk away.
Was it, they say, the price of getting out is staying in?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that was the IRA, wasn't it?
Just to point out, we are drawing no comparisons.
No. I just that was but yeah.
Snetterton was Guy's win with a team that I think Jamie has misspelt, but I think he's trying to say does he mean Axiometrics or Apollo? Of course, Apollo Motorsport at Snetterton. That was Apollo's only win in the championship, and yeah, he did eventually get his win. Only the one, but celebrations were had, that's for sure, having come so close on a few other occasions. And that was in 2018, by the way, so it took him 4 years after that heartbreak.
Wow, that's
yeah, not an easy championship to win in.
So Viking trying to close in on Axiometric here, so they are 4th and Viking 5th.
Every time I look up, the two Viking cars, which I know are not both Viking cars anymore, but they keep on finding each other, don't they, these two yellow and black cars?
They have done today, haven't they? Yeah.
They were doing it at Silverstone as well, I recall, just to try and confuse us. Head on, it's very easy to get it wrong. From the side and the back, you can see the blue on the Viking with Ursus Capital Racing livery. That car still sits in 5th position. Oh, and Jamie continuing to remind me of things I'd forgotten. Zoe did come back, Zoe Wenham did come back and race last year actually as part of an all-ladies team with GT Radial, which I completely forgot about. So yeah, Zoe has raced with the championship fairly recently. It'd be good to get them back on the grid.
Was that the Snetterton round?
Oh, I wasn't there. Well, no, last year at Snetterton.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, because you covered Snetterton in my absence, I think, this year, did you?
Yes.
Yes.
Not Fun Cup though.
Oh, was that C1?
C1, yeah.
Yes, it will merge into one after a while, don't they? You get to this part of the year, and it's no, last year at Snetterton.
Yeah, I remember the girls racing last year.
Yeah, that's right. So
GT Radio. So they had the girls team. They've got a Marshall's team.
Yes.
And now they need to do a
commentator's team.
A Jamie and notice I'm keeping myself well out of that. An Andy and Jamie team. 2 driver, more chance of winning 10 grand. So
suppose you're right. Yeah, that's. I'm down. I want that out on. I'm announcing this live on air. I am up for this.
Have you got your licence?
No, that wouldn't be the first thing that I need to. I've been saying for years I'm going to do that. And if I do, it's here that I want to come and race for sure. The Fun Cup. Where else would I? It would mean I'd have to miss commentating on the race, though, which weirdly, I know this is a stupid thing to say, but I would genuinely miss that.
You could come up when you've done your stint.
Between stints, yeah, so, exactly, yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm used to doing the full 4 hours, you see, so I'm sure that would be a problem. Being in peak physical condition that I am. Anyway, less than an hour to go. We are 15 minutes away from the end of our penultimate stint of the race. This lead gap is just sort of static at the moment, isn't it, really? Christian Rose can't get any closer than about 10 seconds from the race lead. He's 11 back now from Team Olympian. With GCI Racing 34 seconds back now in third position. As far as close battles are concerned, well, fourth place is reasonably close. Axiometrics with GRD Racing are only 2 seconds clear of Team Viking. In fact, they're ahead of Viking, because that's changed, hasn't it then? Axiometrics ahead of Team Viking for fourth position. It's also reasonably close then for sixth between Team Greenheath and Ratters Racing. Ratters Racing are catching Greenheath, actually. Took about 3/10 out of them last lap. They're 5 seconds back, but that would be to try and claim their best ever finish in the championship, of course, if they can catch them.
That will be good. Fingers crossed that we see a battle involving those guys before the end of the race. So, drive-through penalty for the 14 car, Team Greenheath. So that will help Ratters Racing.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. So that will promote them into sixth position then. Not the way that I'd like to do it, but they'll take it, I'm sure. They've stayed out of trouble so far. Greenheath sliding wide over the curbs, pushing hard.
They've earned their beers tonight, haven't they, these drivers?
Definitely. You will see a few mistakes start to creep in inevitably at this point in the race. The cars are past their best. Tyres are past their best. We haven't really mentioned tyres today because we don't typically mention tyres all that much in Fun Cup. They never change tyres during the pit stops. One set of tyres can do the full race, but in temperatures like these, the tyres will be in much worse state at the end of 4 hours than they normally would be. So grip levels are diminishing, the cars are starting to wear, the drivers are starting to wear as well. There's so much dust and dirt and debris all over the circuit. It is not an easy thing to do to keep them on the straight and narrow at this point.
Is it one tyre per meeting, or 4 tyres per meeting? You put brand new ones on for the start. And
yes.
What happens to the old ones? Recycled, or are they raced elsewhere, or?
They will keep them for testing, I would have thought.
Yeah.
So I would imagine they'll all have a new set of tyres generally for each race, but they'll test on the Friday and qualify on probably the older rubber, and then keep the new tyres for the race. We heard Fabio during qualifying talking about wobbly tyres that they were going to try for the race, which I took to mean new tyres with extra tread on them, creating a bit of extra wobble. I think that's what he meant anyway. Yeah, they were probably saving them for the race, and they'll then use them for testing perhaps next time out at Alton Park, or indeed testing in between rounds, which a lot of the teams will go ahead and take part in too.
Greenheath not coming in for their drive-through, or was that?
Well, they might have been trying
That's
to.
what I wondered then. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was contact there, wasn't there?
There was, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to come in, but then, how much do you back off to get in there?
Yeah, you've got 3 laps. I think that's still the rule, isn't it? So they could come in next time. But that was a scary moment for Race Logic, who've already had their troubles in this race early on, although they've run pretty well since then. They're up to 16th place now. They are 18 laps down. But they've actually been putting in some decent lap times. Shame, really, that they had their earlier issues, whatever they were. 12.5 seconds lead gap. Almost, well, we're about 11 minutes away from the final pit window opening. Christian Rose doing what he can to keep the Team Olympian car within striking range. Now, what do we think they're going to be doing for fuel then? Because all of our top 3 cars, Uvio, Olympian, GCI Racing, they all took 1 churn of fuel last time, but we know that at the stop before that, Olympian took 2. So I think Olympian could probably get away without refuelling at this final pit stop if they put 2 full churns in earlier on. I don't expect them to pit. Uvio were very tight-lipped about their fuel strategy earlier on, but I wonder if they maybe need an extra little splash just to get to the end. That could make all the difference, couldn't it? If Olympian can have a dry stop, Uvio need a splash of fuel. That tightens things up that little bit more, doesn't it?
It does. Yep, Greenheath car's just popped in, so that's good. Jeff's car being jacked up to have a look at it, see what's doable.
Now that means that Scott Jeffs is back in the pit lane. And,
with Jamie. Over to you, James.
Yes, Jamie can be found fleeing for the nearest exit, I think, at the mention of those words. But I'm sure he will try and have a chat, even if it's off mic, try and have a chat maybe
absolutely.
with Scott Jeffs. And because we're still not 100% clear on what actually happened, really. There was obviously contact, but exactly how that came about, we don't really know. So we'll see whether Jamie's feeling brave. And hopefully we'll get to hear from the driver of car 249.
I'm sure he'll have a word. Being a Euro NASCAR driver, all the NASCAR boys historically very good on on words in one way or another.
Yes, indeed so. always compared Fun Cup to NASCAR. I do think these races play out in a very similar way, really. Very exciting at the start of the race with the random grid, lots of shuffling of position, then everyone sort of finds their place in line, things settle down, the strategy plays out, then it all comes together. We have a competition caution with half an hour to go, and we bring everyone back together for a sprint to the finish. Even if we don't get a late safety car, we always seem to have a sprint for the flag, don't we? And very NASCAR-esque, I think, really. Which probably explains why I enjoy it so much. It's certainly some of the closest competition you'll find in the UK, certainly in races of this length.
Bring back Rockingham and run them on the oval for 4 hours.
Absolutely. Well, they did race on the road course at Rockingham. I think it was before 2011 when it became a championship. Sorry, I heard a screech of tyres. I thought someone had binned it at Redgate. It was before it became a championship in 2011. But yeah, they did race at Rockingham a couple of times back in the early days. After Rockingham Open, probably. But yeah, bring back Rockingham.
It's gone quiet. It's gone quiet, hasn't it? It's you keep hearing little rumours that it's going to come back and how much money it would cost to bring it back, but I think it might.
I'd like it to. I'd really like it to. It was a unique venue, wasn't it, for racing? And great place to go as a spectator. But it didn't matter where you sat, you could see the whole thing.
You could go in the middle quite easily, and yeah, really good.
And it always produced good racing as well. It was a really good layout, that. So who knows? We'll see what the future holds. But for now, we are still blessed with some really top quality racetracks to come and compete out here in the UK. Donington Park definitely being one of them. Surprises does Donington have in store for us over the next 48 minutes then, I wonder? Leading now by an ever-increasing margin, aren't they? Actually, I don't know whether Christian Rose has got himself embedded in some traffic somewhere, but he's not lapping as quickly now as he was a little bit earlier on. GCI Racing are actually fading a little bit as well. They're 38 seconds off the lead now.
Axiometrics fourth, and Team Ratters Racing did get ahead of Team Greenheath after that drive-through.
Yes, they did, by only 7 seconds, or 6 seconds actually, so could still change hands again with the pit stop still to go.
Axiometrics clear of Team Viking now, so Axiometrics just gone out of shot. Then we've got Team Olympian there in green, and so that's the second place car ahead of the 5th position car, with the 4th place car ahead of the green machine, to simplify things, or maybe not.
I followed some of that.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed so. Jamie has attempted to spark a conversation with Scott Jeffs, and Scott is not in the most sociable of moods, I believe, at the moment, so we'll leave him to it.
Stick it in the regs. You've got to talk to the interviewer. If not, you get fined. That will soon sort them out, that will.
Here. I really can't say I blame him, to be honest. That was a really unfortunate incident. Just when it really looked like they were going to have a chance to fight for the race win. Ironically, that was the safety car that they needed to get back into it. It's just they didn't want to be the cause of the safety car. So Christian Rose then down through the old hairpin. The Team Olympian car that's done a lot of winning this year so far, but can they claim the championship? That's what they really want. 3 race victories from the first 6 races this year, but 2 races where things went wrong. Anglesey and last time out at Silverstone, where very early on actually they found themselves out of contention. Now can they salvage a 4th victory of the season? If they can, valuable points scored in the championship. And they'll very much have one eye on Uvio, because with PLR's troubles in this race, Uvio might be about to become their nearest championship rivals. 2 races still to go. Viking car tagging along with them here, still hanging on 1 lap down. Like a white warning flag for Olympian, interestingly. That'll be for track limits. 5 minutes till the end of the pit window, though, so it should be the start of the pit window, sorry, so it should be all right. Again, you'd imagine they'll be in pretty swiftly, won't they, to try and get Riley Phillips on board. Vikings with a half-hearted little look at the inside at Redgate Corner, but Christian Rose was never going to wave them through without a fight. So Christian's pace definitely deteriorating as we get later in the day. 14.5 seconds back, but he dropped nearly a second that time to Uvio, so it's that long run pace, isn't it, that Uvio has the big advantage on.
They've done superbly, as you say. When you're still building at this stage of the race, you can think about consolidating, and that's good, but building that lead up, but it's when you look at the third place car, as you rightly mentioned a few minutes ago, that's dropping back as well. Last time I clocked it, 36 seconds back from the leader, now down to 41, or up to 41 the gap. So Uvio looking very, very good as we head slowly towards the last stop. And it will be Farkini coming. Who's the quicker out of the two normally? Are they both about the same?
There's an interesting question. Yeah, genuinely, really, really evenly matched. I think they are both almost identical on pace. Yeah, they're both almost identical on pace, I'd say, really, and that's what's made them such a formidable force over the years. There's no weak link in the team, and neither of them particularly prone to making mistakes either, it has to be said. Right then, before things liven up in the pit lane, a last moment of quiet, perhaps, for Jamie Peters-Ennis, who has someone to talk to. Jamie, over to you.
Oh, you've said it now, Andy. You mentioned that word, Jules, that's quiet down here in the pit lanes. That means it's going to kick off, isn't it? Let's reflect on Silverstone, that battle with Johnny. That was absolutely stunning, wasn't it?
Oh, it was amazing, yeah. What a fantastic time we had. Every single session we were at it, hammer and tongs. It was brilliant.
Yeah, and of course, we've got to remember is poor David got caught up in the first lap incident with Victor and Matt. Of course, you were last and sort of a quarter of a lap down, and you came back, and it was just, I think you said one more lap, but it's always the saying, isn't it? It was 90 thousandths in the end, our third ever closest finish.
Yeah, I got my timing wrong. I didn't quite know it was the last lap, and I sort of half-heartedly blocked him, and I should have fully blocked him, so completely my fault. And I knew when he came past that was it, and he was going to win, but it was so close.
And the lovely thing was, at the end, it showed you two giving each other the thumbs up, and as you saw on social media, big hugs at the end, and that is what Fun Cup's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's everybody having fun and lots of respect. The driving is really, really good, really tight, you know. You give each other about an inch, but that's an inch you don't touch. It's great.
And in true motorsport fashion, let's move forward to today. It's been a bit up and down for you. It's not gone according to plan. We've had the clutch issue this morning, and then a couple of incidents out on circuit, but you're still smiling, you're still enjoying it, and we understand you're loving it so much. You're coming back for Alton, aren't you?
Definitely, yeah. One of the best tracks in the UK, and in a Fun Cup, it's just amazing. So, yeah, really looking forward to that.
And, I mean, you had some time away, as you say, doing other things. Obviously, with your businesses, you're really busy. When you came back to Silverstone, had it changed? Was it still the same atmosphere? It's obviously got harder because the standard of driving's a lot harder. I mean, it really surprised you, like how competitive it's got since your last time you were in the series.
It's always been competitive, believe me. They were a lot more happy to see me this time. When we were winning a lot, they weren't quite so happy about that, but when we came back and met them all, they were all pleased to see us, so it was really good. Felt really welcomed back.
And as you said, time permitting, you'll try and do as many as you can next year as well.
Never say never.
All right, thanks a lot, Julian. That's Julian Thomas from Race Logic, former champions of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And Andy, we like seeing him back, don't we?
We do. It's very nice to have Race Logic back. 14 times race winners in the championship. Second, I think, still on the all-time winners list, Race Logic. But they haven't had a win since 2018 because that's when Julian started buying ex-Andy Rouse Sierras and racing them instead, which you can't say you blame him, really. He's got a great collection of historic cars. I was saying, actually, to you just now, I'm surprised he's not over at Goodwood. Maybe he's heading over there tomorrow to take in some of the sights and sounds of that famous historic racing festival. But Julian is a real racer. He'll race anything he can get his hands on. And was always a real stalwart of the Fun Cup. Great to have them back now for the remainder of the season.
It's nice that enthusiasts like that take ownership of those cars because they do share them with fans to enjoy and see, which I've never done it. I've never been to Goodwood. I must get down there at some point, but it always clashes with other things. And
Yes, exactly. No, I'm exactly the same. I'd love to get down there. One way for me to go. But
do Pembrey before you do proper meetings, proper clubbing.
Yeah, they're the only two tracks I've not been to, Goodwood and Pembrey. Two, slightly different venues, both like taking a step back into the past, I'd imagine.
You've done Lyddon then?
I have done Lyddon, yes.
Yeah.
Not in a professional capacity, but yeah, I've been there to watch the Rallycross a couple of times. Great venue in Lyddon. Love Lyddon. It was good fun, that. Right then, pit window open, nearly, and I expect Team Olympian to be in pretty quickly. What's the starting point going to be for young Riley Phillips then? It's going to be somewhere around 15 seconds, I think. Christian Rose has really struggled to match Uvio in the last few laps. 18, wow, he's really lost time over the last few. Oh yeah, 1:25.6, 1.4 seconds slower. Now, is that a Christian Rose problem, or is that a car problem? Because he was a lot closer to Uvio's pace at the start of his stint. It suggests something is fading, whether that's car performance or driver, I don't know, but Christian really fading away, and that makes Riley Phillips' job all the harder, and it really makes me, for their sake, hope that they don't need to take any fuel, and that could be the only thing really now that saves them.
Or a safety car.
Or a safety car. Or a safety car.
We're not going to get another safety car. We're done. Safety car's parked up.
Let's see, what's the latest we've had a safety car here at Donington Park? And a couple of when we used to do 1 hour sprint races, a couple of races that went without a safety car. I believe that 2014 race that I mentioned had such a dramatic finish, had a safety car with 8 laps to go. So that was, within the last 20 minutes or so. And in fact, I think 2013, 9 laps to go. Yes, there's been a couple of times it's come out within the last 20 minutes. So we ain't out of the woods just yet, that's for sure.
Do you reckon Axiometric are going to sneak another podium on us?
Maybe.
At
well,
last knockings.
47 seconds behind GCI Racing, but they've got Neil Burrows to come, haven't they? So they've had Simon Rudd in for this stint, Neil Burrows to come in for the next stint, 2 quicker drivers. Never know. That is Olympian in, so that's the pit stop we need to see. To the left, ideally, the green Olympian car. Are they taking fuel on that car? I don't think they were.
No, they're not.
No, they weren't, were they? Very quick dry stop. That's one of the quickest we've seen all day, Richard.
Yeah, very well drilled, out very quickly indeed, and underway, out for that stint. Remember, the gap before they come in, 18.522 seconds, so that's the benchmark that we've got to look at after Uvio come in, but the window's only just open, we won't see Uvio come in till the end. That's normally what happens. Gap back to third was 47.572, so over the previous stint, the gap between second and third went out from 24 seconds to around about 29. So the gap from first to second went out. The gap from second to third increased as well over that last stint. So it's it could still change. We've said that, but it's less likely to with the big gap as we got at the moment.
GCI have gone out of the pit lane as well, and that's a big moment for the 98 maybe. I think it is 98 down at the old hairpin. Good news is, if you go off spectacularly enough at the old hairpin, you carry enough momentum to get back out the other side of the gravel trap, and I think that's what they were able to do there, so that was a bit of good fortune. Yellow flags out briefly, but they've managed to get back underway, I think, although I haven't yet seen them. There they go, up out of the plane, so yeah, they're absolutely fine. Vikings in from 5th place as well. But I think you're right, I think we'll see Uvio stay out here as long as they can. But we need to keep an eye on the lap times now. Team Olympian Riley Phillips just starting now his first flying lap, so we'll give him a minute or two and see how close he's getting. The leaders are in the low to mid 1:24s on average. So let's wait and see how close to that Riley can get. He should be able to go quicker, usually. You would imagine that he could. Remember, the fastest lap would be that record 1:23.1 set by Ted Bradbury earlier on.
Gravel coming out.
Yes. There's a few cars with stories to tell, aren't there, at the end of this race? The Ratters Racing car here.
Again, lovely bit of direction there. Just, you know, we saw the car going off, and then you see it depositing the gravel. So much thought going into the pictures that you see and the narrative that comes through. Absolutely love it.
Absolutely so. So Ratters Racing with fuel going in. Not going to bother fixing that splitter at this stage. If we had the safety car, they might have done, but worth doing it under green flag conditions. You can't afford to lose that sort of time, really. So there is the race leader down through the old hairpin, and Fabio Randaccio will hand over to Farchini, who I saw was suited and booted and helmeted up, ready to go. But I don't imagine they'll be in for about 5 minutes or so, this team, who have led now for the last 103 laps of this race, and we've completed 136 laps, but they led before that, didn't they, on a couple of occasions? So 110, 112 of the 136 laps they've led. what a different race we've had than Silverstone. No less exciting, no less absorbing, but all of those lead changes, no one able to stay in front for more than a lap or two at a time, and yet here, sheer dominance by one team, really.
Yeah, it's been an amazing performance, but equally a fascinating race to watch, you know, and for me, that's the thing about racing. I don't mind watching a race where there's no overtaking. As long as there are people trying, having a go, whether it's great defence, great attacking, whatever, that can pile in. Is there a record for most longest laps led? That kind of...
There is, and I'm in the process of working that out because that requires a lot of sifting through lap charts.
Wow, I don't envy that task.
Work in progress, that's go with that. I'll have that stat for you next year. Right then, Jamie with news down in the pit lane, I believe. So let's head down to Jamie. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I'm still down with the Team Ratters racing car. John Ratcliffe's brought the car in with quite a bit of front-end damage. Both brake ducts were ripped off the front of the car. They're changing the nose now. If you zoom in on the right front, you've got team boss Luke Stevens on the right front corner there. He's just doing some work on that, so I think there's been a little bit of suspension damage, and of course they were in line for Masters podium and running in their best ever position. On goes the front nose cone really quickly, and they've obviously got to make sure that all the safety pins are lined up. They're quickly tying on the towing eye. You've also got Dad Peter and Mum Jane looking there as well. They're just making sure that all the safety pins are secured. Scrutineers, Chris Wesley's just looking to make sure that everything is okay. Engine is being fired up by David Ratcliffe and they're away, but that, Andy and Richard, was a much delayed stop for the Ratters Racing.
Oh, what a shame that is. Now they're struggling to get the car started as well, but they've had their dramas. Of course, they benefited, didn't they, from the penalty earlier on for Greenheath?
Yeah,
Greenheath, wasn't it? Yeah,
yeah, the drive-through.
Yeah, to get that 6th place, and I suppose they're sort of even now. Although I think that cost Ratters Racing a bit more time than Greenheath lost earlier on. But these are the stories I love about endurance racing. It doesn't have to be the fight for the win. There's always, every team has a target. They've got something they're aspiring to achieve in this race, and they all have to overcome obstacles over the course of the 4 hours to get there. And it's just as interesting whether it's a team fighting for 6th or 7th as it is a team fighting for the race win. This team is fighting for the race win though, and they're not really being caught here by Team Olympian. On the last 2 laps, they've been lapping within a few thousandths of a second of the chasing cars. So all of this, I think, is going to come down to how long they have to spend in the pit lane. Olympian did not have to take any fuel at that last pit stop. It was a super quick pit stop. What is going to happen when Team Uvio arrive in the pit box?
Yeah, that's the question, but as you say, it doesn't have to be battling on track with endurance. You could just be looking at lap times, and you said with thousandths of a second, wasn't there, between...
Yes, 1,000th of a second, actually, on one occasion.
1,000th, yeah, absolutely amazing. So we are now waiting for this black and gold car, still the most iconic livery for me in racing cars over the years, to come in. We're waiting for them to come in and do their final stop. So they'll stick to their pattern. We'll see in around about a minute and a half the pit window closed board go out, and then we'll see this car come in. Then we'll get a handle on whether the gap has come down. Now, before the pit stop started, it was 18.5. That's what we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, they are 40 odd behind now, but of course there's a pit stop to be had here for Uvio. Just noticed PLR Racing leaving the pit lane. They were up to 8th place at the time, so they gained another spot since we last saw them. They may now lose that, having made a pit stop, but they're looking pretty strong. Ted Bradbury, by the way, has jumped back into the 195 car, and he's broken his own lap record, a 123.118 now. So even this late in the race, with a damaged car, with dirt all over the track, with worn out tyres, he's going even faster.
Ted Bradbury, that's some doing, isn't it, at this stage?
Yeah, quite an impressive youngster, isn't he, that young Ted?
Yeah, for sure. And same set of time. That's amazing, because you look at things like F4. I've been looking at all the F4 track records and lap records, and very rarely do you get an F4, for example, race record or lap record. Oh, big sideways moment there.
They're pitting, that was
Here
close.
They come, that was close. You very rarely get the fastest lap and lap records in race 3 of an F4 weekend because the tyres are past their best. So Bradbury, take my hat, he's still learning these cars, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And he's going to jump straight out of this car, having done the final stint. And the very next race is the Mazda MX-5 Championship that he's competing in. Truly remarkable. Right, no fuel for Uvio. This is significant. So their pit stop should be a similar length to Olympian, but this doesn't look quite as quick to me, Richard. Bit of trouble with the belts, maybe?
Not quite as well.
I mean, it wasn't slow.
No.
But I think the Olympian were quicker.
We could get picky because it's 9 seconds instead of 8, you know. So.
So we're trying to drum up the drama here, Richard. Let's see. So there go Uvio. They will leave the pit lane. There's no sign yet of Olympian at the timing line. Now they come through. So as Uvio head out of Redgate Corner, Olympian, I reckon, are somewhere in the region of 8 to 10 seconds back. So I think they're a bit closer maybe than the, what did you have them at, 18?
18, yeah.
I think they've gained something
before
out of that.
the round, yeah. But then we need to look at the pace of Farkini versus Riley Phillips.
Exactly so. That is, that's 195 back in for a 7th pit stop. Did they put Ted Bradbury in just to try and break the lap record again? And then he's remembered he's got an MX-5 race to go and prepare for. I think that might be what it is.
Possibly, unless he just... well, he was out there on the 5th stint anyway, wasn't he? So that was the end of his stint.
Oh,
so
you're
he's banged in. So he's banged in a quick lap.
Yes, you're right.
In the closing stages.
Yeah, Will Chadwick out now. You're absolutely right, Richard. See, you are on the ball. That's why I like having you here.
One occasion in 4 hours, anyway.
No, you're absolutely right. Which I didn't think it made much sense for him to do the final stint because he is out in the next race. So he got the lap record broken just at the end of the stint, as you quite rightly said. There is Fueled Up Racing, getting fueled up, and about to go racing with, I think, Wendy Ellis-Smith, again, having just got out of the car. And they will send the car back out into the fray. Paul Taylor now for the final stint. 12.2 seconds then, the lead margin. So it did come down. It wasn't quite 10 seconds, but did come down. And Riley Phillips' pace is in the high 123s already. Remember, Fabio at the back end of his stint was doing low to mid 24s. He and Farkini usually pretty evenly matched. So there could be a pace advantage here for Riley. He's got just under half an hour to try and bridge that gap. This could be close.
It could well be. And nobody doing a safety car rain dance or anything like that, I don't think.
No, certainly not in the Uvio garage, that's for sure. But it might be one of those races where we don't need the safety car. It could just naturally build to a crescendo. That's what we'd like to see. A lot of it depends on Farkini's pace in the first sector of this lap, a 10.5 slower than Olympian. The middle sector ends just there, halfway down the exhibition straight.
Olympia going to be in that. Riley's going to be in a little bit more of a groove, isn't he? Because he's got the race rhythm up for a few laps, and Farkini will be just getting himself back up to speed again.
Slow middle sector for Riley, 6/10 lost to the leader. Maybe he's in traffic. That's the other thing, isn't it? The traffic could have a big say in this as well. Riley, he did have traffic. Look, it was the 214 car that he had to negotiate through that middle sector. So that lap ends up being a 124.3 compared to a 23.9 for the race leader as he takes the widest line possible into Redgate.
You do see that occasionally in other formulas. I haven't seen too much of it today, but yeah, get a good sweep in. He's gunning for it, isn't he? He wants to get this gap down.
Absolutely. He is not going to settle for second place, but as I've made the point a few times, second place would still be good championship points. Yes, Uvio would get a little bit closer in the championship, but Olympian would retain their points lead, and the last thing that they want from Riley is for him to push a bit too hard. He doesn't make mistakes very often, but it's always a danger, isn't it, late in the race, that they could he could push a bit too hard, make a bit of a mistake, tangle with a back marker maybe, or just push the car a bit too hard. The cars at this point are really starting to feel the effect of pounding round at speed for 3.5 hours. Sometimes it's better just to nurse the car home to a second place. I hope, as I'm saying this, that he doesn't do that, because we want to see a grandstand finish, but the team will be have been very much reminding him of the importance of finishing this race. Second place is theirs for the taking. Could be the better move for the championship. Through the chicane he comes then at 123.7 was the lap time this time around for Farkini. So he has improved his pace as well, it must be said, and a 23.6 for Riley, so a 10th quicker, but a 10th isn't enough.
12 seconds still the gap. We haven't seen as many mechanical failures as we thought we might get in this one. Gearboxes have been a little bit of an issue, haven't they? But engines have been good so far.
Yeah, actually, good point. Very good point. There were a lot of teams worried about overheating engines, even in testing yesterday. Some cars that were getting close to the upper limit of the temperature range within 2 or 3 laps, teams were telling me. So yeah, that's good to see. It has cooled down noticeably, I think, the last hour. It's not cold by any stretch, but it has cooled down a little bit, so that's helping them maybe at just the time in the race where they would ordinarily start to struggle. They're not really running into too many issues. Ooh, that was a wayward line for Riley. Through McLean's. Bit of a mistake there from Riley Phillips. It shows how hard he's pushing.
He's definitely pushing on every single corner. You can see the commitment, and you love to see that from a driver in the closing stages or any stage of the race. Really committing to it, having a go, trying to get the gap down, doing his best to close in. Race leader goes across the line, so we'll wait the 10, 11, 12 seconds before the second place car goes across. Still 23 minutes, still could go any way, and the fatigue builds in some of the 12.3, so the gap's still very much there.
2/10 quicker though, despite that mistake. It wasn't a great lap in fairness for the race leaders. They were into the 25s with a bit of traffic, but a bad lap for Riley Phillips despite that moment. We'll give him some hope. The pace is there to try and bridge this gap, and of course it's a momentum thing sometimes, isn't it? Once you start taking time out of your prey in front and you can start seeing them getting a little bit closer, then it's funny how often that can then lead you to discover a bit more speed, a bit more pace in the closing stages of the stint. Don't forget, by the way, that it's still GCI Racing in third. What was that? Oh no, it's PLR. It's PLR Racing. The championship leaders stopped at the side of the road, and out clambers Neil Plymouth. There's steam or smoke pouring from the back of the car. He's going to have a quick peek in to try and figure out what it is, but that is PLR Racing after the recovery drive of the race, Richard, cruelly denied the chance to score some good points.
Well, I did say there hadn't been any mechanical problems in this.
We've both cursed them now during this race. Oh,
that's a shame. That's a big shame, because it was, as you say, super recovery drive, chipped away, all comes to naught at the end.
They're
massive shame.
Well off the side of the road, though, which is good news. It's down to the old hairpin, I think. But Neil Plymouth will be so disappointed. And they've got up to 8th position at the time. They were 4 or 5 laps down, but they were 8th position overall. That would have still become their dropped score, but it would have been a better score to be falling back on if they were to have issues at Alton Park next time out. So it isn't the end of the world by any means. They'll still get back those 60 points they were dropping from earlier in the season, but Neil Plymouth, well, stares at the car, starts counting the cost already, I'm sure, and not just talking financially. Signals to the marshals, I think, that nope, he's not going anywhere and he doesn't need recovering. That car is done.
It's safe, isn't it? Which is the key thing as far as the Uwe Hoffmann team are concerned. So we get into the last 21 minutes of the race. Saved from a safety car again, but we could still get another one. We could still have a grandstand finish for this race.
Well, we're getting into that window, aren't we? I said 20 minutes to go. It's not unheard of to get that safety car here at Donington. It's quite an attritional circuit because it is quite a high average speed circuit, so that takes its toll on the engines. Lots of long corners as well, where you're really pulling on the drivetrain, and these cars generate so much grip, especially now that they've resurfaced the circuit. That can do drive shafts and things like that. So it's that part of the race where more teams could start running into mechanical dramas, and we could still have a few twists in the story. So ironically, as car 146 retires, we complete the 146th lap of the race. 11.6 seconds now the lead for Uvio, and on that previous lap they dropped half a second. Now that's more like it for Riley, half a second gained. Right, my maths isn't very good here, Richard. 21 minutes to go. They're lapping in the 1 minute 24s-ish. How many more laps do we think they're going to squeeze in here? I say I've thrown you under the bus here because I know I can't work that out. I'll keep talking for a bit, shall I, whilst you get the calculator out, and we'll try and work that out. But I'm trying to figure out how much time Riley needs to be taking out of Farkini in order to have a chance of getting there at the flag. 11.5 seconds or so, let's call it the gap. Riley Phillips now starting maybe to take a bit more time out of the race leading car. There's the Axiometrics. Sorry, Richard.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
There's the Axiometrics car through McLean. No attempt made by me to work it out myself either. Just delegate to the smarter person in the room. Let them deal with it. So yeah, Axiometrics, 4th place at the moment then. Haven't got past Vikings a little while ago. 14 seconds up the road now from Team Viking.
I reckon about 14, 15 laps.
Okay.
Just a quick sum.
And if he can take half a second a lap, it's not quite enough, is it? Because he's
not
11
enough.
seconds back.
No,
So,
I think we knew that.
Yeah, no problem. I was just testing it. Just, seeing how on the ball you still are after 3.5 hours or so of
yeah, I've
chatting.
To be fair, never been on the ball with Mass. If you've heard any of the co-cons with Jamie Caroline on F4 this year, we both went to the same school.
Oh, really?
And both failed maths. Actually, I didn't fail maths, but not my strongest point. They didn't, and I've been berating the school, Oxford School, by the way, been berating them for not being able to do it.
Right.
And Jamie joined in on the last one, which was great, but they haven't come back to us yet. I did actually go back to the school and do a talk on media and stuff like that. Jodie Fanning came from our school as well. We got a few.
Really?
And one of the British Superbike champion a few years ago went there as well. And Ronnie Biggs, the great train robber. I always finish off with that one.
Yes, most impressively. Save the most impressive brag till last. Wow, okay, I had no idea. That's, yeah, well, you're in safe hands then, everyone. 2 commentators who can't count, trying to work out how close this is going to be at the end of the race. What I can tell you is that another half a second was gained that time by Team Olympian against Uvio. Uvio this time around do a 24.4. Uvio are getting slower. They're slipping back into the mid-24s now. Riley Phillips there, you can see him coming across the line. Does a 23.5, a 1:23.5, a personal best lap for that car. 9/10 gained, and all of a sudden, this looks like it might just be doable.
Yeah, he's really piling the pressure on, but he's got traffic now, though.
Yeah,
he's got traffic ahead of him.
True. You cynic again. It's Riley Phillips is not going to back off here, though, when he sees these back markers. He's going to carve through them as quickly as he can. But to set the personal best lap for that car at a time at which the car they're pursuing is getting slower, that is a good sign, definitely. This car still has some speed left in it, and it's still got time. Still got the majority of a 20-minute sprint race to go, and they are 10 seconds adrift of the race lead. Up through McLean's corner goes Riley, who absolutely nails the apex this time around. The first car to go a lap down then, another lap down, is Ratters Racing. Got one of the EDF cars, I think that was Greenheath up the road as well, so they're not slow cars, these. That's good in a way because they won't hold him up too much, but also means they're not necessarily going to jump straight out of his way.
Let's have a look. 3 to deal with in the next couple of laps. Let's have a look, see what Riley does. He's going to have a look down the inside. Clearly past the Ratters Racing car. They've seen him. That was nice. A little bit of a clash through the curb, so not as tight as he might have been. Nice exit. Spectacular to watch, though, isn't it? Because the guy clearly is fired up.
Fastest lap of the race, a new lap record for Riley Phillips, a 1:22.9, 3 hours and 45 minutes into the race. That is ridiculous. Riley Phillips is now only 8.5 seconds adrift of the race leader, but he's got back markers battling ahead of him, the 1:04 and the 14. That is not a fight for position, but they're side by side, and he's catching them at the worst possible place.
Yeah, he's got 2 cars he could get a toe off here as well. No, he's not going to bother about the toe. Slots down the inside, grabs 2 positions. Well, not 2 positions, but passes 2 cars for the price of 1. 3 cars in the space of a lap, and that's why he's got the lap record.
Wow, I mean, he got a great toe down the back straight, in fairness, from the first of those back markers, Ratters Racing, but even so, that's a very, very impressive lap time, a 22.9. At this stage of the race, that is incredible. What a testament to the GT tyres as well in this heat to still be performing that well. That they allow drivers to put those sort of lap times in.
It sounded like an advert for GT tyres then. GT tyres.
Well,
durable in all conditions.
They're selling themselves, I think, really. I mean, honestly, the lap times do the talking.
Absolutely right, and the fact that you can get a lap record in the closing stages of the hottest conditions of the season.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's quite warm here today. Have we mentioned that over the course of the last few hours?
I think we might have done.
Once or twice, maybe, yes. Yeah. Right, what's the lap time this time? It is ironically, a tenth slower than the race leader. 24.5, 8.6 back. More traffic now, the 251 car. That will have delayed him a little bit.
Now the tyres are going off now, you see.
That's it, yes. Yeah, no, he's pushed them too hard now. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. I think he's got some clean air now, though. I don't see any more lapped cars on the horizon. I mean, we've got a couple of cars, 4 cars in total, who aren't running anymore. In fact, 5, because the 195 is back in the pit lane, interestingly. So they're going to slip out of the top 10 by the looks of it. But, yeah, few cars not running, less traffic on circuit. And, yeah, look, there's no back markers now between the top 2 cars. So this is now a straight fight.
When you've got that clear sight as well, and going by the way that Riley Phillips has been going, now he's got, and I know this from when I've done a bit of karting, when you've got the car or the cart or the competitor in front of you, it gives you that focus, or it gives me that focus. I'm guessing it'll be the same for Riley Phillips.
Yeah, absolutely. And Riley did come from that world of karting as well, so yeah, no, it's definitely it's always a good thing to be able to draw a bead on the car that you're chasing. You know, when you can see them out in front, you can sort of start to compare yourselves to them. He actually does have the 2-on-2 car. Yeah, that car's going quite slowly, I think, at this stage of the race. 8.5 seconds becomes 8.3 seconds. So Farchini responding a little bit maybe now. He's dipped back into the sort of 23.4s, 23.5s, whereas 24 5s, whereas Riley had been into the 23s, and as we saw, even into the 22s a lap or so ago. Where does he catch that 2-1-2 car then? That's the big question. Time ticking on, 13 minutes to go. The 195 car's extra pit stop, by the way, has brought EDF's number 212 into the top 10. So the car they're chasing isn't going slowly at all. Actually, they've just moved back into 10th place.
It's quick enough. It's interesting. We're getting some lovely shots of the cars taking apex, respecting the new rules over the track limits. And it's been so much hoo-ha, but these guys are proving, you know, there's been a few penalties here and there, but the majority of what we're seeing over a 4-hour race is drivers driving to the rule book.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right, actually. And it's not like they are driving massively within themselves because it's a long race or anything like that. They've been pushing from the start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great side-by-side racing.
And Riley Phillips has just done it with the lap record.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Yeah. No, I could not agree more. It can be done. These cars do have a lot of grip. That certainly helps. There's less of that sort of sliding out wide on corner exit, but yeah, exemplary driving standards on show as always with the Fun Cup. A 124.4 for the race leader. Riley Phillips does a 24.0. The gap is under 8 seconds. Yeah, that might have just been beyond the white line, I think. Ratters Racing, that was, I think.
But again, the only driver to go out and just nip over the pit lane exit.
Yeah.
Not as much as he did previously. Gets a wheel on the green there.
Of course, you can do it a few times over the course of your stint, and it gets reset at the end of... Now, is it every racing hour or at the end of every stint? I think it's the end of every stint. So every pit stop window, that gets reset so that if you do it twice in the first hour and once in the last hour, you won't be picking up a penalty for that. But, yeah, Riley Phillips using all of the road that he legally is able to do. And so too, in fairness, is Farchini. Don't be fooled into thinking that he's backpedaling here and coasting home. He's still pushing hard. This gap that was 18 seconds before the pit stops, it was 12 seconds after the pit stops. It could be nearly just about half that at the end of this particular lap. Riley Phillips tries to get closer and closer and closer to the race leader. He's taken 2/10 out of him in the first sector on this lap. The second sector time will come in just a few seconds. And Team Olympian break the timing beam now and are half a second quicker in the middle sector alone. This is going to be another good lap for Riley.
He really is putting it down, isn't he, at the moment? It's going to be close. And a little bit of traffic here for the race leader. So that's going to put him off the racing line. So, again, but remember what the leader's catching at the moment. This guy, our chaser, is going to come up within a few laps.
Yeah, that was Signature Motorhomes and the third place GCI racing car going a lap down. We have only 2 cars on the lead lap, but Uvio managed to get past them both cleanly into Redgate Corner. 24.5 for the leader, 23.5 for Riley Phillips, a full second gained. But Richard's absolutely right. The more cars that Farchini can pass now, the more hurdles there will be for Riley to try and jump in order to close in on him.
Here we go back with our leader. There's the third place car. Immediately behind him, as Andy said, lap down. Game over. It was going to be at this stage anyway, but that will just pop another nail in for him for the race. But keep wanting to say CGI, GCI, being a newcomer to the championship.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not,
GCI.
Not computer generated, very much there in third place.
We did get a blue flag there.
Yes. That's a good point. We don't see a lot of that. I wonder whether maybe because we're at the end of the race now, the marshals start taking extra notice of, you know, who's in the lead battle, who's very much not. Early in the race, you can forgive them for trying to fight to keep on the lead lap. At this stage, as you quite rightly said, it's you're past the point of being able to fight back, really. Clean pass looks to have been made there by Riley Phillips against the 2-on-2 car. 24.6 for the leader, a 23.3, 1.3 seconds gained, even in traffic.
Wow. 5.722 seconds. Again, goes over that pit lane exit to get the sweep down through Redgate, building as much momentum to carry through the turn that he can and down towards Hollywood. These guys have done the work though out front. They've still got more traffic to deal with. Yeah, the gap is surely, Andy, surely that gap is just too big.
I don't know. If he keeps taking a second and a half out of him per lap, he'll get there, won't he? I realise that was a slightly anomalous lap there. I think a particularly good lap from Riley. Maybe a bit of traffic here delaying Farkini as he heads up through McLean's corner. That is the T3 Motorsport car, which is running in a strong 9th place, by the way, coming up to be lapped again. But yeah, this is going to be a grandstand finish, the kind of finish the Fun Cup seems to provide race after race after race. It's been a very different race, this one, from Silverstone last time out. We haven't had the lead changes every few laps. 121 laps it's been since we last had a change of leader. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport have dominated this one, but we still go into the final 10 minutes. No clue as to who is going to claim the victory. A 125 again for the leader. Second place, Riley Phillips does a 23.6. The gap is 4 seconds.
It's still coming down, isn't it? Goodness me. It could still, and there's the determination of the chasing Team Olympian car just going down into Redgate. We could spy it out of a commentary box window here at Donington Park. Splendid stuff. He was off the racing line though that time, so this is probably going to compromise the Team Olympian charge on this lap. He's made a car, he's cleared a hurdle, but he had to come off the racing line to do it. So well, we'll just see how it pans out at the end of this lap.
Let's see then. Well, in the first sector, he was 4/10 quicker than UVO, so it didn't compromise him too badly.
Wow.
That's incredible, isn't it? I don't know how he does this. I really don't. We see Riley do this time after time. At the inside of the T3 Motorsport car, someone's smoking the tyres. I think that was Signature Motorhomes in the background. So the next pass is going to be the important one, isn't it? He's going to catch GCI Racing, who in fairness didn't really make life too difficult for the race leaders. You would hope that they'd be equally lenient with Team Olympian, but he might pick up a bit of a slipstream as well for a lap or so from that GCI car. That could benefit him. There you can see the gap. The black and gold car, the race leader, the green car, the second place car, and the third place car, weirdly, in between them now, having got a lap down. 7 minutes to go. UVO complete their 156th lap. It's a 124.7. It's a 123.7 for Riley Phillips. A purple final sector there. As soon as he broke through into clean air, he's taking a second a lap. We've got 7 minutes to go. He's going to get there, but of course, we're kind of assuming he gets there, he drives past, he disappears into the distance. It's not going to be that simple, is it? Farkini's going to get his elbows out.
He will get his elbows out, and what we've got now is some good air. We've got a good tow upcoming if he can get onto the GCI Racing car, which he is closing up on. So they're not going to work together, are they, to overcome the leader? But there will be a good tow to happen. Is that the lead car?
Yeah, black and white warning flag.
Wow.
So again, to my point, Farkini isn't relaxing here. He's giving it everything he's got. And he's gone over track limits once too often, and that now will play on his mind. He can't really drive with quite the looseness and the fluidity that he has been. He's got to drive a bit tighter, keep within those white lines, can't take any risks when it comes to track limits, because a penalty at this stage of the race would hand the victory on a platter to the Team Olympian car. They're looking to try and claim another victory in what's been a massively successful season for them so far. They've got the points lead on dropped scores as Racing and Team Greenheath get a bit closer together. They've got the championship lead on drop scores. They've got 3 race victories in their pocket already, but win number 4 could come in the most dramatic of fashion. 5 3/4 minutes to go, 2 seconds the margin, and they've cleared the GCI car.
How quickly did they do that? We were only off them for half a lap, if that.
Incredible. Riley Phillips, a man on a mission. I don't think this car's led a lap yet, has it, all day either, the Team
Don't
Olympic
recall,
car?
no, it was Ted Bradbury. It's been Ted Bradbury and then the Uvio boys.
Yeah. Only two different leaders, so again, so different from the 8 that we had at Silverstone last time out. Doesn't this just go to show it doesn't have to be one of those races to be counted as an exciting race? This one has kept our attention in just the same way, and it's still going to provide us perhaps with another real grandstand finish. Up the hill they go. Uvio will be able to see now the Olympian car. You can't really miss it, can you? One of the brightest cars on the grid. Oh no, that's Greenheath. That is Greenheath in the gravel at the chicane. Now, I'm absolutely certain they won't throw a safety car at this late point in the race, but that will be yellow flags at the final corner, and one of the prime overtaking opportunities off the table.
It is. Now, whereabouts, trying to get my head round exactly where that lies in the scheme of things. We may still see a pass. We may still be able to see a pass elsewhere. But 2.017 seconds with 4 minutes on the clock.
And they're almost together now. Here they come. The gap is academic now. He's within slipstreaming range, and Farchini knows it. Look, weaves over to the left to try and break the toe and tries to stop Riley Phillips from getting any closer. It's under a second. It's 0.75 of a second, and Riley Phillips squirms around under braking, takes another car length out of the race leader through Redgate Corner. We are 3 hours and 56 minutes into this latest round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and the top 2 cars are covered by less than a second.
Andy, I genuinely did not think this was going to happen, but, you know, fair play to Riley, who has just kept on. He's dealt with the traffic, and, you know, you can't even say the traffic felt kindly to him, because he's had the same traffic to deal with as the Uvio Hoffman car out front. But this has been an incredible drive, and now how difficult is it going to be to pass? He's making the move.
He's gone for it up the inside line. Through goes Riley Phillips, but Farchini fights straight back up the inside line, gets back alongside as they climb the hill onto the grass. Goes Riley Phillips, and Farchini leads again. Fantastic racing between the two of them. I told you Farchini would get his elbows out. He is not going down without a fight.
And now we've got the straight fight, haven't we? Keep your thoughts on the track limits as well. Remember, a warning went out to the race leader, but these two guys now can have the straight fight for 3 minutes. This is a little bit like the Super Bowl, isn't it? We get to the end of the season, you have all the matches, and it all comes down to one match. And we've had 4 hours. What a superb race this has been. How is this going to pan out? You're right about that car at the chicane. That negates that, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Redgate is still a good opportunity for a lunge. Does Riley go for it? Is he close enough? He's later on the brakes, peeks to the inside line, takes the early apex, gets alongside Farchini, level at the apex he is, gives a shoulder back to Farchini, remembers that moment that they had coming out of McLean's corner, and they run door to door through Hollywood and down the Craner curve. Now, neither driver is going to lift here through the left-hander. That favours the Uvio car, but then we turn right at the old hairpin, inside line for Riley Phillips. Team Olympian lead the way once again, but so often at Donington we see a move on the way into a corner can cost you exit speed. Can Farchini get the run up the hill and challenge again into McLean's?
3 things about that move there. As they came down the hill, there was gap between them. The gap means respect that they were giving to each other. They're still racing hard. The other thing that really came to mind was the fact that how squirrely Riley Phillips' car was. He was on the limit to make that move. That was not an easy move down there into the old hairpin.
Not at all, and of course he is now punching the hole in the air for Farchini to potentially benefit from. Down the back straight, down the main straight. We will be going through at the end of this lap, possibly onto the penultimate lap, I think. I think they'll have time for 2 more laps here. Farchini has got to try and snap back as soon as he can. Yellow flag still out here at the chicane, but he's closed in down the back straight and needs to now try and get a really good exit from the Robert chicane and force the issue into Redgate Corner. Will Riley Phillips feel the need to defend? No, jinks over to the right, then back to the left, trying to break the toe, but Farchini is coming. He's closing all the time, draws level to the outside line into Redgate Corner. Will he try the switchback on the exit of the turn? Tees it up beautifully. Gets on the power sooner. Is there a gap? Is there a gap? Is there a gap? No, there isn't. Riley Phillips closes the door in his face and hangs on.
Superb racing from these two, and you could see the mindset of both drivers. Riley Phillips in defence, Farchini in attack, trying everything. He's on the limit now. You can see he's trying absolutely everything to keep the car under control, but pointing in the right direction and hopefully looking for a gap.
Does not get better than this. 2 races in a row we're being treated to a real thriller of a finish, although suddenly Farchini seems to have dropped back. Has he got a problem? Was it a missed gear? Maybe the car starting to overheat, having been sat right in behind Riley Phillips. All of a sudden that gap has absolutely ballooned between the two of them, and now surely Riley Phillips is less than a lap and a half half from a sensational victory.
In shot, we had first, second and third. The third place car is a lap down, but still there and ready to pick up pieces. I think he's going to unlap. What is it?
He's got a problem. Is it gears again? Is he stuck in gear, I wonder?
Is it another gearbox issue?
Oh, this is heartbreak for Uvio. A lap and a half from the end of the race. The car just didn't pick up out of coppice, did it? It's like he's stuck in gear, and it's handing the victory now on a plate to Team Olympian. Now the target, with 1 lap to go, is to just get the car to the flag. Second place for Uvio is still valuable championship points, but that car is clearly hobbled.
Was that problem nagging away as we got into that? So when Riley Phillips has done a superb job and taking nothing away, but if there was a problem, that would have had him psyched up to close in on that black and gold car earlier.
And it might explain why initially Farchini was quite quick, and then the lap times just started deteriorating, didn't they? As Riley got quicker, he got slower. I wonder if maybe he was nursing a problem. If that's the case, fair play for taking the fight to Riley in the way that he did. For 2 or 3 laps there, they were engaged in a titanic duel for the lead, but it ultimately looks like being a 4th victory of the season for Team Olympian, for Riley Phillips, Christian Rose and Chris Doval. They are less than half a lap from home now. I'll tell you what, as centenary races go, if you like, the 100th championship race for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, this has not been a bad one. A fitting way to celebrate 100 races in what is one of the best championships in the country, and it's one of the best drivers on the grid who is going to bring the 267 car home to claim the victory. It's been a bit of an up and down second half of the season so far for Team Olympian. They've had their wins, they've had their troubles as recently as Silverstone last time, but Riley Phillips brings car 267 out of the final turn, sees the checkered flag and wins here at Donington Park in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Team Olympian victorious. Second place, we hope, is going to go to Uvio. There is GCI Racing, they are third. Where is Uvio? Here they come. I think, yes, that is Uvio. They're going to limp home in third place, whatever the drama was. They at least were able to salvage second place. A real shame we didn't get to see that battle run to its true conclusion, but worthy winners nonetheless in Team Olympia.
Absolutely superb, and the key there is team, isn't it? Chris Doval started things off. Then we had Christian Rose delivering some great driving as well, and Riley Phillips coming in, and the Uvio Hoffman car has pulled up actually just on the pit lane exit. There it is. He got it to the finish. How good was that to get it to the finish?
Yeah, and absolutely. As impressive as that performance from Riley Phillips was, I'm so impressed with Farchini for having the tenacity to hang on with a car that clearly was ailing and to not give up and just settle for the second place. That was because he must have known that he was running the risk by pushing that hard that the car would give up altogether, but he didn't want to give up the race victory, and that is what we love to see. And they are very much still in this championship battle now. Brilliant stuff. Team Olympian victorious then, Uvio in second place, and GCI Racing back on the podium again. What a good season they're having. A part season, admittedly, but they keep their unbroken run of top 5 finishes going.
Amazing racing. I'm thrilled. I think it's my last time with you guys for the for the season, but 2 super races that I've really enjoyed. So thanks everybody in the paddock for such great racing.
Been an absolute pleasure to have you, that's for sure, and we will have the company of Richard Still for the rest of the weekend. Of course, we've got more racing coming your way today, a couple of Mazda MX-5 races to keep us entertained. They'll have to go some though to match what was a sensational Fun Cup Endurance Championship encounter, a race from which Team Olympian emerge as the race victors. And a bit of a slow burner, that race, really, certainly compared to the thriller-minute racing that we had at Silverstone. But my word, was that finish worth waiting for. Right then, let's get down to the pit lane. Let's start soaking up some of the excitement from ground level, so to speak, as Jamie Peters-Ennis hopefully catches up with our winners.
Yeah, I'm down here with Christian Rose from Team Olympian. We could hear Riley screaming in the car. You've done it. That's 4 out of 7.
Yeah, still sort of trying to put together how we managed it. I'm not sure if we managed it or Riley managed it, to be fair. What a drive. Fantastic.
Broke that record.
Did he? Of course, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, Ted was saying about it earlier. So no, honestly, he was absolutely flying. Fair play to him. What a drive. I think he had to break the lap record just to have a chance. So no, a seriously good drive by Riley.
And it was just a race to staying out of trouble. You needed this result after this point from Silverstone. The championship fight is back on going into Alton, isn't it?
Massively. A lot of today was just about looking after the car. We weren't towing that often, just trying to keep the car clean and give ourselves a shot. Obviously, we managed to do it, so no, bring on Alton Park, mate.
Mate, you're allowed a beer now.
I will be, thank you very much.
Cheers. Right, Fab, you fought to the very end. Fox in the car now, and nevertheless, second place, still got to be happy.
No, I'm not happy at all. I'm going to go home and have a little cry in my pillow. we pretty much led the whole race, and we've had, we've probably given away, I don't know, a minute and a half in the safety cars. So to have that on the last couple of laps is pretty galling, to be honest.
So fight's on now going into Alton.
Yeah, the fight's always on. And to be fair, Riley was flying in that last stint. Really impressive to watch. They did a great job. But yeah, we'll take it to them in Alton, no doubt about it.
All right, congratulations. Thanks a lot, Fab. And third place was at GCI. We've got Ian Wood down here because Craig Butterworth was in the car. And it's, of course, your final race of 2023. Nice way to end your campaign with the #1 on the car with a podium.
Yeah, well, we're going to miss the #1. It's been a good. It's been good. I think we've second, third, fourth in the last few in our 3 sort of cameo appearance. So yeah, it's been good. But this has been a tough, hot race.
Yeah, how's it been for you guys? I mean, we heard temperatures about 50 degrees in the car. It's not nice, is it?
No, it's just, and also there's just a lot of traffic and a lot of just chaos. So, but yeah, no, delighted with third. It's great.
All right, congratulations. Let you go down and celebrate with Craig. And that was another fantastic 4-hour thriller from the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, round 7 here at Donington Park. Next up, at the end of October, will be a double-header meeting, a 1-hour sprint and a 3-hour feature to round off our 2023 adventure. From down here in the pit lane, I've been Jamie Peters-Ennis, and it's good night from me, and we'll see you at Alton Park.
Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, fantastic racing. What a brilliant finish to that Fun Cup Endurance Championship race. And the good news is we've got more racing still to come. Like I said, we've got 2 races coming your way, 2 sprint races. We're going to kick things off with the Gazshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Then we'll have a qualifying session for the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. And then the Mazda MX-5 Supercup drivers will be taking to the track. So 20-minute sprint racing now is the order of the day as we conclude day 1 of our Donington Park adventure, but we've got a full day tomorrow. First race kicking off at about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's for the Mark 1 Mazdas again, actually. Before we move into TCR UK, we've got 2 races for the Fiesta Juniors. The BRSCC City Car Cup are joining us tomorrow as well. We also have the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and we will have an SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race tomorrow afternoon as well. So busy weekend ahead here at Donington Park, and all of the racing can be found live here on the BRSCC. On the TCR UK YouTube page, but all of the action, be it BRSCC, TCR UK, whatever, is all available to be watched here. So, Mazda MX-5 racing, usually pretty frenetic as well, so I don't think we're in for a dull conclusion to the day, that's for sure. A big grid of these Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s assembling, and at a crucial time in the championship race as well. Only 2 events to go, and once all is said and done with things like drop score calculations and whatnot, things look very good indeed for one Steve Foden, the Rob Boston Racing driver, the same time team who run cars in TCR UK, along with many other championships as well around the country. Well, he has the points advantage at this stage. He had a tough start to the season back at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, but since then has been in pretty unstoppable form. Won 2 of the 3 races last time out at Cadwell Park, and he's going to be looking to try and do the same thing again here at Donington. Starts second on the grid, but the championship leader had an engine change after qualifying. They've been fighting a mysterious misfire since the beginning of the Cadwell Park weekend, which they still just can't get to the bottom of. So they've decided, you know what, we're just going to take the engine out, stick a new engine in, and change a few other bits and pieces as well, just to make absolutely sure that we have solved the problem. So they've had the new engine on the dyno this morning to make sure that everything's working as it should be. They fitted it into the car, and he's going to be starting from the front row of the grid. But Richard, the championship leader, on the verge of sealing this championship for the first time. That is not the ideal preparation for a race, is it? Going out onto the track now to the grid. This is the first time that engine has run in the car ever.
So he didn't qualify with the new engine?
No, it was the old engine.
Right, okay, got you. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see, isn't it?
Very.
Can he seal it today, though? Because you don't drop at the last round.
Now, I think he can in this championship, yes.
Right,
So
okay. I must admit, I've not checked out all the...
Yes. The thing that stops him winning it this weekend, I think, is that he's had a non-finish.
Yep.
So you drop 3 results, basically. There are 3 races per weekend. You drop your worst 3 finishes.
So he can't drop the last 3...
All of them, no, exactly.
Silverstone,
He has to finish one of those races at Silverstone, otherwise he's So there's a bit of pressure on, but he's got a good points lead, has Steve Foden, and he has been the class of the field thus far this season, really.
Yeah, got some work to do. He's certainly been the man in form. He's had, as Andy mentioned, the 2 wins last time out at Cadwell. It's 3rd position in the 3rd race of the weekend. Now, points-wise, I've got 14.94 against 14.45, so there's only on drop scores 50 points. But isn't it 100 points per?
It is, yes.
Per race. So
absolutely.
How does that? How can he nearly have it then?
Well, because his other drops, apart from the non-finish, are very high. I think he's dropping a 92 and a 98, a 92 and a 96. So that was a 5th and a 3rd, I think. So he's dropping a huge amount of points. Even if he didn't race this weekend, he'd score all of those points back.
He'd get them back, yeah, got you.
So those pesky drop scores confusing things again, unfortunately.
Adam Sparrow's got 16.99 on gross scores, and then drops to 4. They're not that dissimilar.
No, they're not at all. Adam's had a bit less consistency, but he has finished every race so far, so he's dropping more, strangely, even though he's actually...
it's when you take that last weekend out of the equation, isn't it?
That's it,
Do you know, I always used to have the same thing with Ginetta.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of the Ginetta, your brain just goes... and I've probably... When Ash Gallagher from TCR fame was there, and, you know, I'd be pinging Ash.
It is the bane of a commentator's life.
When I've sat and studied it, it's fine. But when I've written it down and things,
it makes me wonder how drivers cope sometimes when they're out on track. A championship decider, drop scores are in play. How on earth they try and they work out whether, because if they're 5th, then they think they need 4th to win the championship, but actually 5th is enough. They could go for 4th place.
A lot of them are totally thick when it comes to money, and sums, and they won't know. And to be fair, Andy, it's like everything in life. It's probably a mixture. There's people that will know exactly what they're doing, even though they say they don't. You get a lot of drivers. You'll know. You go around the paddock, and you'll sat and say, Have you thought about the championship? Oh no, I haven't thought about the championship scenario. It's I'm just here to race. Yeah, right.
Yes, That's my cover as well. I do know what I'm talking about, really. I just hide it very, very well. Right, shall we show you how the grid lines up then for our first of 3 Mazda MX-5 championship races this weekend? We have got cars waiting for the track to be cleared of debris and bits of Fun Cup cars. So we've got a bit of time, I think, to go through this. Ted Bradbury, remember him, starting from pole position and looking for another race victory if he can get it with the championship leader alongside of Steve Foden. Then Jack Noller, who was really not singing his own praises yesterday, said that he was off the pace this weekend, the car wasn't handling right, and then he sticks it on the 2nd row of the grid alongside Adam Sparrow, who I at some point will call Jack Sparrow, I'm sure. I apologise in advance if I do that. I did it at Cadwell Park. Then it's Callum Greatrex making a welcome return, and he's got Jason Greatrex alongside him. That is son ahead of father, I believe, on that 3rd row of the grid. Then Luke Pullen, the last we saw of him, he was heading headfirst into a barrier at Cadwell Park. This time starts from 7th on the grid, aboard car number 27, and he's got Owen Mills for company on row 4. Then Ollie Graham starts 9th, and alongside Ali Bray. Now, Ali we've seen out winning races in the Supercup this year. He's actually jumped into one of his own customer cars this weekend because the customer wasn't well enough to race, and so he said, Ali, you're going to have a go instead. So Ali Bray, the man behind AV Motorsport, starting 10th ahead of one of his drivers, Tim Dorr, and Steve Bartlett, in fact 2 of his drivers, starting right behind him on that 6th row of the grid. 7th row is where you will find Neil Chisnell, and for company on that 7th row, Simon Hartley. Then it's Adam Craig with Levi Aisbert on row number 8, whilst Michael Green and Matthew Goddard share the 9th row. Top 20 then completed by Richard Wotton and Harry Storer, with Clive Chisnell and Graham Rumsey together on row 11. Simon Waterfall and Christopher Abbott are on row number 12. 13th row for Ossie McLean, Christian Dan alongside. Then it's Ollie Walden and Jonathan Fields, then Keith Dalton and Chris Thelwell. And at the back of the grid, the last 2 rows of the grid, Andrew McGregor and Simon Privet, whilst the 17th and last row shared by Andrew Dean and Neil McGregor. Well, Richard, if there are two things you can guarantee from Mazda MX-5 racing, it's big grids and close racing. We've just run through the big grid, 34 cars set to line up on the grid. In fact, you can see them there looking beautiful in the late afternoon sunshine here at Donington. The close racing, I'm sure, is to follow. Lots of drivers keen to stop Steve Foden in his tracks today, I think.
I think so, and Ted Bradbury's going to be fired up. Different car though, so he's got to adapt to driving style, but one thing we know about youngsters is they can jump from one thing to another very, very quickly indeed. So we'll see what Bradbury can do. Steve Foden, we don't know exactly what is going to happen in terms of his replacement engine. You know that it's not going to be a dodgy one though, is it? It's not going to be a poor engine.
It's a Rob Boston engine.
Shouldn't use the word dodgy when I'm talking about engines. I didn't mean it that way.
I don't know what you're implying.
No.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Rob Boston Racing, they prepare cars to the absolute top end of things, don't they? Immaculately prepared cars. I was actually there whilst they were putting the final touches on that new engine. It did look clean as anything. So, yeah, Steve Foden will be feeling that out now on his run around. Of course, they don't even do an out lap from the pit lane to shake things down. They go, the assembly area is on the Grand Prix loop, so they came round Goddard's and lined up on the grid. That was it. So this is the first real running that it's done. It's done running on the dyno, but it's always different when you put an engine in a car. And a new engine, an unraced engine, they always say isn't as quick as one that's done 3 or 4 race meetings because it's tight. You have to loosen an engine up to really get the best out of it. So Steve, I'm getting all of his excuses out of the way for him now, just in case he doesn't add to this incredible win tally that he's got this season, really. He's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I'm running out of fingers, 12 race victories so far across the 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 races. So only 6 races this year have been won by people other than Steve Foden. That is remarkable. It's such a competitive championship.
It is, and we look forward to seeing him in Supercup next year.
Yes.
I've just made the decision for
yes,
him.
Yes, there you go. The news is out, everyone. You heard it here first. Steve Foden moving to Supercup in 2024. To be fair, it's the logical next step, isn't it?
He's
been trying to win this championship for a number of years, and he's been winning races in it for a number of years, but there always just seemed to be someone who was that little bit better than him, or just had that bit more good fortune than him maybe. And over the years he's taken the fight to all of them, but ultimately had to settle for second best. But this year he's made absolutely certain that's not been the case, although non-starting the very first race of the season at Silverstone, he must have thought, oh, not again, not another year where it just wasn't meant to be. But he's bounced back nicely from that. Came from the very back of a 40-odd car grid at Silverstone to finish second in the very next race, and then went on to win the third final race of that weekend.
Yeah, it was a super weekend's action, wasn't it, on the GP circuit with massive grids, which are still being attracted to people. You know, lots of people coming and looking. A lot of people ask me about, you know, I want to go and race Mazdas.
Yeah.
Would I advise people to do it? Yeah, for great racing, but there are so many drivers, and if you're looking for visibility, not necessarily the best formula to come in, because you can get swallowed up very quickly.
It's interesting though, the Mark 1 Championship always used to be the championship for the real clubman racer in a way, and then they brought in that clubman championship, and all of a sudden you get all of these youngsters coming in and racing. Steve Foden, Ted Bradbury, Adam Sparrow, Jack Noller, Luke Pullen, all of them on the younger age of the spectrum, and this has really become a kind of junior class almost, not quite junior, but certainly lots of youngsters here, with the more experienced drivers going to racing clubman or even up into the Supercup Championship itself. So someone asked me actually very recently, someone who's doing karting, looking to move into circuit racing, doesn't have a massive budget. They said, where should we go and race? And this was my answer, because it really is a great proving ground and a great place to learn your craft. Right then, time for them all to show us what they've learned over the course of the season. The first of 3 20-minute races here at Donington Park about to get underway, with Ted Bradbury on the left, Steve Foden on the right, and a whole pack of drivers behind looking to try and beat them into that first corner. The red lights go on, the revs start to rise, out go the lights, away go the cars, and who's going to make the best of starts from the front row of the grid? It's pretty even, but look at Adam Sparrow from the second row. He's already cleared of Ted Bradbury, so in fairness, is Steve Foden. Bradbury with contact maybe from Jack Noller as they head towards Redgate Corner. Foden gets the lead, Sparrow goes second, everyone else trying to be third.
Yeah, good start, all robust stuff as they go down through Redgate. This is the mark of the championship, isn't it? 30 cars into Redgate, 1 in the gravel, comes out, everybody clean and tidy. Good driving standards.
So Foden with the lead, but Sparrow coming back at him now, side by side through the Craner curves. Outside line for Sparrow into the right-hander at the old hairpin will not prevail though, and so Steve Foden manages to hang on. The rest of the field barreling through. What a great sight they made because they screeched their way through the right-hander at the bottom end of the circuit. Still side by side for the race lead. Look, Steve Foden cannot draw clear of the Brian Chandler prepared number 19 car, which does eventually sweep round the outside of him. So Sparrow to the lead, Foden down to second. Is that maybe a sign of that tightness in the new engine? It's not quite got the grunt in a straight line maybe that his old engine had, and he's having to immediately fight a rearguard action.
Sparrow, a 3-time pole sitter so far this year. Remember, they don't get the second fastest lap qualifying in this championship. It's outright pole and that's it. The other races are where you finish, where the grid starts, so certainly no slouch. Foden in second position, Bradbury looking on the inside in third. A bit of drafting going on immediately behind him, but Bradbury perhaps again not quite got to grips with starting, has he? Oh, on the turnaround.
That's Michael Green spinning in the middle of the pack. Luke Pullen's on the grass. I think Nola went through the gravel, which sort of triggered all of this silliness that's going on down the pit straight. Michael Green still stationary in the middle of the road, down in the chicane. Selects first gear and gets underway once again. But yeah, Jack Nola was in third place into the chicane. He's now battling Luke Pullen for sixth place as they head through Redgate Corner. Look who, by the way, has crept up from 10th on the grid to fourth place. Ali Bray into the top four. There he is, you can see, in Kevin Dengate's red number 178 car. And he's now third, look, because Bradbury goes ahead of Steve Foden. Through also will go Ali Bray. Steve Foden struggling here.
Steve Foden is struggling here. Ali Bray, of course, running as, I'm guessing, as a guest in this one and not taking championship points away. So they'll be mindful of that. They all still want to win the race, though.
Oh, my word. Steve Foden's going backwards. He got absolutely bullied out of the way by the grey tracks. His Pullen goes through with him. In fact, Foden... where is Foden? There he is. He's going very slowly now. So Steve Foden, I think there must be a drama with that engine. And this is where that drop score situation suddenly starts to look a bit perilous. One non-finish already. Could he be destined for another?
Yeah, big off in the back.
Graham Rumsey.
Graham Rumsey manages to get back out. Does the right thing, actually. Kept the momentum going out to the grass and can rejoin.
Yep, bounces back on. Stone dead last. Well, not quite, I suppose. Michael Green will be behind him after his spin earlier on. Right, we've got a very different race on our hands now with no Steve Foden. He surely is heading for the pit lane. That blows this race wide open. Adam Sparrow is twice a winner so far this season. He leads the way. Ted Bradbury is sat in second position as they make their way down the main straight. Ted has just the one victory so far, that coming at Snetterton in the wet, a race in which he was battling Adam Sparrow actually. Nola there with Luke Pullen round the outside of him, but it's a very competitive group of cars at the front of the field, all keen to make hay, while Steve Foden doesn't get the chance to shine.
Yeah, disappointment for Foden, but he's got enough decent results under his belt. This is good for Bradbury, isn't it? We'll get a workout from Ali Bray as down the inside goes Jack Nola.
And Luke Pullen, of course, keeps his foot in it round the outside, bounces through the gravel, and he might now lose out to Ollie Graham as well. 10 out of 10 for bravery round the outside, but no grip out there, unfortunately. And so Luke slips behind Ollie Graham. He's got the 29 of Adam Craig up the inside of him as well. And Luke just can't get back into line. This is always the problem in MX-5 racing. You get shuffled out of line, and NASCAR style, you just get freight trained to the back. Yeah,
it's key in a lot of Formula, isn't it? But particularly on these cars, which still deliver superb racing. Just look at the best sight, though, is when they're on the grid. They were just parked up virtually inch perfect.
Very neat.
It's like the Russian army, wasn't it? Really, really did look good.
Oh, Bradbury to the lead. Yeah. There we go. That was a good move on the brakes into the chicane. That's not such a good move. That is 66 off the road. And in the gravel trap at the old hairpin. Ossie McLean, sorry, 166. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So Ossie McLean potentially out of the race. We'll wait and see whether that requires a safety car. Sparrow, though, coming back at Bradbury as there goes Greytrex up the inside of Ali Bray. Is he going to get that one? Stop! Just about keeps it off Adam Sparrow's car. That was brilliant racing.
Again, you saw the commitment, a little bit of opposite lock, which he collected up. He was really on the limit to go up into that third place. It doesn't matter that Callum and Ali are guests. They're in the race. They're giving us fantastic entertainment. Really, really good to see.
Absolutely. They don't score points, but they can still win trophies, and that's what those two drivers are very much gunning for here. So Ted Bradbury to the front of the field then. Adam Sparrow in behind him. Third place is Callum Greytrex. Fourth, Ali Bray. There's the live snatch vehicle. That was Coppice then, I think, where Ossie McLean has ended up in the gravel. So as the field bears down upon that part of the circuit, there'll be no overtaking. They should slow down accordingly, and they can get in trouble if they don't, as we saw in the Fun Cup race earlier on. And that might now just give that second pack a chance maybe to start closing in on the lead group again.
They've all behaved themselves well there, and sometimes you get a criticism but for the organisers not putting out a safety car, but if at all possible they can, when they get it right like that, no problem at all. Callum Greatrex breaking to the outside, and he's going to have a look. Now we've got Ali Bray coming down the inside as well. Look at Greatrex.
What a move from third to first round the outside of the chicane, and they're all back together again. We've got about 12 of them for the lead. Across the line they go, and Callum Greatrex to the front. Bradbury second, Bray is third, Jack Noller is the Lone Ranger on the outside line. He's got no slipstream, and he's going to start slipping backwards. Bradbury from the outside to the inside doesn't know which way to go, as they're 3 wide behind him for third.
They are. It's Noller on the outside, gets a couple of wheels in the gravel, he'll lose a little bit of momentum and drop back, but it's Callum Greatrex out front now with Ted Bradbury. He's on the money for the points here, if not the overall win, because he's got Ali Bray behind him, so he's got a guest to the front of him, a guest immediately behind him, and then Jason Greatrex. It'd be good if Jason got the overall points, wouldn't it, as well? He's been dominating the Masters category again this year.
Yes, he has. Down to 8th place, I think, for Jack Noller, behind Ollie Graham and Luke Pullen there. But it is Callum Greatrex who leads the way. This is typical MX5 racing, isn't it? No one able to escape at the front of the field. Bradbury on the inside. He's all out of shape, though. Gathers it together, but that bottles the whole pack up. They are 4 abreast into a yellow flag zone. How do you sort that? I know the green flag is back out. The green flag is back out. Thank goodness for that. And somehow they do all emerge from the other side of Coppice in one piece. It is, I think, Callum Greatrex with the lead, Jason Greatrex second, Bray in third, Sparrow fourth, and now Luke Pullen challenging up the inside for fifth.
We've got the Son, we've got the Father, the Holy Ghost must be the third car. It's Ali Bray, isn't it? So we've got 2 out of 3 guests here as they come into the chicane once again, out of Roberts, and it's Bradbury who is there in third place, 4th position rather, still ahead of Adam Sparrow. Bradbury wants to get to the front. Who out of the Greaterexes is going to take the win here? Jason's getting very defensive.
All 3 wide for second, Bray to the outside, Bradbury up the inside, Adam Sparrow trying to join in the fun as well. He might just pick the pocket actually of Ali Bray as they come out of Redgate Corner and move up into 4th place. But this is terrific racing, whichever way you look at it. Can Callum Greatrex though now take advantage of this fight for second place to break the toe? It's so much easier said than done, but with the squabbling going on behind him, he's got half a chance maybe.
It's fascinating, isn't it, to watch a guest driver come into the championship with no pressure, bag a fastest lap, possibly bag a win here. We've just seen Jason coming under a bit of pressure. Bradbury, meanwhile, trying to get on terms with the guest out front, Callum Greatrex. Jason's coming under pressure from Ali Bray, so Ali on the inside makes it through, squeeze it, and again, you can imagine there are still going to be plenty more changes. Luke Pullen in that mix as well, trying to come up.
Oh, he's going up the inside of his team owner, who's got Greatrex to the outside of him. I'm not sure that was a wise move. He's going to get a really poor exit from the corner now, and so Ollie Graham and Jack Noller start to swamp him. Luke does have the slipstream, though, from the cars ahead of him. That might just be his salvation as they head down the back straight. Top 3 breaking away, but for how much longer? Because they're side by side again, and Ted Bradbury slides through, gets the lead, with Adam Craig keen to follow him.
He looks like he's going to do it. He does. Craig up into second position, but that battle behind is pure racecraft, isn't it? Absolutely, that is what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. So into Redgate Corner they head once again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 car lead group as they turn into the right-hander. And Ollie Graham there up the inside of Ali Bray breaks into the top 5. There are not many championships, Richard, where you can have 15 cars covered by about 2 seconds halfway through a race. This is really, really exciting.
It's superb, isn't it? It has been for years. I was lucky enough to work on the championship broadcast before you came along and got involved. We both know how good this has been and will continue to be.
Yeah, there's something magical, isn't there, about a Mark 1 MX-5, one of the perfect cars for racing. And they are providing some very, very good racing here at Donington Park. Sparrow back to the front then. He was third going into the chicane. He now leads at McLean's with Callum Greatrex second, Bradbury third, and Ollie Graham creeping up the inside. Ollie started 9th. He's been in about every position from 5th back to 12th so far in this race, but he's about to break into the top 4, I think, here. He's on the inside of Greatrex, but that inside line at Coppice, it's tempting, isn't it? But you lose all of your momentum on corner exit.
You do, that is absolutely right. And what these guys are all going to be thinking about now is when is the best time to be leading, when is the best time to be a chaser. Callum Greatrex wants the lead, he's got it back. So it's Sparrow back into second position. Ted Bradbury ahead of the group for third at the moment, a little way back. A bit of an off at the back.
Not sure who that is. They're a long way off the track, though. So, oh, and there's someone pointing the wrong way at the chicane as well. Look, just see a roll cage pointing the wrong way. Christian Dan is the spinner, or the car off the road at Coppice Corner, but there's someone off, I think, at the final chicane too, so hopefully they manage to get going. Christian's a long way off the track, so nothing much to worry about there, apart from the fact his race is run. Ted Bradbury, 5-second track limits penalty. I was about to mention that he dropped down the order. He's about to drop even further.
Yeah, that's disappointment for Ted, looking for his second win. That's going to be out of the question here as Greatrex comes under pressure from Sparrow and indeed his dad right behind him. We're going to see a bit of Greatrex family team racing here. They are still 1 and 2 with Sparrow in third place. We can effectively take Bradbury out of the equation. Looks like he might be taking himself out of the equation at the moment. He's on the outside run. Jack Noller trying to get involved as well, down behind Ollie Graham. Bradbury on the outside. Wonder when he'll pick up the notification of his penalty, possibly next time around.
You think he's looking at the penalty board as he comes across the start-finish line? I think he's looking anywhere but there right now. It's just a job to keep away from each other, isn't it, really? It's such close quarters racing that they are engaging in. But yeah, Ted Bradbury, yellow flags at the chicane because of this car that clearly is still stationary at the side of the road. But yeah, that penalty is going to really destroy Bradbury's race because it's so close out there. A 5-second penalty could lose you a dozen places.
It probably will. Still a great season for this youngster and a big future ahead of him. You can't do it all in your first year in senior formulae, but what he is doing is really putting a good benchmark down for his future as Sparrow looks to that very wide racing line here. Go for the cutback on the inside of Jason Greatrex. Jason still leading the Masters category. Interestingly, Ali Bray showing us the Masters category as well in pink, so maybe he is championship registered.
He might still be entered for Masters class wins, even if he doesn't get the points for it, maybe. I didn't think Ali Bray was old enough to be in the Masters class, to be perfectly honest.
Doesn't look it, does he?
Really doesn't look it, no. Oh, Luke Pullen out of nowhere squeezes up the inside of Ollie Graham, picks up a place. That's back into the top 6 now for the youngster in the number 27 car. As at the head of the field, Callum Jason Greatrex form 2, third place Sparrow, fourth Bradbury. Pullen hasn't quite got the job done on Ollie Graham, goes around the outside though, and again momentum, the outside is the place to be up at the top end of the circuit as the safety car comes out.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Calm thing, give everyone a breather in the heat, won't it?
I think we needed it actually. Okay, well, this must be because of the car at the chicane there, I presume. That's a bit of a shame. It's been a great battle up to this point. I know Christian Dan's car is off the road, it's so far off the track. I'd be amazed if that was the reason for the safety car coming out.
Pretty well beached, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely not moving, is it? But I think maybe the car at the chicane that is causing more trouble. Yeah, there it is. That's much closer to the edge of the road, isn't it? So that car, I think, in a more dangerous spot. So, breathe, everyone. We're still going to get a bit of racing after this, but a shame because that was building quite nicely. The whole lead group was back together again, and some drivers were starting maybe to march their way back towards the front. It's Callum Greatrex who leads the way then at the completion of the lap. Jason Greatrex second, Adam Sparrow third, Ted Bradbury fourth, but with a penalty to be applied. And the safety car really doesn't help him because this brings more people now within that 5-second bracket, doesn't it?
It does. Sparrow will be moaning about drop scores because this will take him ahead on total scores ahead of Steve Foden, won't it? 16.
It will.
Oh, well, he was ahead anyway. 16.99 playing 16.82. He'll put him further ahead on big scores.
Yes, it will. Now, what this means for drop scores for Steve is he will now count the third place finish from the third race at Cadwell, I believe. Is that right? Yes, the third place finish. So he's now dropping 2 DNFs and 92 points for a 5th place finish back at Snetterton. So another non-finish would really now put him on the back foot. And this is why that championship, there's still life in it, definitely, as we get closer and closer to the end of the season. And of course, there's nothing to say for sure that the engine issue that has affected him today won't come back again tomorrow. Sure. They're out very early tomorrow, so they'll be working through the night to try and get the engine sorted. But always the risk, isn't it? When you put a new engine in last minute, don't get any chance to shake it down. There could well be a few niggly problems, not just the one.
A pain that he had to make that decision, but the luxury was, I say luxury, he'd earned the points gap, so he'd earned the right to be in that position to make the decision.
Yes, exactly.
Which you do. So
good point, actually, yeah.
We can speculate all we want about problems with the engine and everything else, but yeah, he's worked hard through the course of the season, got himself into a position where he might have carried on with the same engine, but it's a risk either way. but he's managing it as best he can. So Callum Greatrex will lead them behind the safety car. Jason Greatrex in P2. Adam Sparrow in third from Ted Bradbury, but he will drop down the order with his 5-second time penalty.
Yes, we're talking a lot about Steve Foden losing points. Who are the beneficiaries here? Well, Adam Sparrow, second in the championship. Jason Greatrex is up there as well, third in the points, and they're both in contention for a race win here. Bradbury, of course, is not going to be. Tom Langford is absent this weekend, so realistically, it's Sparrow and Jason Greatrex who have the most to gain out of all of this, and they will be extra motivated, therefore, to try and claim a race victory here this afternoon. Apologies, by the way, everyone, a few technical issues, as I'm sure you picked up on. I believe there's been a bit of a fibre outage here at Donington Park. It's affecting the whole track, and we're working hard behind the scenes to get the pictures back, but we might have to go old school here, Richard, and do a bit of a radio-style commentary from the limited view out of the commentary box from where I can see. There we go. Good work by the Alpha Live crew to get the pictures back. Safety car is still out, though. And we will hopefully start to get full circuit coverage back again in the near future. With the safety car out, so you're not missing anything for the time being.
It's cables going out, a problem for many years for many people, to be absolutely fair. I remember watching the World of Sport stock car coverage at Ipswich one year, and a car ran over a cable and went out there. And it's and there's more cables these days, so
yes,
more sort of potential for things to happen. But
heard of rabbits chewing through cables at Brands Hatch, and
really?
People unplugging cables, spectators, just because they've stumbled upon them in spectator areas. So we see it all.
Cable?
That looks important. Let's unplug it. Yes, so not saying that's what's happened here, but we will hopefully be able to get our full coverage back together in the near future. But 2 3/4 minutes to go. Of course, what we can see from the one camera we have got is they've cleared that car out of the way, so I think we should be good to go racing this time by. The cars, I'd imagine, are somewhere up towards McLean's and Coppice, so that by the time they get back, it's going to be less than 2 minutes of racing to go, I think. So a real sprint to the finish.
It will be. Callum Greatrex will be keen to... I just go back to that mindset of guest drivers coming in, and there's no pressure on them. So you often see a driver coming back or just doing a one-off, and it is different. It's totally different, isn't it, coming back and not having that championship pressure?
Yeah, but always a little bit awkward, I think, if you are that driver, because especially late in the season, you know, you join the championship, there's a championship battle going on. How do you race those people who have been here all season, banking points, trying to fight for a championship that clearly they've invested a lot into, and you don't want to be the reason that they don't win the championship, especially if you're just here for a bit of fun and a one-off race. So anyway, safety car is coming in then. We will tell you what we can of what's happening around the circuit. It's going to be a 2-lap, maybe only a 1-lap shootout here. They were lapping in the 1 minute 24s, 25s. They're going to cross the timing line with about 1 minute and 25 seconds still to go. So across the line they will go then. The Greatrex is leading Sparrow, then Bradbury, Noller and Pullen. With Ollie Graham in behind. Into Red Gate they go. Out of the window I can see that Adam Sparrow is trying to go around the outside of Jason Greatrex at the first corner. That ultimately does not work though, so he slots back into third position. Behind them Bradbury, Noller and Pullen, the latter two going side by side as they head down through the Crater Curves and disappear from view for the time being. But well, let's wait and see whether it's 1 or 2 laps of racing that we get in here. If it's only the 1, then Callum Greatrex is in a very good position.
Yeah, Callum looking to just get a race win under his belt here in the return to the circuits as they make their way down through Starkey's. It's Greatrex still there at the moment, but huge pack. I mean, this has just been changing lap by lap for these cars, hasn't it? And as I said, it's a question of when you're in the right place at the right time. We've got 25 seconds on the clock. I reckon we could get another lap out of this. So Callum Greatrex might not necessarily be in the right place to make the most of that. 16 seconds left. They're heading up towards Coppice, so they're going uphill.
They're actually at the chicane. I think that tracker is based upon safety car estimated lap times. They're actually exiting the final corner. It's still a Greatrex 1-2. And do they get a checkered flag? They get a checkered flag. So Callum Greatrex takes the win. Jason Greatrex second. Adam Sparrow third. With Jack Noller, Ollie Graham and Luke Pullen completing the top 6. So there actually wasn't a huge amount of shuffling there on the final lap. A big gap back then to the next group of cars.
in the middle of which is Ali Bray. What happened to Ali Bray? Because he was a lot further up than that, I feel, before the safety car. And at some point, he has fallen down the order to 8th position, behind Ted Bradbury on corrected time, with Owen Mills and Steve Bartlett completing the top 10. Good effort there from Steve Bartlett to jump into the top 10, as he had a top 10 so far this season. He might have had one back at Brands Hatch, I think, in the first race of the weekend. But aside from that, not a huge amount of appearances towards the top 10 of the field. So, championship-wise, Jason Greytrekk's the big winner there, really. Callum Greytrekk gets the win, but he's a guest driver. So, Jason Greytrekk gets the maximum points. He will score 100 points from that race. Now, the fastest lap also went to Callum Greytrekk. That point will not go to him, but I suspect will go also to Jason Greytrekk's. I think he had the second fastest lap time. So maximum points for Jason, 101 scored, nothing scored by Steve Foden, the championship leader, who once again now has to really rely on those drop scores. So Callum Greytrekk's the winner, Jason Greytrekk second, Adam Sparrow third, ahead of Jack Noller, Ollie Graham, Luke Pullen, Ted Bradbury, Ali Bray, Owen Mills and Steve Bartlett. 11th place then was Adam Craig, ahead of Goddard, Tim Dorr, Richard Wootton, Neil Chisnell, Levi Aisbit and the rest in behind. The Masters class won by Jason Greytrekk. Interestingly, Ali Bray not actually down as a guest entry on the timing screen, so Ali might well actually be scoring points, despite being a one-off entrant most definitely into the race. But good to see Ali back out there, a man who really enjoys his racing. Went over to Daytona last week, did Ali Bray. Was a gift from his wife, I believe, to take in some NASCAR, which I'm not jealous about one little bit. So good to have Ali back at the BRSCC where he belongs. And even though he can't race his Mark 3 this weekend, getting stuck into some Mark 1 racing instead.
Probably need to tell other halves that that's the sort of present that's expected, isn't
I
it?
already have, believe me. I already have. Yeah, no, good stuff from Ali. And second of the Masters drivers, incidentally, Tim Dorr was third. So one of his drivers, the Aussie, who raced against Mark Webber in Formula Ford back in the day. So he's very keen to tell you at any opportunity. And Tim, 30th overall, managing to get a class podium.
Jason Greytrekk's, I think he's only right in saying he's only been beaten once in the Masters class so far this year, Simon Hartley. So a little bit like the Steve Foden story with not getting anywhere in the first race. Is that right?
Yes.
You having a quick look at the points?
Yeah, you're right. Didn't finish that first race. You're absolutely right. And Simon Hartley, who's only done a couple of rounds, won that first race of the season. But yeah, Jason Greytrekk has been dominant. He's been the only Masters driver, really, until Ali Bray's turned up, who's looked capable of winning races overall, really. Yeah. Which is strange. Again, in the past,
he's not going to invite his son back, though, is he? Denying him a win. He's got a points win, but
yes, yeah, you'd be surprised. Yeah, no, that's that Masters victory for Jason Greytrekk's an impressive adds to his impressive record of victories. But yeah, again, to my point earlier on that I was making, this used to be a championship full of drivers of that age, all at the front of the field, all winning races, and doesn't really seem to quite work that way anymore, with the youngsters very much coming in and taking over.
Unusually, we've got, you were saying about the older drivers going into the clubmans, and we've got them on a Sunday, which is unusual, isn't it, rather than a Saturday. But it works out quite nice with the Fun Cup runners today, and I'm sure it's nice for the guys to have a Sunday out with us, and they'll get to enjoy the TCR races as well.
Yes.
So to be part of the actual TCR race day, so good for them.
No, exactly, and we will have two of those tomorrow, the TCR races. The first one beginning at about 20 to 11 in the morning, with build-up just before that, and the second one at around about 20 past 3 in the afternoon. But a full day of racing tomorrow here at Donington, with the two Mazda MX-5 championships who are racing this afternoon, both making a return, as well as the Clubmans. So a busy weekend for teams like AB Motorsport, and there are plenty of others as well. Brian Chandler, who runs cars across all three championships as well. And it's a lot of work to take on, really, in one weekend of racing. And have to spare a thought for the mechanics in those teams, who have a lot of work to do between races. These Mark 1 cars in particular are classics now, really, so they do occasionally need a bit of TLC between races in order to be race ready. And the teams have an awful lot of work to be done, I'm sure, after that one, to get cars ready for tomorrow morning's second race of the weekend. Right then, let's head down into Scrutineering Bay, Parc Fermé, where Anthony Jordan can catch up with our podium finishers.
Boys, well, what a race that was. A roller coaster, I think, from start to finish. But Callum, you come on top on that one. What a race that was. I mean, tell us, there must have been some highlights in that one. But don't say the whole race, because it was a highlight, wasn't it?
Yeah, the whole thing was great, to be honest. I just didn't expect to have the pace on my first race back this year. But yeah, it's just, I can't believe it. It's amazing.
Yeah, like you say, you're a guest into this race. You weren't supposed to go and win it then.
No. I wasn't expecting that anyway. It's always the aim, but I definitely wasn't expecting it.
I mean, Donington Park, fabulous circuit, isn't it? So fast. And the Mazdas, honestly, when they see them race here, so much fun to watch.
Yeah, there's nothing in it between them. It's such a close grid. And obviously, when the safety car came out, I was a bit ashamed. I thought it was going to end in the safety car, but it was good to get that last lap in and secure it properly.
Yeah, exactly. You've got more races to go this weekend, but certainly looking forward to seeing what they can do. Anyone out there that you watching at home that you think, thanks for watching that one?
Yeah, to be honest, the whole family's watching, and big thanks to everyone this year supporting, and obviously big thanks to the granddad and all the team that come and prepare the car and get it ready. Wouldn't be possible without them.
Well, you weren't the only member of the family racing in this one. You got Jason behind you as well. Let's bring him in. Jason, come on over, finishing in P2 on that one. What a race that was. What's it like to finish 1-2?
Oh, amazing. I tell you what, I couldn't have asked for a better result. Callum coming back for his first race in a year. Like the way qualifying went, we worked together. We knew we had the pace. We just didn't set the ultimate time. And to have a 1-2 in now, you could have literally finished 10th by the looks of it. It could have swapped at any moment. To try and keep it with that last lap was real hard. I sort of give Callum a bit of breathing space as much as I could, not to hassle him, but I sort of needed the tow as well to keep him behind. But a big thanks to my dad and NHA for the engine. Obviously amazing with two cars up the front.
No, exactly that. And the slipstream effect here at Donington looked absolutely immense, coming down the back straight and down Craner curves as well. They look like on the limit all the way.
Massive. And if you go out of the train at all, you just get passed by about 5 cars by the next braking point. So you've got to try and slot in somewhere, but sometimes you just can't.
Well, that still looked like an epic race. Congratulations on the P2.
Thank you. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for Callum and Jason. Let's bring over Adam. Adam, well, you're a familiar face in the world of karting paddocks. Obviously, you were racing at Wilton Mill, I think, last weekend. So that looked more like a karting race than a car race.
Well, that's the beauty of Mazda X5 racing. To be honest, it is non-stop action.
Yeah, no, it really is. And I mean, talking about some of those moves that we were seeing down the inside here into the final chicane and again down Craner curves, we were seeing moves left, right and centre. That's certainly, I mean, in karting you see it, but in car racing, that's got to be some risk.
It is a risk, and I was very conscious because my big rival in the championship, DNF, so I couldn't see him anywhere in my mirror, so I was like conscious of, right, okay, I don't want to risk too much, but I obviously don't want to fall too far back, so it was very much a balancing act.
Yeah, it really was, but certainly a fantastic spectacle to watch, I'm sure, and I would actually recommend you to go back and watch the live stream from that race, because certainly that was one race to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it actually being in it. But the thing is, there was hardly any contact. That's the beauty of that race. It was so clean, but I didn't know where to go half the time.
Mate, still, solid result for you yourself. P3 out in that one. Enjoy, and we'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say a massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport. The car's absolutely mega.
Awesome. Cheers, Adam. Thank you very much. And our top 3 on that one. What a race. But that's not end for the Mazda MX-5s. We will see another session for them in a different category, the Clapham North Mazda's MX-5s, at the end of the day. Between now and then, though, we turn our attention to the Junior Fiestas for their qualifying. Don't go anywhere.
Well, the Fiesta Juniors have already had one session today to acclimatise themselves to the track. It was late morning and had a free practice session. Once again, we've got a huge field of cars. I think we're going to break the record for the number of entries in the championship again. We had 26 entered last time out at Silverstone, you probably remember. We only actually had 25 raced because Luke Sintler had an engine problem before qualifying, so didn't get out to qualify. But Luke is back with the Jeekins team this time as well, so we look forward to seeing him on track. But several other new drivers joining us as well, in the form of Thomas Brown, who lines up in one of the older style Mark 6 STs with Jam Sports. He's number 17, got 24th this morning in the free practice session that we had.
The other drivers, you've probably seen some social media going on with regard to Josh Watts, who lines up in the 29 car, son of Fiona Leggett and Danny Watts, two very well respected racers, and having his racing debut. So it'll be interesting to see what Josh can do. It was only 26, he was last of all of the entrants on the timing screen in the free practice session, but that was down to a gearbox failure. So he's only had a couple of days in the car so far, so really looking forward to see what Josh can do. Great lad, got himself out of the car when it pulled up this morning, and he was quite happy to stand and have a little bit of a natter, so that was really good. So looking forward to seeing what Josh can do. Other new entries, that's two of them. The third one is Charlie Ellis, again running with Jam Sport. So welcome to Charlie Ellis. He's in car number 44. He was actually the quickest of the 6 newcomers this morning in free practice, with 16th position out of the 26 runners. Then we've got Luke Sinclair, already mentioned, the young Carter. He's in car 72. He was 18th, so second quickest out of the new drivers. Again, hasn't done too much in terms of race days, or, well, no race days, because obviously it's his debut, but in terms of car days, we should say. So Luke is there as well. And then we've got another name which has been popping up on social media, Jensen O'Neill Going, son of Jamie Going, the Jam Sport team boss, was 23rd this morning. Has done a fair amount of driving various cars, but first time in competition. And it's a big leap for these youngsters to go from maybe track days, or, you know, they can go and test at Brighton and places like that, and then moving up into competition for the first time. Dr. Henry Howarth going through shot. There was the number 92 of Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo, one of the Jam Sport runners. Jam Sport, a very prevalent team. They're going to be running their scholarship again to get a driver in for next year's championship, which we look forward to greatly. Championship headed at the moment by Ben Mulryan. He's got 408 points pre-drop scores, 370 after drop scores, and then I think the most experienced driver on the grid, if memory serves correctly, which is Daniel Lewis on 368, and then Luke Hilton in the Mark 6, first of the Mark 6 drivers, was quickest this morning. Yes, he was, popped a quick lap in. The expectation in the heat that we've got here this weekend is that Mark 6 is probably going to be as quick as they're going to get in the early stages, and then the way they're built, the way they're configured, because they're more road going based than race cars originally, is that the engine life is protected on these cars. So the setup and the specification of these cars when they came to being originally was to make them last as long as possible, and they will therefore not detune, but they'll have less horsepower available as the temperature bites when we get later into the race. So what we're saying is we're expecting the Mark 7s to be the cars that should set the pace over the course of the qualifying and in the races, with the Mark 6 is a little bit further back. But we did see a Mark 6 again of Luke Hilton taking that top position in this morning's free practice.
Was it a Mark 6 driver who told you that by any chance? Because,
yes, it was, yeah.
You can see where I'm going with that, can't you? That's been the story all year, really, but we have been assured, as of Motorsport UK, that there is no difference at all in performance between the cars. I take your point, and there is logic there, definitely, but I don't know, I've got a feeling by the end of the race, the nature, perhaps if you put a Mark 6 and a Mark 7 at opposite ends of the track and told them to drive around for 20 minutes, maybe there'd be a difference. But the nature of junior racing, people get into battles, groups of cars start holding each other up. You don't have to have the fastest car, is what I'm saying, to be able to stay in that lead group and still ultimately win a race. So I don't think it'll make a huge difference, but you never know. Maybe this is a weekend where those Mark 7 cars are going to find themselves coming out on top. In the championship, though, well, that's exactly the story we've got, really, isn't it, with Ben Mulryan and Daniel Lewis distancing themselves. That is Joshua Watts, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, backwards, sideways into the barrier at the old hairpin. And Joshua Watts with some real racing pedigree in his family. And unfortunately, his qualifying session coming to an abrupt and premature end.
Well, lovely. I was saying when you were away just now that I had a chat with him this morning. He had a gearbox failure this morning, which was a shame. So he hasn't had the laps in the car. That's the key thing. He has not had the time in the car, and you know he's going to need that. Whether that means we don't get our 26 car grid or not, I don't know, but it remains to be seen.
What we have got is a red flag in a Fiesta Junior qualifying
That's
session.
unusual.
Yes, this is the third Fiesta Junior qualifying session that we've covered live this year. It is the third Fiesta Junior qualifying session that we've had a red flag in. So unfortunate, it's understandable. There's barrier damage, there's a broken car, there's a young driver who might need to just be checked over by the marshals, although we saw him getting out of the car absolutely on his own. Yes, a bit of a frustration this late in the day especially. We've got a red flag stoppage and a bit of a delay to proceedings, but I'm sure the marshals will work hard to get the car out of the way as quickly as possible. The tyre marks, I think, on both the track and the grass tell the story there, don't they? He's lost it on the exit, and from there there's only one destination.
Hey, Josh just hasn't had the time in the car. It's as simple as that. He's not done karting. How many youngsters come into this without doing karting in your thought? And I said to him, "Oh, have you done a bit of karting?" And no, really, Fiona Leggett, Danny Watt's son hasn't. But they were taught. The story was they were going to get him to do some karting, but then COVID hit, so they didn't. The good side of that is he's saved a lot of money not doing karts over the years. The bad side is that a little bit more work to do on the car. I think that's the Harry England car, isn't it? I was reading.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Which was the sort of development car, wasn't it, for last season? It's being checked out. We'll go to the medical centre, check over these. He's all right. You can see the body language. He's on fed up rather than hurt, and he just wants to get some time. He did a day. He's done some testing at Blighton, as many of the youngsters do, either in Ginetta Juniors or Fiestas. Blighton, of course, is a Ginetta facility predominantly, but the youngsters can go up there and get running in the cars up to speed and getting a little bit of time. Obviously, being a youngster, you have to go on a designated day. You can't go out on track days. You can't go out on other general test days. So it's very limited when you can get the track experience. So it's very, very difficult for youngsters like Josh that we've just seen to get the relevant experience to get them onto the grid safely.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's one of the challenges that they have to face, but we've seen a real influx of interest in this championship this year. Drivers and families, crucially, willing to put the time, effort and money into getting them on the grid. And the BRSCC only too happy to have them as the Fiesta Junior Championship continues to go from strength to strength. These Mark 7 cars now becoming more popular, starting to get phased in perhaps over the next year or so, instead of the older Mark 6s, and producing very good racing as well for us neutrals to enjoy too. So for what it's worth, at the moment, Luke Hilton fastest, a 1:24.579 the lap time. Now, how does that compare to the practice pace this morning, I wonder? It was a 25.1, so we're going quicker by quite some distance already than we were in the free practice session earlier on in the day.
Not into lap record territory yet. That, by my reckoning, Nick Reeve back in 2017, 1 minute 24.2.
Oh, really? Right, okay.
Yeah.
24.2, well, not a million miles away. And you'd think maybe we could go even quicker than that. So I didn't realise Nick still had the lap record. That's interesting.
Haven't been that many meetings on the national circuit since Nick was racing. We've done Donington GP.
Right, okay.
Looking back at it. So yeah, I was double checking that. I think there's one meeting missing from my records with fastest laps, which I think might have been an ELMS meeting or something like that. I couldn't find it on TSL. Right. So I've got to go and look into the archives of Autosport to dig that one out. But I'm fairly sure Nick Reeves is the... If I had a programme, I don't know if you've got a programme over this weekend, it'll probably be in there.
No, I haven't actually, no. Programmes are something that are becoming increasingly difficult to get hold of at race meetings, unfortunately. Paper programmes, anyway, digital programmes often seem to be the way that organising clubs are going.
Getting a nice grid walk now, aren't we, down the cars. There's Jensen Bell, driver that I haven't had a chance to have a chat to. I'm sure he's related to another base Scottish, isn't he? I'm sure he's another Bell that raced in Scotland. I used to commentate on. I'm fairly sure he's the son of Jasmine Shaw we go past. And then the 17 car, Thomas Brown, another newcomer.
Yes.
For this weekend. The other thing I did while you were not here was talk through the 6 newcomers.
Oh, yes.
So we've done a little bit of an introduction as best that we know them.
Isn't it amazing? We had a record grid at Silverstone, loads of rookies joined us there, and now here we are at Donington, there's 6 more rookies. We have the potential for a 30-car grid.
We do. I think Brands Hatch at the end of the year, I think festival weekend, it'll be a lot of people coming out for next year. Festival's a big meeting anyway. Even bigger this year, TCR, Formula Ford Festival,
Can't wait.
It's going to be a belt. Although next year the TCR calendar doesn't include the festival, does it?
No.
And I gather there are things happening with Formula Ford as well. So
yes, indeed so. But that's a bit of a shame. I think that's going to be a cracking event for the year. The TCR calendar released just after Silverstone, actually. Will include 2 visits to Silverstone, one on the national, one on the international layout. We're heading to Brixton for the first time, Alton Park, Brands Hatch. And,
did you see Laura Payne there, the championship corner? As soon as she saw the camera, ping, she's off, she's away. I did manage to interview her at Alton Park. I don't know if you saw the interview, and she did well, bless her. But it's nothing worse, is there, than having a camera and a microphone stuffed in your face when you're trying to do your job, which she was, you know, to be fair. A job that she does very well too. It's Ben Mulryan. Had a nice chat with Ben as well. What's really nice is coming to the events, coming to the last couple of events, the drivers now getting to recognise me and actually happy to come over and have a chat. And Ben did. He said, "Oh, you did my first podium when I was at Cadwell," which was really nice that the guys sort of recognise that, and we'll come and have a little bit of a natter. There's Lucas Hayden. Look at that. That's a great bit.
Hand-wound fan. And,
I hope she's been well paid for that.
I was about to say that, yes. It's an important job, that, isn't it?
Lucas Hayden's biggest fan.
Yeah, I see what. Now, Sam Nessa in the pit lane with the bonnet up, and a little bit of attention being given to the engine. Now, again, I am no mechanic, I'm going to stress that, but in fairness, the body language of the mechanics doesn't scream urgency and stress, does it? But there clearly was something that caught their attention.
Yeah, Sam's been having a few mechanical problems, chatting to Sam himself and his dad Jacques. Had quite a long chat with them in Silverstone actually over a coffee, and can't tell you what they're going to do next year, but they're having a look at some interesting things for next season. Might actually come back, you never know, but there are some. He said, "Don't broadcast it though." Never tell a commentator that.
You're making him nervous now. He's listening. Jacques, did you say?
Jacques, yeah, he's actually one of the. He's a doctor very often at Snetterton.
Oh, is he now?
Yeah, yeah.
Really? Right. Okay. Well, there is the car, the culprit of our latest stuff.
Oh, don't call him the culprit. That's so unfair, isn't it? So
the car. The driver doesn't be recovering.
No.
It's the car that's recovering. And I'm sure the driver will be only too happy to blame the car as well for breaking traction coming out of the old hairpin.
Oh, it's Finn Leslie. He was the big story, wasn't he, at Silverstone?
Yes, so impressive there. Finn was second fastest in practice today as well, and only a couple of tenths off Luke Hilton, so I expect him to be one of the favourites as the weekend progresses.
Ben Doughty.
Doughty even, yeah, with the 315 car parked in behind the Billy Blockley. That's a stock car inspired livery if ever I saw one.
It's a good stock car name, that as well, actually. Yeah. It sounds like a stock car name.
It does.
Billy Blockley.
Right, more.
Like Jensen Brickley was.
Jensen Brickley, indeed, yes.
Pole position, Jensen, today?
Yes, it has now been confirmed, yes.
Right, cool.
There were a few amendments to the grid, but yes, Jensen Brickley.
Lovely link to Fiesta Juniors, of course.
Exactly, yeah. And I was chatting actually to our esteemed colleague, Scott Woodwis, yesterday evening about drivers from within the Fiesta ranks, both this championship and the ST240 championship, I'd like to see move up into TCR. If Jensen Brickley can do it, then I'm sure all of these other youngsters are thinking, hey,
definitely.
In a couple of years, that could be me.
Yeah. Alex Lee,
yeah, exactly, absolutely. And I'm sure the likes of Albert Webster are going to be looking with interest at the TCR championship next year as well. Of course, he's a title contender in the ST240s, came out of the junior category as well in the recent past. So, yeah, that's a nice natural ladder of progression, and it's been announced as well, hasn't it, that Fiesta Juniors will once again be a full season support series for TCR next year. The ST240s are going to be on that package as well, so even just racing Fords now, you can come in as a teenager, do a couple of years in the junior category, move into the ST240s to learn about racing turbocharged, slick tyre shod cars, and then on into TCR you go, and that's what you want really from a racing package, isn't it? It's not just a good package for us and the spectators to enjoy, but a package that offers that ladder progression for the drivers as well to take on.
People build a lot of relationships in the paddock, and it might be with other drivers, it could be with teams, and hopefully with officials and with the club ultimately as well. Great thing to to be loyal with the club and move up. That's a lot of work.
Although he says, putting his optimistic hat on, mainly cosmetic, I think. The wheels looked okay. There's nothing too mechanical looking hanging off. they can take the panel beater to it, apply a bit of gaffer tape, and it'll be good to go for the race tomorrow. A new wing mirror might be required as well, but
the only thing is Josh hasn't, I don't think. Oh, we did 4 laps this morning, so
yeah, should be all right. Should be all right.
Hope so. We'll be off the back anyway, so out of harm's way. Mum and Dad will be worried about. It's interesting. We always have the conversation with parents. How do you feel about? I was chatting to Jensen O'Neill Going's mum.
Yes, I was too. Yeah.
She said that that Jamie was going to be probably more nervous than her.
Yes, he won't watch.
Watching. No, he won't watch. Yeah.
No. She was feeling the nerves a little bit too, but not half as much as Jamie apparently.
Car's heading out onto track once again to resume the qualifying session, and just under 10 minutes on the clock to see who is going to come out on top. One of the things I think tomorrow we might have to, I watched it back, you're saying about watching stuff back, and you watched the Fun Cup back, and I did have a look at the juniors, and I probably need to apologise to, I did pick up on it at the end, but George Foxlow obviously had his first class win, as it were, won the Mark 6, and although it's one combined championship now, a lot of the drivers are, I think rightly, saying, yeah, if you're first in your class, that's a win. And it's great for George's PR going forward, because that was his first one, so I think from my point of view, I'll try and pay a bit more attention to that for the youngsters as well, because otherwise you can miss something that's quite key. If you're that first Mark 6 home, in that spec, and I know that it's equalised and everything else, but a bit of respect to the drivers for getting. And of course we had Flame getting a podium as well last time out as well, which was great.
That was a nice story.
Yeah,
that was nice to see. She wasn't. She was only 17 this morning in practice. Flame Recola, but we saw at Silverstone. She's got the potential to get up there.
Absolutely. I think they won't want delays, because I know Tim Foxlow, George's dad, wants to be away and watch the Formula 1 Stock Car World Final on stream tonight. That's, which the cheeky so-and-so's are charging extra for.
Oh, is it?
So ours is free to the world.
Yes.
Your Alpha Live stream here.
Yes.
With TCR and BRSCC is free.
Yes, we're all about easy access to
You don't even need a
motorsport.
TV licence, do you?
You don't even need a TV. You can watch it all on your phone if you want to, or whatever streaming device you have, and that is absolutely the way it should be. It all live in one place now as well, all of the action on the TCR UK YouTube page. There is Luke Hilton then. Luke Hilton winding his way around Coppice Corner. For a long time was the championship leader this year.
His hair looks nice, by the way, again.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Another new hairstyle or a continuation?
No, same one. I think he's he's looking after it. He's
sticking with it. It's been working for him, has it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, good. I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm sure it makes him faster as well, and he'll be looking now to put that into practice out of the final corner. He comes with a bit of an adjustment on the mirror, I think, there in the car as he
He's
came
looking at
across the
himself,
line.
isn't he?
He probably is, admiring the do, as he heads into Redgate Corner and uses all of the road on the way in, the back of the car twitching around. I have to say, I'll be sad to see these Mark 6s go, because I always love the very bouncy kind of boy racer vibes that they give. The attitude of the car, always really exciting to watch. They move around a lot there, that little bit shorter than the Mark 7s as well. You see it bouncing down the hill through the crater curves. Just a really exciting car to watch, and it looks like a fun car to drive too.
Yeah, Luke's certainly attacking it. I love the fact that he was well switched on. I don't know, I haven't got my head around who manages him and coaches him and everything, but obviously Bobby Thompson does a bit. But he was first in the queue to get out and gets that clear track. So that's a driver who's really, top of his game. We know that from the championship. Wanted to get out, get the clear space, get the track, and do the best job he can from there.
Exactly. Luke Hilton turning around Coppice Corner. No improvements really in sectors coming in for the time being. Ronnie Smith putting in a green personal best middle sector, but the front runners really getting up to speed quite as quickly as they might like. Tom Brown there with a lap time disallowed. Our timer, by the way, is saying no time left, but our timing screen says they've got 5 minutes and 50 seconds still to go. So I'm not sure what's going on with the graphic, but a few gremlins in the system, I think. Ignore that. We'll let you know when the session's over. Excuse me, the checkered flag will be a bit of a giveaway as well. as they come across the timing line. But Luke Hilton, 1:24.579, his current pole position time, and now with the heat well and truly built up in the tyres, he can push hard again to try and find further improvements.
Luke Hilton, 6 pole positions so far this year.
Wow.
And what's a shame, it's great that we've got the way the BRSCC have managed the introduction of the 7s and kept the 6s in. They haven't made everybody start with a complete new car. It's been superbly managed and one of the best Formula moves that I've seen in recent years. The pity for me is that we haven't seen Luke and Ben head-to-head in the same machinery.
Yeah,
you know, you can always pick a hole in something, but it's a minor, but I would have loved to have seen them go head-to-head. And Sam, of course, as well in the mix. All of the front runners in similar machinery would have been good to see. Lucas Hayden has been up in the top 10 3 times in qualifying. He's had a brace of 8 at Alton Park, 4th at Knock Hill, and 6th position on camera here at the moment.
That was a little bit wide out of Redgate.
Slightly.
Just a tad. We're having a few lap times disallowed for, you guessed it, track limits, but not affecting the very fastest drivers in the session for the time being. No, as I say that, the second place man has a lap time disallowed, but I don't think it was an improved lap time anyway, because no one really managing to find any big improvements since the session was restarted for whatever reason.
Jacob Hodgkiss on for a season best at the moment. His previous best was 3rd, appropriately up at Knock Hill. More track limit stuff coming through. Ben Mulryan in 3rd. Ben's had 4 pole positions so far this year. In fact, basically the 4 that Luke Hilton hadn't got so far. All okay?
Yes, we've got timing back. So we've got the correct time shown at the top of the timing tower. 3.5 minutes to go. And now we're starting to see a few improvements. Maybe Daniel Lewis just improved and went 6th quickest. He might have already been 6th, but it was an improved time anyway. The first sector of his next lap not going any quicker, following still the 46 car down into Redgate. Well, we were. We now cut back to a real gaggle, making their way through McLean's. Jensen Bell, one of them, trying to push on. Gets 13th place at the moment. Sweeps on the outside of Wesley Swain, who nearly gets sideswiped by George Foxlow. I'm sure from within the car they had that all under control, but that looked a bit close from outside.
It really did, didn't it? There's confirmation of the remaining times. Billy Bockley in the pits. Jensen Mason further back than we would expect to see him. Yeah. To be fair, this is again such a very competitive junior championship.
Yes.
So many quick people in it.
We always say you don't need a big grid to provide good competitive racing. It does help, doesn't it? The more cars you've got out there, the more strength in depth you will inevitably have. You know, if you've got 10 cars on the grid, maybe 3 or 4 of them can win races. If you have 20 cars on the grid, maybe 6 or 7 of them can be up there winning races. And certainly as you get to the end of the season now, lots of drivers who are in their first ever season of car racing, they're starting to get the hang of it now, and they're starting to move to the front. People like Flame, for example, who really sort of came into her own at Silverstone last time out. So inevitably that level of competition just keeps on growing as the grid grows and as the grid grows in experience too.
And you get that, as I say, there's not many opportunities for youngsters to go out and test. They can't do the track days.
Yeah.
So you find that things will click, and it will happen at various points in the season depending on who the driver is. Some of them, like Finn Leslie, obviously click straight away with the car.
Yes.
That was good to see. Others, you know, should not let it get them down if they're not on the front row like Finn was at his first meeting, because it can take 3, 4, maybe half a season before everything just gels, and once it does, you're away.
Yeah, I love witnessing that sort of eureka moment that they all seem to have at some point, where something just clicks, whether it's a bit of advice they're given by their driver coach, or it's just that extra seat time and they suddenly find that extra bit of speed. Maybe they stumble upon a setup change that really suits them, and it's a great thing to witness that as these youngsters learn their craft in the public eye. As you quite rightly said, they don't get the luxury of doing this behind closed doors. They do it right in front of us. We thoroughly enjoy watching them, that's for sure. So into the closing stages of the session, less than a minute to go. Still not a huge amount of improvements coming in, so they really were ready for it, weren't they? I know it's getting late in the day. A lot of them have been sat around thinking about this all day long, and well, they were ready to get the job done within the first 5 minutes of the session, weren't they?
They were. We're just keeping an eye here on Lucas Hayden. It's not his best qualifying of the year, but it is a strong one for him. It's going to improve his average, certainly over the course of the season, which is good. Ronnie Smith running well. Ronnie is in 8th place again. Not the best, but it's probably around about his average position. Wesley Swain down behind him in the 90. Yeah, best from Wesley here, 9th place. First time we've seen Wesley qualify up in, or second time in the top 10 and a 9th for the second race, because it's best lap and second best lap, isn't it?
It is second best laps for the second race. Don't have things like reversed grids, for example.
Could you imagine?
I could imagine, and I don't think it's a good idea.
I had somebody pitching a junior championship to me a few weeks ago when I was in Scotland. They said, "Oh, we're going to and we're going to have balloted reverse grids." I said, "Are you out of your mind?" "Oh, no, it'll work. It'll work." I said, "Look, youngsters, safety, don't even think about pitching a reverse grid junior championship, because you'll get dismissed out of hand by the MSA or MSUK.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even think of it. I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't. No way. "Oh, I could do it in karting," he said. He was from Birmingham, as you can tell.
Yeah.
And well, no, not in cars.
No, quite frankly, the great thing about junior racing is that it's quite exciting anyway. You don't really need the gimmicks, do you? You've got enough to keep your interest without all of that stuff. So, I tend to agree with you there, to be honest, Richard, as I often find myself doing. Luke Hilton,
checks in the post.
fastest in the session by nearly 0.3 of a second. No improvement in coming from him, or indeed the vast majority of the field, really. It looks like Hilton's going to have pole from Hotchkiss second, and Ben Mulryan third. So the championship contenders, Hilton, third in the points, will be starting from the front of the grid. Then you will have Mulryan, the championship leader, starting third. Daniel Lewis down in 6th. So he's the one who's closest to Ben in the championship. He's still 50 points behind, though. I remember you score 50 points for a race win. There are 4 races still to go, but with dropped scores, it's going to be difficult for Daniel Lewis to overhaul Ben Mulryan in the championship. Ryan really just needs some solid results. Ben has had a non-start in that second race at Alton Park, and that came after a disappointing result in the first race as well, where he only scored 38 points out of a possible 52. So, I'd say disappointing. It was still a top 10, but it wasn't quite as strong as he would have been hoping for. And so, he will be dropping those 2 results. And Dan Lewis has finished every race so far, so he's actually dropping slightly more points. Anyway, we'll get to that tomorrow. This is how they're going to line up provisionally. Luke Hilton on pole, ahead of Jacob Hotchkiss, second fastest, with Ben Mulryan third, Ben Doughty in fourth, and Finn Leslie completing the top 5 ahead of Daniel Lewis. Then it was Lucas Hayden 7th, Roddy Smith in 8th, 9th for Wesley Swain, and George Foxlow completing the top 10. Then it was Jensen O'Neill going, the best of the rookies, I think, the best of the rookie drivers this weekend anyway, in 11th place ahead of Jasmine Shaw, Flavio Ricola, and Jensen Bell in 14th position. 15th then for Marcel Lachitsky. Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo was 16th ahead of Sam Nesser, who we saw in the pit lane, maybe with some problems for the man, still amazingly looking for his first victory of the season, despite having several podium finishes this year. Thomas Brown was 18th ahead of Luke Sintler. Then it was Henry Howarth in 20th place ahead of Charlie Ellis, Tommy Harfield, James Pope, Jensen Basin, Billy Blockley, and Joshua Watts, who brought out that red flag, will be lining up 26th and last on the grid. So that is qualifying for the Fiesta Juniors done. We still have, amazingly, given the fact it's nearly 6:30 in the afternoon, we still have more action to come though from Donington Park. We're racing into the dusk here with one more race still to come, and that will be the first of 3 this weekend in the Mazda MX-5 Supercup Championship. This is for the newer Mark 3 cars, and if the Mark 1 race was anything to go by earlier on, we should be in for a treat again here as the newer cars, the faster cars in general, the more experienced drivers prepare to take to the track for their first racing action of the weekend. And it is a championship being dominated by Aidan Hills, but a bit like in the Mark 1 Championship, the runaway championship leader not having the best qualifying session earlier on in the day. And Aidan is going to be starting only 6th, which by his incredibly high standards is a little bit disappointing. It's Patrick Fletcher who's got the pole position for this one though. James Cossins starting alongside him, Aidan Hill's teammate. Now, Aidan's nearest rival in the championship is his customer, essentially. James Costins, Aidan Hills runs the team, Hills Motorsport. James Costins, one of his drivers, is second in the championship, and once those drop scores are applied, it's a big lead. It is 73 points by my calculations after dropped scores, separating Aidan Hills from James Costins. So Aidan Hills just needs a solid weekend, really. He's not had a non-finish yet either, so his dropped score situation is a strong one, and he perhaps could arguably win the championship this weekend if he has 3 clean races. Patrick Fletcher then on the pole position. Alongside him will be James Costins, the man second in the championship. Ollie Allwood, the Mark 1 champion from a couple of years ago, starts third alongside a returning Joe Wiggin. He's one to watch out for, former Compact Cup racer and then Mark 1 champion. Lee Britton is 5th and targeting more race wins like he got at the previous round, with Aidan Hills, the championship leader, starting 6th. Row 4 then shared by Fraser Fennick, the reigning Mark 1 champion, and Sam Heading, who joined the AB Motorsport team last time out at Cadwell Park. Will Blackwell Chambers, another former Mark 1 champion, is 9th, and the reigning Supercup champion, with Tom Griffiths leading the top 10 ahead of Alex Stott and Alistair Dendy at the back of the top dozen. Next, Will Tiley and Robert Way next, ahead of Scott Wright and Tom Selden, with Josh Morris and Martin Tolley on the 9th row together. Row 10 is where you find Christopher Richardson and Will Powell, with Kamal Kalzi and Josh Bromley together on row 11. 12th row then shared by Nick Rutter and Amy Watts, with Clyde Powells and Bruce Robinson on the 13th row of the grid. And they will have Alex Jones and Christopher Ginn next in line, with Max Merritt and Martin Heath next. Liz Walton starts 31st, and George Grant, unfortunately, not setting a lap time in qualifying. Hopefully, he's going to be able to get out on the grid. Here's Rob Boston prepared. Clapham North, the breed Mazda. So, Patrick Fletcher and James Costins then at the front of the field. The green flag lap gets underway. Some drivers, I think, thinking that that was the start of the race.
It looked that way, didn't it?
Yes, that was a very spirited launch off the line from a couple of them. I think they've got the message now. I think, see George Grant at the back of the grid. That's good news. Should be a good race, this one, shouldn't it?
I think so, yeah. It'll be interesting to see where George gets. He's knocking on the door of the Masters Championship. We've got Masters and Clubman's for Anthony to interview at the end. I was going to wind Anthony up. He's gone, actually. I was going to wind him up and say that...
No, don't let that stop you.
Oh, right. I was going to say he's ready to interview the junior poleman, but... but he disappeared. Sorry, Anthony.
I'm sure he's doing something very important. Yeah, that Masters Championship that you mentioned, Nick Rutter ahead of George Grant, but on drop scores only by 11 points. So,
yeah.
George, it's good that he's got out on the grid. Hopefully they've sorted the issues out with the car, because he needs a good result here over Nick. We also have the Clubman Championship, or the Club Championship, I should say, where Robert Way leads the way over Kamal Kalsi. By 28 points by my reckoning, so Robert Way with a decent championship lead there. But for Aidan Hills, all he wants as far as his main championship campaign is concerned is a good, clean, steady set of races, and he could be the champion, if not mathematically, certainly realistically, by the time they even leave Donington Park. But starting 6th on the grid, he's right in that zone, isn't he, where things can happen in the opening exchanges of the race. So Aidan will be keen to try and get a good start and break into the top 3 as soon as he can.
Does James Costins get a discount if Aidan wins because he hasn't given James a championship-winning car?
Oh, wow, there's a controversial statement. You go down into the Hills Motorsport awning and say that out loud.
I will do.
I would love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. Aidan prepares cars.
Aidan knows I'm a...
Yeah, of course.
Mate, so, yeah.
He's up for a lap, is Aidan Hills. He's one of the real characters of the paddock, and took a year or two out from racing, didn't he, to focus on building the team, which he did successfully.
Valuable experience for him as well,
Absolutely.
just to be away, and he wanted to come back and have a shout at winning the championship, and you can't blame him at all for that.
It's made him better, though. I think he came back this year. We were all saying this year that the Supercup grid was the most competitive grid in club motorsport. It was probably the hardest championship to win, and he's made it, quite frankly, look pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very impressed.
Apart from this weekend.
Apart from this weekend, where things have all got to pot and he's starting 6th. But yeah, generally speaking, he's been pretty unstoppable, and that is particularly impressive. He's still running the team after all. He's had that time out of the car. He's come straight back in and immediately has been winning races and leading the championship. He won the first 5 races of the season on the bounce. Just an astonishing hit rate, that, and that built him that nice cushion in the championship, which he's then defended ever since. Right then, rev starting to rise. It is Patrick Fletcher and James Cossons on the front row of the grid as we get ready to go racing in the Mazda MX-5 Supercup here at Donington Park. Lights out. Good start by both the front row men, I think, really. Pretty even start. Very even start, actually. Nothing to choose between them as they head off towards Redgate Corner. On the inside, Fletcher. On the outside, James Cossons. Bit of paint is traded, and Patrick Fletcher will get the advantage. Hills already up into 4th place and going for 3rd. And there's one off through the gravel in the background. Keep your foot down, dig your way out. I think they will. Can't really see through the dust cloud, but yes, they do rejoin and continue on their way, where it is side by side still for the race lead.
Fletcher goes over the, kicks up the dirt, and it's Cossons on the inside who's going to grab the advantage as they go through the old hairpin for the first time. Super stuff from him. And decent start. We have one from the pit lane, one through the gravel, but they've all survived.
Indeed, they have. Up the hill they go. Cossons then establishing himself as the race leader. Fletcher second, Wiggin third, Allwood and Hills side by side for 4th as Fletcher just snatches a break slightly there. The brake's perhaps not fully up to temperature, and did well actually not to run into the back of the race leader there. Single file for the top 2, but Aidan Hills now at the inside of Joe Wiggin is through into 3rd. So Aidan Hills from 6th on the grid. What did I say he wanted to do? Break into the top 3 as early as possible, and he's already done it.
Yeah, we had a quick look at George Grant making his way through in the Downforce Radio Clapham North MOT car as the battle for the lead goes on. Look at this field coming down. This is why it is one of the best championships in the UK. And a little bit of contact there on Fraze. Fraze missed a meeting, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he missed a couple actually this season, which is a bit of a shame because I think he's been getting better definitely with every race that he's done, but he's plummeting down the order now.
Patrick's
that was
having a go.
Late lunge from Fletcher. Did it work? I think it did. Looking out of the window, he's up the inside of James Cossons. That was a late move.
It was. That was pretty determined stuff. That's what you want to see. Now Cossons has got his teammate for company. Aidan Hills is in 3rd and will grab the inside run as they come down through the craners into the old hairpin. Joe Wiggin down in 5th. Oliver Allwood in 4th place, but Patrick Fletcher's got a race on his hands now, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Aidan Hills from 6th on the grid is 5th, halfway round the 2nd lap of racing. Brilliant progress being made. I don't know whether he had an issue in qualifying or whether just didn't hook the lap up, but there was an issue. It's certainly been resolved now, hasn't it? He's almost helping Patrick Fletcher into McLean's there. So close behind him, wasn't he? But Patrick Fletcher manages to withstand the pressure, hangs on to the advantage, and leads the field up towards Coppice Corner. We've got, should we call that a 7-car breakaway maybe? All the way back to Will Blackwell Chambers in 7th place, and then a bit of a gap then to Tom Griffiths, who leads the next queue of cars in 8th spot. Sam heading right behind him, then Alex Stott and the rest. But for the race lead, Aidan Hills is on the attack. Looks to the outside into the chicane. Patrick Fletcher having none of it.
Yeah, had a look around the outside. I wonder if he knows he can do that with a teammate behind him, because he knows that James isn't going to do anything stupid. James will want the win. He'll want to beat Aidan. But there's just going to be that little bit of extra respect, isn't there, between the pair of them?
You would imagine so.
Look at Joe Wiggin coming up as well now.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe Wiggin then up into 4th place and bringing with him Ollie Allwood, I think. Allwood into 5th, Lee Britton 6th. And Will Blackwell Chambers still in line behind in 7th place. Down the Craner curves we head once again. And as in the Mark 1 race, the slipstream effect in Mazda MX-5 racing means you just cannot break away no matter how quick you are. Here comes Hills on the inside, Fletcher's turning into the corner. They so nearly lean on each other. There may have been a tiny tap, but still, Fletcher is the leader.
Aidan Hills, I think he backed out of that. He realised he touched him and backed out, came off the gas. Fair play, Aidan. He wouldn't have wanted to have made the contact and dislodged Patrick Fletcher, to be absolutely fair. They've all got away with it. Cossons, though, with that lack of momentum from Hills after backing off, gets back up into 2nd. Here comes Joe Wiggin uphill for 3rd.
This is brilliant stuff. And Aidan Hills now gets a bit of a helping hand from Joe Wiggin, actually. I wonder whether Joe's going to back off. I don't think so somehow. Ollie Allwood going with him. He's not going to give him the chance to lift off because Allwood is pushing him down the back straight.
Hills is dropping back, isn't he, I think?
Well, he's been shuffled out of line there after that little knock that he had at Coppice. Lee Britton now trying to make it 3 wide as they hit the brakes. Allwood goes past Hills. He goes past Joe Wiggin as well. Does he? Joe's going to try and hang on. They just about squeeze through the chicane, and that's going to kill their momentum onto the pit straight.
Patrick Fletcher will be having a little giggle, won't he, if he looks at Bob? Not so much because he's got James Cossons right behind him as well. But the top 2 can fight it out for themselves for the next couple of laps.
But look how Cossons is now content to work with Fletcher. He can see what's going on behind. If they work together for a lap or so, they'll be gone, and I doubt the rest will catch them. Joe Wiggin up into 3rd position there. Allwood, I think, slotting into 4th, or was that Hills? No, it was Allwood. They're at the top 2, though, and yeah, definitely James Cossons, I would say, is happy to sit on the rear bumper of Patrick Fletcher for the time being, build a gap over this baying pack of cars behind. Alex Stott there slipping up the inside of the number 17 of Wilbur Tiley. He's having a good run. But at the head of the field, it is now a 2-horse race, really. We're only 5 minutes in, but these two establishing themselves as the favourites.
They're almost in the position, the top 6, almost in the position as they qualified in.
Yes.
But so Aidan being back in 6th, maybe that's indicative of where he's always quick on cold tyres, Aidan Hills.
Yes.
So those early stages, he'll always fight well. He's got work to do. I'm not saying he's not quick for the rest of it, he is, but maybe that was, you know, the car not to his liking, but the first couple of laps are because it's cold tyres.
And that, of course, I guess comes from his junior rallycross days, doesn't it? Where he's obviously used to not having a huge amount of grip and having to be on it right from the moment the race begins. Ollie Allwood there goes around the outside of Joe Wiggin, back into 3rd place now at the front Roberts chicane. Now, what are the lap times? The race leaders go through there in the 21.7s, the next group in the mid-22s, so they're definitely dropping time, and they're going to continue dropping time as long as they go side by side through Redgate corner. Joe Wiggin tried to squeeze through on the inside. He runs wide, takes Allwood with him, and Aidan Hills read the situation perfectly.
Yeah, racecraft from Aidan Hills there, saw exactly what was going on, nips through and back up into a podium position. So Aidan now, is it too late to close down on the leaders?
And Lee Britton coming through as well into 4th. He benefited from all of that. Good stuff from Lee. Finally got his first victory at Cadwell Park last time out. Very emotional victory that was as well. Came so close at Anglesey, was leading, then had a mechanical failure, and finally got that first ever win in the championship last time out up in Lincolnshire. He's looking quick as well, isn't he? Closing right in on Aidan Hills as those two now try and break away from this group behind, who are still running 2 by 2. You've got Tom Griffiths in the battle now in the blue number 16, Sam Heading, Alex Stott. There are more joining the party with every corner.
Patrick Fletcher looking for his first win since Anglesey, unbelievably. A strong championship campaign. Look at those two, how they have broken clear. Amazing stuff, with Aidan Hills coming under pressure for 3rd, and that's where we look with the big gaggle of cars coming down the straight. Well, 2 of them, another 2, isn't it? 2 by 2 at the moment, and then the big gaggle for 5th place. So Hills from Britain, that's the podium battle. Then Joe Wiggin, Ollie Allwood still putting him under pressure. Fastest lap with James Cossins. 21.258.
Bonus point for that, so they're not being caught yet by Aidan Hills and Lee Britton, are they? Then Wiggin in 5th, 6th Allwood, 7th Tom Griffiths with a bit of a ding in the left front corner of his car. And then here Will Blackwell Chambers fighting a defensive action, really. Blackwell Chambers not looking all that racy in this race, it would seem. And he's trying his best to keep this group behind him. Sam Heading, Alex Stott and the rest. In fact, I think they were 3 wide behind them as they came down through the crater curves. They sorted out single file by the time they hit the compression through the left-hander and then set themselves up for that full commitment right-hander at the old hairpin. Wilbur Tiley there bouncing wide and allowing Fraser Fennick up the inside. Now Fraser we saw dropping way back in the early stages. He's once again now knocking on the door of the top 10.
He is doing well, isn't he? Wilbur Tiley, by the way, leading the Masters class, so club class in this one. Not the Masters. The Masters currently led by Alistair Dendy. And they're all scrabbling away looking at TSL. It's on our little timing tower if we wait for it. So
yes.
Old habits die hard.
Now, sometimes that's the best way. You can't always rely on technology after all. Down across the line, down towards the line come the race leaders. They're heading out of the final chicane. Still Fletcher from Cossins, then Hills from Britain. Wiggin, Allwood and Griffiths the next 3. Then Blackwell Chambers, Heading and Stott together. Dare I say it, just starting to calm down. But now look, Lee Britton sets the fastest lap. So all of a sudden, Lee Britton and Aidan Hills have hooked up in a way that they are going quicker than the race leaders, quicker by only about 2 or 3 tenths of a second. But it's a start, and that gap now is starting to shrink a bit between the first 2 pairs.
Sure, what happened on that last lap was a McFlurry of fastest laps, wasn't there? As though they all went through. But Lee Britton now, the red car that you're looking at, just chasing Aidan Hills, is the fastest man on track. He helps with a tow from Aidan for sure there.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's working with a driver who all season long has been the pace setter, really. So you would expect them to be putting in some good lap times. In the first sector on this lap, they are fractionally slower, actually, than the top 2. Patrick Fletcher and James Cossins to the 1,000th of a second, setting identical first sector times, so they have been latched together through the first sequence of corners. And this now becomes a really fascinating race, doesn't it? We had the opening sort of 6 or 7 minutes where it was every man for themselves, all hell breaking loose, and now a really tactical race against the clock almost. 2 pairs of cars working together to try, well, the second group of the pair of cars to try and catch the leaders, and the leaders to try and keep that margin. And it requires a lot of communication between the drivers when communication, direct communication, is not actually possible. So it's really, really difficult to do this, to run around so close to each other, setting these quick lap times. And at the moment, Patrick Fletcher and James Cossins looking to have it down a little bit better.
They are working well. 3-car scrap going on down behind them. Wiggin, Allwood and Tom Griffiths. Will Blackwell Chambers in the downforce car in 8th place. And Patrick Fletcher 2 tenths ahead of James Cossins at the moment. Looking settled in the lead at the moment. James will try and nail him down in the closing stages. Problem for Joe Wiggin, who slows. Joe Wiggin is off. Oh, such a shame for Joe. Lovely to see him back, but disappointing to see him going off the track.
Yeah, that must have been a mechanical failure of some sort. The car sort of spearing off to the right and coming to a halt. So that means that now we've got another pair of cars. Oh, hello. Okay, he's carrying on at speed. So maybe the car cut out on him and then kind of fired back into life. I'm not sure, but the damage is done. He's dropped right down the order, well outside contention for a top 10 finish, you'd have to say. So that leaves Ollie Allwood and Tom Griffiths now to become the 3rd pair of cars. That gap is getting bigger, isn't it? Definitely between the top 2 and the next 2. Despite the fact Britain's got the fastest lap, and actually Lee just put in a purple first sector. But I think that's because he dropped away a little bit from Aidan Hills and was catching back up again. By the end of the lap, that gap is going to be a tenth or so bigger, and indeed it is. Patrick Fletcher and James Cossins, they're not separating at all, are they? So James biding his time here, I'm sure, until the closing stages before he tries to make a move for the win.
He's having a look now. He just has a speculative look down on the inside, but there's no room at the in there. So they come down through the crane of curves again. This is Cossins just trying to suss out the man in front. Cossins, of course, has he's not had a win this year, has he, James? Cossins?
James has not, I don't think, no.
No, he hasn't. He's had a few second places.
Yes, he started the season with a 2nd place at Silverstone, got another one at Brands Hatch, and another one at Snetterton, and another one at Cadwell. So yeah, 4 times he's finished 2nd. Not had a race win to this point, mainly because his team manager, team boss, hasn't let him. But he's actually been given an opportunity here, and I'm sure it's an opportunity James won't want to pass up.
Yeah, this is not finished, is it? James is having a look now. You can see he just comes out of the slipstream, looks to the outside. If he goes wider, might get a better run through the chicane. They're both ultimately going to have the same line in and possibly out. Who was the most squirrely there out of those 2? They were both on the limit, weren't they?
I think they're the most squirrely.
I think you're probably right, yeah.
Not sure who that is, but big moment at Coppice. I can't quite see the number on that car, but they've carried on with a bit of trim hanging loose. No more damage than that. Blackwell Chambers here with Sam Heading. Rob Boston Racing versus AB Motorsport, as Josh Bromley becomes the first to pick up a 5-second track limits penalty. It's early in the race to be picking up penalties like that, really, with still a 1/3 of it to go.
Alistair Dendy dropped back on that last. I'm not sure whether George Grant might be in for the win in the Masters, but Alistair dropped down on the timing screen there, and he's pretty close to George Grant now.
He is 3 seconds ahead of him, but yes, they are next to each other on the timing tower. 16th for Dendy, 17th for George. 17th for Dendy, 18th for George Grant. So yeah, not sure what happened to Alistair, but that's a good spot. That Masters Championship battle. Although remember, it's actually between Nick Rutter and George Grant. Well, Nick Rutter is
4th in class.
4th in class. Yeah, you're right. So and some way further back again. Likely to see him getting up there to challenge him. Right, well, Chambers here with Sam Heading pulling out of the slipstream. We've got Fraser Fennick on the outside line, looking ominous as well, trying to force the issue around the outside. Actually ends up losing a place to Alex Stott, who breaks back into 9th position. Sam Heading was rapid on his debut with AB Motorsport last time out at Cadwell Park. Struggling a bit more this weekend maybe, but he is right on the tail. Blackwell Chambers, Lee Britton has headed for the pit lane. So
wow.
Lee Britton from the top 4th place he was, wasn't he? In the pits with a problem. That is typical, quite frankly, of his awful look that he's had at times this year. And looks like another non-finish could be heading his way.
Bit of a shame. Hopefully he'll come back next year, though. If you have bad luck this year, yin and yang, he'll have a better one. That's not a better one, though, is it, for
Amy Watts, isn't it?
Amy Watts, yeah.
108, and that is in a dangerous position if ever I saw one down at the chicane. Now we've seen the marshals push Funcup cars out of the gravel from that sort of position, but that looks Well, I was going to say it looks even more buried than some of the other cars we've had there, but at this point in the day, I really don't know. They've astonished me a few times, Marshalls, in digging cars out of gravel traps, and I think they're going to give this one a good go too.
Yep, they will. They'll try and move it. We've got cars coming down at a pace, and brave Marshalls. There'll be heavily waved yellows there, which James Cossen's in front now, isn't it?
Yes, I think it was actually. I was focusing so much on the recovery effort I didn't notice, but yeah, I think you might be right. It's James Cossen's, yes, ahead of Patrick Fletcher, and that could be perfect timing if we're about to get a safety car with less than 5 minutes to go, because it looked like the Marshals had sort of given up a bit on the recovery effort. Sam Heading now picking up a 5-second track limits penalty as well.
Fletcher's trying to come back though, here we are.
Yes, he is, looking to the outside through Hollywood. He'll have seen that car in the gravel and he'll know what might be coming, so he wants to make this move as quickly as he can. Does he have a look into the old hairpin? He's not quite close enough, so James Cossens hangs on for now.
Fletcher here, I think this is a calculated move to get momentum here along Starkey's and try and have a go into Schwantz. Exactly that. He was much more generous on the way in, much more of a racing line, side by side, but the inside is surely going to go the way of James Cossens.
Yeah, but Patrick will try and get the switch back, can't do it. Cossens manages to hang on, does seem to drift a bit wide over the green there, but in fairness, so did Fletcher behind a little bit. Turn their way through Coppice Corner, down the exhibition straight. This normally would be where Patrick would really start trying to build up to a move, but he will know there are yellow flags out at the end of this straight, and so no overtaking will be allowed. There is the yellow flag down on the left-hand side of the screen, and so single file they must run. Amy Watt's still in the car, chatting to the Marshals there, as they await further instruction from race control, I would imagine. Are they going to just keep that under yellow flags, or will we have a premature end to the race? Across the line we go then, down towards Redgate Corner, and James Cossens with the advantage, but for how much longer can Fletcher come back at him?
If it's red flag now, then Cossens has been in front for the 2 laps, so he will get that. Not sure we will. The race officials will try, oh, hello, evidence of another off. Race officials will try and get this race. Of course, if you get other incidents around the track, they will red flag it if there's too much to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one isolated incident. It's been there long enough as well now, hasn't it, that I think they're comfortable. The drivers all know it's there. They can cover it under that yellow flag, hopefully.
Patrick having another look.
Oh, I've just seen out of the window at Redgate Corner, Tom Selden getting absolutely fired off into the gravel at Redgate. So there are more cars now stuck in gravel traps. There they are. Tom Selden with another car that I haven't quite spotted the number on yet, getting themselves together. What was going on for the leaders, though, up at McLean's Corner? Because Patrick Fletcher was trying that round the outside move again. No, still can't make it happen.
I think this might get ready, as you mentioned earlier. This is cars stuck in gravel which aren't going to get out as Patrick Fletcher has a look. We've got the live recovery vehicle there to tow the car away. Again, heavily waved yellows. As you said, everybody knows that situation there. They've got the yellow LEDs, they've got heavily waved yellow flags, and 2 very able drivers coming into that zone.
Tom Selden's dug himself out of the gravel trap. Car with whom he tangled, I don't think has. There's bits of bodywork all over the road as well. I'll tell you what, they'll be here till midnight cleaning the track up, won't they? There's an awful lot to be done sweeping-wise before tomorrow. So 2 minutes to go, and James Cossens with Patrick Fletcher only half a second behind, but since Cossens took the lead, Fletcher hasn't ever really looked all that likely to find a way through. He's quick heading up the hill into McLean's, but as long as Cossens covers that inside line and doesn't then run wide at McLean's Corner, he seems to have Fletcher covered.
I don't know, I think Patrick's got close a couple of times and just not been able to build on it, which is the problem for him. He's got half a second gap, but he might come back in. We've got 1:31 to go. One last effort. Yeah, this is where you said he closes in again, isn't it?
Yeah, he's good at this part of the circuit, gets a slipstream up the hill out of the old hairpin. There's Aidan Hills, 3rd place is a good result for him really, and Tom Griffiths ahead of Ollie Allwood. Yeah, Tom Griffiths having another one of his really good showings. As there, Blackwell Chambers, Heading, Stott, Fenwick, Chris Richardson, everybody else queuing up in a long line as, like I said earlier on, Will Blackwell Chambers just seems to struggle for pace a little bit. He's defending well, but he'd rather be on the attack than driving out of his mirrors.
Tom Selden very gentlemanly pulls over, allows them through. Great bit of driving from him, realises the front guy's coming through. We've still got a race on, 51 seconds to go, so potentially the last lap.
Yeah, Fletcher's closer than ever, isn't he, coming out of the final corner. Cossons knows it, goes to the inside to cover. Is Fletcher going to try and sell him the dummy, maybe? No, doesn't jing back to the inside, because I think there might still be yellow flags out for the car in the gravel trap, so no overtaking at turn 1 on the exit, though. It is good to go. Is there a gap on the outside? He's going to try it, but I just don't think Fletcher quite has the momentum. James Cossons manages to fill the road with the number 24 car and stays in front. Now down to the old hairpin. Fletcher looking to the inside, and again Cossons moves to cover.
Oh, little was that a mistake there from Fletcher? He just went a little bit too much opposite lock, and that scrubbed off a little bit of speed. Having said that, he's still relatively in touch, but maybe not close enough to have a go.
Let's see, this is the part of the circuit where he's looked racy all race long. Through McLean's corner. To the outside, can't quite make that one stick. What about the inside run into Coppice? Cossons again gets over to cover that inside line. Now, defending into Coppice can often slow you down on the exit, and we might now have got rid of the Amy Watts car from the chicane. So let's hope we have green flag racing down the back straight into the final chicane we're about to go. Fletcher in the wheel tracks. No, we still have yellows, and that surely now is it. James Cossons should be good to hang on and finally claim his first race victory of the season. His championship rival and team boss is still sat in third place, Aidan Hills, but it is going to be at least a race victory for Cossons, who comes across the line, takes the checkered flag, and picks Patrick Fletcher to the line. Cossons the winner, Fletcher second, and Aidan Hills with a solid third place finish. Not bad from sixth, although time where it looked like he might be a contender for the win himself. Tom Griffiths is fourth, Ollie Allwood fifth, ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers. Then it was Alex Stott, Fraser Fenwick, Scott Wright, and Chris Richardson inside the top 10. More drama now, the old hairpin. That's the number 31, one of the Brian Chandler prepared cars. It's had a moment, and also 66 involved. Martin Heath and Max Merrick, 66 and 31 respectively. There was also, I spotted, a different car stopped at the final corner, which might have been Martin Tolley, I think. I think it was the 23 car. He's, I think, pulled into the gravel rather than spud into it from that angle. So his race came to a premature end, so they did move Amy Watt's car out of the way, only for Martin Tolley to arrive on the scene and deposit himself in a gravel trap as well. Race that, James Cossons played that one really smartly, I thought. Worked with Fletcher in the early stages, picked his moment, made a decisive move, didn't waste time going side by side with Fletcher when he didn't have to, and then realised quite quickly, I think, where Patrick was going to attack and made sure to cover it every lap.
Yeah, good intelligent race from the pair of them, actually. I always enjoy watching those two race. Aidan a little bit on his own. Let's have a quick look at Alistair Dendy did hang on for the Masters. George Grant was second in the Masters from Clive Powell's, and Robert Way came through to win the club class. So usually about 9 drivers for Anthony to interview, isn't there, on,
yes.
on these? So I must admit, I do love doing the podiums on these, but you don't always get enough time to chat to everyone, so sometimes have to be a bit selective. But a good end to the day.
Yeah, maybe that's why they put them at the end of the day, so we've got plenty of time for Anthony to go and interview drivers to his heart's content. It's James Cossons he'll be interviewing first, though, because he was the race winner for Patrick Fletcher in second place, Aidan Hills completing the podium in third. Then it was Tom Griffiths and Ollie Allwood with Will Blackwell Chambers sixth, Alex Stott seventh, Fraser Fenwick eighth, Scott Wright ninth, and Chris Richardson completing the top 10 ahead of Sam Heading and Josh Morris. Then Alistair Dendy, the Masters winner, in 13th. Rob Way in 14th position claimed the victory in the club class ahead of George Grant, Will Powell, Clyde Powell's, Nick Ritter and Josh Bromley, with Bruce Robinson completing the top 20. Then it was Liz Walton with Alex Jones and Christopher Ginn next in line. Max Merritt was 24th ahead of Martin Heath, with Martin Tolley a non-finisher. So too, while actually just laps down at the flag, was Tom Selden after his gravelly excursion at Redgate. Kamal Kalsi was in trouble, so Lee Britton, who retired to the pit lane from 4th. Amy Watts was out in the gravel at the chicane midway through the race. Joe Wiggin had that strange moment at the Craner Curves. He did eventually pull into the pit lane to retire, and so did Wilbur Tiley. That's a shame, because he was running inside the top 10 in the early stages of the race and looked on course for what would have been perhaps a season best finish. So a reminder that tomorrow we have got more Mazda MX-5 action, not only from the Supercup, who we just enjoyed, but also the Mark 1 Championship, and we're joined by the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship too. We'll also have 2 races from the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. The SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy drivers will have a 45-minute race towards the end of the day. There are 2 races for the City Car Cup. And, of course, we have the penultimate event of the season for TCR UK. 2 25-minute races tomorrow. The first of those due to get underway at around about 20 to 11. So make sure you tune in, not just for that, but for all of the support races as well. The first of those due to start at about 10 o'clock in the morning. So a full day of racing for you to enjoy, or you to enjoy. And if today's races are anything to go by, we should be in for, hopefully, Richard, some more very exciting racing again tomorrow.
I think it's going to be a good day. The weather will be good as well. So if you are, within shooting distance of coming down to Donington Park, we'd love your company on the stream. Don't get me wrong, but why not come down and see the drivers in the tin, as it were? You will be so pleasantly surprised with the TCR cars. Serious kit. The supports are great as well.
Yeah.
It's a superb little package that the BRSCC and TCR UK have put together.
Absolutely. It won't cost you a fortune to get in. It's fully accessible as well. You can get into the paddock, you can chat to the drivers, both the TCR drivers and the support race drivers as well. And no grid walk tomorrow, unfortunately, for TCR, but apart from that, full access to the drivers at all times, and that's exactly how it should be.
And
really.
Most of them are quite happy to talk to you.
Yes,
most
absolutely.
of them.
So are most of the commentary team, but
I don't want to.
but exactly. Quite right.
So, mate, it's amazing how many people do actually come up and chat and.
All right, Richard. Okay, we get it. You're popular.
No, I'm not. I didn't say I was popular. I just said I wanted to see.
Yes, no, you are certainly a well-respected and well-known member of the motorsport community, and we are always happy to impart our enthusiasm upon anyone who comes and has a chat with us. As are the drivers, as are the team members, and if you're interested in getting racing in any of the championships that you've seen racing today, then the championship coordinators are always really happy to have a conversation with you as well, try and get you out on the grid. That's the great thing about this. This is club motorsport. It's affordable, cost-effective, and great fun. Right then, that is it from us, I think. Let's head down to Parc Fermé, where Anthony Jordan will spend the next 40 minutes chatting to our various class podium finishers. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. Last race of the day, and it was a 2-horse race in that one. But James, you come away with it. It's your first win, I believe, in this one. Finally, it's come to you.
Well, actually, it's my first win in I think about 2 years.
Right.
I've won before, but I've been on the podium every single weekend, and the first or the top steps just missed out on me. So yeah, really chuffed with my performance on that. I was zoned in, got an all right launch. Me and Patch just went together for a long time. I was shouting in the car, can you tell? My voice is slow to going. Yeah, a couple of yellow flags. I thought the safety car was going to come out, but it didn't. And then I can't even remember where I made the move, but I made it somewhere, and it stuck, evidently. And we had a good little battle all the way to the end. Yeah. But just a big shout out to Hills Motorsport, Aidan and his dad. Perfect as always, and big shout out to any friends and family watching at home. My girlfriend, there was a piece of hair in my helmet which I was trying to get out. You might see on the footage, so thanks for that. Cheers, Katie. But yeah, well done to Patch as well. Always puts up a good fight. It's always clean. It's always fair. A little bit of bashing here and there, but yeah, really happy with that. Don't know if you can tell.
Yeah, you seem delighted with that one as well, and I was loving your words when you came up to me there, which it's 7 o'clock, but it's still really hot, and the racing there looked pretty hot as well.
Yeah, even though we haven't got a roof, it is really hard work because the track is so hot itself, and you know, your left leg ends up burning from the gearbox tunnel. So consciously, whilst doing all your heel and toe and all this stuff, you have to move your left leg away from the tunnel, otherwise it starts to burn. Yeah. And you know about it when you take clothes off at the end of the day and there's a bit of a burnt patch. But yeah, really enjoyed that. Props to Hills, but I think he was just on his own. He was catching us up at the end. Probably got fastest lap. He likes to do that. But yeah, big shout out to the guys and you guys for staying up this late with this all this heat and hot cars all day. So yeah,
it's been a long old day, hasn't it? But congratulations, well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for James. Let's chat to Patrick. There, you're right. Cool. I don't recognise a lot of the drivers most of the time.
Love to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Patrick. Mate, that was a race. That was certainly you were fighting all the way to the end.
Yeah, to be honest, in the middle, I think me and James sort of we didn't battle too hard, and we managed to get a bit of a gap. And then it was there's quite a few overtaking spots around at Donington, but unfortunately the yellow flag came out, and that sort of settled the racing down a little bit more because you only had a couple of overtaking spots. But it was really good. I'm really chuffed. Luke Herbert Racing got another pole this weekend. I think that's phenomenal work, and I had the pace in the race, but never quite converted it. But I enjoyed the race. Thanks to everyone who's watching. Thank Luke Herbert Racing. Thanks to my parents. Thanks to everyone who's watching at home, such as Siobhan and everyone else like that, Elaine, etc., etc. There's so many people to mention. But yeah, really good. And I'm glad it cooled down a bit because it was stinking hot. It's still stinking hot now. I think you can see the
we can see.
off, but no, it was good fun. Good fun.
Excellent. Congratulations, Patrick. Well done on the result.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yes, certainly did. Certainly did. Let's chat to the man who finished this one in P3. Mr. Hills, well, you look like you were catching up there at the end of that race. Was it the same from your point of view?
Yeah, it's just I wanted them to scrap a bit more. You know, those who were playing it nice for too long. And I couldn't quite get to them unless they were battling because we're so close. You look at the qualifying times, like everyone's so close. I needed to be, you know, near enough to get a toe. When you're pushing your own air trying to catch two lads that aren't really scrapping, you're never going to get there. But what a result for our team, you know, massive congratulations to James. He's not had a win for a couple of years, and I was sort of egging him on so much from where I was. Obviously, I wanted him to scrap a bit more so I could get involved in the fight, but watching him win the race, it was like a real proud moment for me to watch him, someone that I've worked with for the last 7 years, to get another win, and he fully deserved it. He's been rapid all year, and credit to him and credit to our team. Everyone at Hills Motorsport has done a great job to put us on the podium again. Special shout out to them.
Tomorrow, another day. Reckon we can better a P3?
Well, I had to start sick. My qualifying just let me down a little bit. I mean, we've had a lot of wins, but I can't qualify as well as I should, and my race pace has always been good. But luckily, I'm actually starting third tomorrow, so hopefully I'll be able to go with these two straight away, and hopefully it's a different story. But yeah, mega result. Hills Motorsport, like everyone, Dave, my dad especially, Carol, John, we've got so many people with us, Junior, Lizzie, like Keith, Paul, everyone in the team this weekend has been, you know, working really hard, and it's going to be a late night for us because we're up at 11. We'll be racing again at 11 tomorrow, and it's going to be a late finish tonight, prepping all the cars again. But that's what we do. So. Yeah.
Exactly. Hard work pays off, though, doesn't it? And yeah, hopefully tomorrow's a nice, great day for you.
Exactly. Thanks, mate.
Excellent. Cheers. Yes, see you tomorrow indeed. Well, there we go. Racing done here. Day 1, Saturday at Donington Park. Day 2 is tomorrow, Sunday, with the races. Round 12 and 13 for TCR UK. Make sure you set your alarms for that one. It is going to be a blinder of a weekend. But from us here at Donington for Day 1, it is all done and dusted. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early.
What a classy move. That was a classy move. The championship leader is in the gravel trap.
Neil sends him off, and it's a kick of dirt on the out.